This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Sending data over an encrypted internet connection is like sending a postcard that everybody can see. When you're connected to an unencrypted network, whether that's your phone, your computer, your tablet, your TV, etc., you're sending countless of pieces of really precious data that can be seen or intercepted by all sort of parties before it reaches its intended destination. But a VPN or a virtual private network creates a secure tunnel between your device and the internet. In other words, it puts an envelope around your postcard so they can't sneak a peek at your private correspondence. The ExpressVPN protects you from spies who use your data for their own nefarious purposes. ExpressVPN prevents your ISP from seeing your private browsing activity. It also stops governments and large corporations and websites that constantly surveil you and harvest your data for their own agendas. ExpressVPN gives you unrestricted access to all parts of the internet, so you can watch shows in other countries and even get certain discounts. So to get ExpressVPN, just click the link below. When you use the Pelican Postgame Report, you get 3 months free of ExpressVPN. Hit the link now and get connected.
Thank you for making Saints Central your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a Falcon. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Fucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Buggy like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys, but we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk from your favorite sports fan. We up in this thing. Shout out to the Who Dat Nation. Appreciate you guys for joining us for another episode of the Coma, day 2, and rounds 2 and 3 of the draft. We up in this thing. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all for being in the live stream. Please feel free to hit the like button. Feel free to hit the subscribe button. And feel free to share, because sharing is caring at the Sports Coma. Shout out to the fam. Please feel free to share the links on your social media feed. Trust and believe they help us out. So big ups to the fam. Appreciate everybody for being in this thing. It's so good to see you guys be back up in this thing for day number 2. The first one, of course, was Mr. Bryan Bresee, picked up by the Saints with the 29th pick on Thursday, day 1. It feels an immediate need. The Saints definitely need depth there. We know we have Kalen Saunders. We know we have Big Nate Shepard. Now we have Bryan Bresee to come along here. And it's a lot of talk about his injury history, and rightfully so. The Who Dat Nation has every right to be very cautious and mind focused on injured history of players, being that we have had several players in the interim that we dealing with, and we need these guys to pop and hit. So it's not an exact science, but I got to applaud the fact that this team is doing what they're supposed to do. At least they getting players for the position of need. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in here. Pelicans Nola, shout out to you. See, all right. Okay, Washington. I see what you're saying. All right. NFC trying to get that together. Lewis, shout out to you. Trading back. Okay. All right. Getting more picks. A lot of family thinking that. M. Taylor, shout out to you. Scat back. Sounds like Mr. Ty J. Spears to me. You talking about Mr. Taylor. All right. What's up, Tori? Shout out to my brother, Tori. Much love. Brother Eric, shout out to you as well. Good to see you up in the building. Shout out to everybody. It's Poppy 504's in this thing. Brother Lewis is in this thing. Farouk, shout out to your fam. Zoidy's in this thing. Debo is in this thing. Avis, shout out to your fam. What's up, Dana? The Queen is in this thing. Ferg 318, Brother Quavadius is in this thing as well. Good to see y'all. All JT, shout out to my brother JT Eternal. What's up, Eternal? Good to see you, fam. St. Doug in this thing. Brother Rios is in this thing. What's up, Matthias? May says getting either Keon White or Villa now would be awesome. All right. I like Keon White, and I do like Avila. Second round, I don't know, fam. I don't know. We gonna see. It's some thoughts I was looking at for the draft, and I was looking at how everything was lining up when Mozzie Smith came off the board. The whole thing just hit me. It's like, Bresee is gonna be the guy, right? You know that, right? And I said, man, this is going to be the, and it was. So I got to watch it, man. I got to watch it. What I say. All right, yeah, this is a good pick, man. I mean, a lot of people don't like it because of the injury history, and I understand that. And you got to remember, and we said this when we got the pick from Denver. Through Denver, because Denver, we traded Sean Payton out there, and we got that pick. You got to remember that pick is a 29th pick. That's like basically a second round pick already. So we got to see what the guy do. So I love his motor and his ferocity, man. I love that. Kenneth says trade all the draft picks and get rid of our general manager, bro. We just getting started, bro. All right. So anyway, shout out to the fam. Ramsey, shout out to you. Good to see you, sir. Appreciate you. Brother Roe is in this thing with the future internet. And I get to see you. What's up, Darley? Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate everybody, man. Y'all hit the like button. I know Debo says they took our pick. It wasn't the Saints had to claim it, bro. They had to move up ahead of them and get it. They felt good where they at, and they all right. They being patient with it. Mike says people are calling for Butte, but this man can't stay out of trouble and drama. Yeah, he kind of screwed up at LSU, so I don't know. A Collinator, shout out to you, fam. Yeah, he is for a 6'6", 300-pound interior defensive lineman. The guy can move. He got a nonstop motor. His arms are flailing. He has a degree of athleticism. He got a big heart. And I think Bresee's not a sexy pick or a flashy pick, but he fits the need. He definitely fits the need of an interior defensive lineman. So anyway, shout out to the fam as we about to get going in this thing. The second round has not yet started. We got some stuff going on here. So yeah, so for the family members, yeah, they really happy and Lo popped in here. Shout out to my brother Lo, man. Lo popped up in here, man, and he was talking about how excited they are that they actually got that they were happy about the acquisition of Robinson, a running back from Texas, the best back in the draft. So not a bad situation if you talk about it for them to get the guy, because their running attack, their offense is basically a offense that's ground that's going to be running the ball and clock management, stuff like that. So it's going to be intriguing to see how it all works out in the end, man. But the pick is in. We'll see exactly what's going on in the board as we shift. So yeah, but it's interesting. Kenneth, shout out to you, bro. Says, Q, would you take Stetson Bennett in the 7th round? I don't think Bennett will be available in the 2nd round. I think he'll probably be going a little. Yeah, a lot of people asking about Stetson Bennett. A lot of college experience for that guy, but I like the other guy a little bit better as the Steelers pick up Joey Porter Jr. How about that? 6'3", almost 193 pounds. So Joey Porter, who played for the Steelers at linebacker, his son is now a member of the team. So they've done a pretty good job in adding that talent right there. So to get the cornerback to help them out, they get the offensive tackle, the offensive lineman the first time around, and we get the round started off. Next on the clock is the Arizona Cardinals. And we know the Cardinals got some stuff that they got to fix, don't they? So they made some moves the other day and picked up some talent there. And you got to credit, like the fortune favors the bold. The way the Carolina Panthers moved and getting the first overall pick, going after it, making it pop, making it shake. You got to look at some of these other teams that's like, man, we got to do something. We can't just sit back here and just always play the future game. And that's not really healthy for a coach's, be honest with you, for a coach's longevity in the NFL. Even though you playing a patient game, you're trying to build a team, that don't fly anymore. People are not as patient as they used to be. They keep it real with you, man. They're not as patient as they used to be, and you're not going to be allowed to just sit up there and lose, man. They're going to run your ass out of here. All right, so anyway, Arizona's on the board, man. They made some moves yesterday. Kyler Murray is not coming back until sometimes in the actual regular season. That came down to it. I think that was a big sticking point with Coach Payton when he went out to Arizona, and when they got it, went out there and he found out exactly the timeline on Kyler Murray when he was supposed to come back, and it was during the regular season, according to the report. And then what Payton did, he got out of there and said, Denver, I'm going, because Bidwell didn't want to let him out the building. They were going to give him everything he wanted. But at the end, Payton didn't want that. That was a little bit too much with Kyler Murray injury. So, and then I knew it was that because like a day later, the report came out, the actual report about where he was. It was 2 days after Sean Payton interviewed with him. Then the actual report came out about Kyler Murray. And Payton took his ass to Denver, man. So, but anyway, Arizona's on the clock, man, and this is going to speed a little bit faster. As you can see, they got needs listed as defensive end, defensive tackle. That can help. J.J. Watt was there last year. He's no longer there. Kyler Murray's hurt. They got James Conner, running back. Hopkins, all reports are saying Hopkins is staying with the team. This is what we're hearing. They got Zach Ertz they picked up there. They definitely need some help on the offense. They could use some help on the defense. They can use some help a little bit all over the place. I know Buda Baker was a guy that was saying they wanted Buda Baker, demanded a trade as well. So they got a few things they got to work on. But if you're the Arizona Cardinals, what do? Got to be offensive lineman. It got to be Steve Avila. It got to be him or either Osiris Torrance. It's got to be an offensive lineman to try to protect what they got going on there. So we'll see. But anyway, Eric says Big Q, Big Low thought he was at. Yeah, he was really excited about that pick, man. Yeah, Quavadas, yeah, that was a very easy pick, man. Very easy pick. Yeah, he was very excited about that. All right, P. Felton says, Q, what do you think about Branch from Alabama if he's there at 40? The best, Branch is the top safety on the board, man. It makes you think. It doesn't fit a position of need, even though, there are some good players, but Branch is listed. Some people believe that he's the best safety in this draft. And if he's available there, do the Saints take him, even though safety is not an area of need for the black and gold. Safety is not an area of need, So, my thing is, what's up, Joe? Shout out to Joe Gidry. I always go to that point, like when Mickey starts off, say there is no must or whatever he's saying or whatever. The reality is there are positions that the Saints need to address on this team going into the season. You got your competitors doing what they're doing, but you got to stop the run. Got to get pressure on the quarterback. You got your aging players. You got to look out for that. So that's a part of the game that we got to look out for. Look like a trade done happened here. Tennessee's on the clock. Look like a trade just happened right here. So let's get this skinny right here. Look like a trade just happened. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Yeah, just dropped. Arizona are now taking trade possibilities. Titans have traded with them. So the Titans traded with the Arizona Cardinals to leap in front of them. Who the Titans looking at, fam? Who the Titans looking at? Who the Titans looking at? Let me pull their stuff up right here and see what that. So we got a trade here as the Tennessee Titans jump up there. It's got to be offensive lineman, man. It's got to be offensive lineman, right? They got Peter Skoronski yesterday. So is it the Andre Dillard through free agency? So could it be Osiris Torrance or one of them? And the pick is in. Is it offensive? Could it be Will Levis? Does Levis come off the board? Okay, everybody's saying it's Levis. Okay, does Levis finally leave? If that's the case, you got the other quarterback is Hendon Hooker. Okay, so all right, so they're saying that right. 'Cause Debo says I don't think it's Hooker. Yeah, is it like Levis? I don't know if that's a good move by Tennessee, but we've been hearing like a lot of trade talk with them dealing uh with Ryan Tannehill. So are they finally? And then why would you take him when you got Malik Willis there? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't if that's the move. I don't think so because Malik, you still got Ryan Tannehill under contract. You got Malik Willis as a future quarter. I don't think that makes sense for them to do that if that's the case. I think they should build their offensive line. It should be an offensive lineman here. All right. Yeah, no, I ain't gonna say Levis. I hope they're not that crazy to talk about going and get that guy. I hope not. All right, Porter's off the board. All right, Levis is saying Levis to Rose saying that he got the fastest internet. Low got the fastest internet right now, man. But hey, bro, he got to learn the game. And Will Levis is the dude. Yeah, there it is. Boy, that mean that mean a lot. So you get Levis in this with the second round pick with the Titans there. So that's intriguing, man, what the Titans are doing. So yeah. That ain't my damn squad. So I mean, they get a quarter. That wasn't even. I didn't even anticipate them even making that move with still Tannehill. So yeah. All right. So there it is. So let's see what they gave up to move up to go get Will Levis, who sat there yesterday like a bumper on a log. And they said the Titans traded up to select Will Levis. The terms of the trade was the 33 pick and the 81 pick for the 41 pick, 72, and a 2024 third round selection. So there you go. So to go and get Levis, they gave up what is it? They gave it was a 33 and 81 that the Titans gave for 41, 72, and a third round pick for up season. So there you go. 3 picks for 2. How y'all feel about that, man? Tennessee Titans reaching out and pulling Will Levis off the board. So you know who's at the top of the board now? It's Hendon Hooker. Shout out to you, Lori. What's happening? What's good? Shout out to the queens in the building, man. Much love to the ladies up in here, man. Good to see y'all, the queens and then the kings, man. So could it be something new going on with Tennessee, man? They kind of look like they're trying to reset this thing, man. Yeah, because you just had Malik Harris. They drafted Malik Harris, a couple years ago? But Malik was a third round draft pick. They picked him up. But yeah, he doesn't look comfortable in that system, man. But Tannehill, that's been trade around Tannehill, and he is 34 years of age. So it probably makes some sense if you think about it, especially if they don't believe in Malik Willis, and they most certainly do. And you got a 30-something-year-old Ryan Tannehill. So I guess it makes sense. All right, next on the clock, Detroit, fam. Detroit is on the clock. They got the running back. They did the linebacker. Yesterday, who did they reach to and get this time? Did they go after Keanu Benton? Is Benton the guy that they picking up? Let's move on to the board right here to see the best available people that's left there. And is Michael Mayer the best tight end left in the draft from Notre Dame? Some consider him the best tight end. But it's really rich right now for them. They can get an offensive lineman to help out there. They can get several defensive line prospects. They can get another, Osiris Torrance seems to be sliding. I don't see how Avila is over Torrance. I think he's better. All right. Detroit going to take they saying tight end. Okay. All right. All right. Shout out to you, Jesse. Good to see you in the chat, fam. Appreciate you. Taylor says all the quarterbacks Titans choose are all garbage men. Yeah. I don't Malik Willis had some, he had some potential. But when you go to a bad place, man, that really just wreaks havoc on their confidence, man. All right, so there it is. They pick up a tight end. Wow, what's wrong with Mayer? What's going on here, fam? Why is Mayer? Detroit got Sam Laporta from Iowa. What's up with Mayer, man? Mayer, this is another move. Michael Mayer is standing on the board, and they get Laporta goes after him. So wow, man. What's going on with Michael Mayer, man? That's really intriguing, man, because you thinking Mayer would be the guy coming off the board. Detroit takes Laporta. All right, so here we go. We moving now. Colts on the clock now. They took Anthony Richardson yesterday. So who did they get now to help them? Do they get a tight end to help out? I mean, let me flash to Indianapolis, man. They got a long way to go. And what they're trying to do and build. They get Anthony Richardson, as you can see him right there. Jonathan Taylor, Zach Moss, a pretty good young running backs. Pittman, the big wide receiver there. And then, of course, Alec Pierce. They can use some wide receiver help. They can use a tight end. They can use some help on the offensive line. The Colts is one of those teams where you can just pick something. They can use an edge rusher. They can use some help in the secondary. They can throw darts. You can take a dart and just throw it at the board and pick whoever you want pick there. They can use help all over the place there. But if you got Anthony Richardson, wouldn't it be nice to get him a security blanket like Michael Mayer? Is that the pick? No, it's not. Yeah, we'll see. Nope, the Raiders are in the mix. The Raiders trade up. Here come the trades, fam. Here come the trades. We got another trade there. The Raiders popped up there and took the trade there. So the Raiders traded up. They're now on the clock. There it is. The Raiders on the clock now. They traded. Ian Rappaport dropping the science right there on that when they traded up and snatched the pick. So who the Raiders looking at? Raiders need a tight end. Perhaps the Raiders need a tight end. Let me see what they got, what they're working right here. Well, Austin Hooper's there. They did get rid of Darren Waller. He's gone. And Austin Hooper, the former Cleveland Brown and Atlanta Falcon tight end. O.J. Howard, the former Buck guy, is there. So they still have Devontae Adams, Josh Jacobs, Garoppolo. Is this an offensive line move for them? I mean, they did a good job by getting Tyree. What was it? Yesterday, the help, they give some help to they got Chandler Jones there. So, but we'll see exactly how they go. I know Tyree Wilson was a guy that they was able to add as they're trying to give Max Crosby some help. And you end up getting Tyree Wilson, 6'6", 275. That's intriguing. So we'll see what the Raiders do here. The pick is in. Where they go? Did they get the tight end off the board, or they go offensive line? They should go offensive line. Give Garoppolo some help. Best guys available, fam. The tight end from Notre Dame, Brian Branch, Luke Musgrove, Hendon Hooker still on the board. Man. Jasper says, man, Vince Young Malik didn't give him they didn't give him a fair shot. I think he probably have to leave up out of there to get some. Maybe so. Something's going on there. Yeah. Yeah, he used to be slow as hell. Now it's fast. The opposite way now. Yeah. Would you be cool with safety? I don't know if I would be. It's not a position of need, fam. I when people ask me, Q, should we take Branch? Branch is a good safety. We had this conversation yesterday. And I was saying to myself, I like Branch, but the thing is, when you're sitting up in the second round and you're looking at, things you're supposed to be selecting, like right now, the Saints still need an edge rusher. Like, it's super duper important. We got a defensive tackle. We need an edge guy. We need him because Cam is getting up there. 1 year left on his contract. Carl Granderson, we don't know what he'll be full time. Peyton Turner is a question mark because he can't stay healthy. Then behind those guys is Tanu Passanio, and he's not the same Passanio. He's gotten older, so he's more of an interior guy who you occasionally will move there, but you hope that you wouldn't do that. You see what I'm saying? If then the safety position is not really a position of need right now. The Saints added Lonnie Johnson Jr. They added Jonathan Abrams. They got Smoke Monday. They brought back JT Gray. So, I mean, the safety room is really deep. So, and then don't forget Alontae Taylor's. Well, you can use them that way, but we still have other positions of need that we have to take care of. So even though Branch is there, I think the Saints, you got to look at your board and say, man, listen, we need to figure out how we get our needs out the way. And then once we get our needs out the way, we can kind of move around wherever we want to. There it is. Raiders got Michael Mayer. He jumps off the board. So that was kind of accelerated due to the Detroit Lions taking Sam Laporta. When they took Laporta, they said, man, we got to go get Meyer because we didn't think. And then the Raiders go and get Jimmy Garoppolo, a safety. So shout out to the Raiders, man. The Raiders go out and they get a really good tight. Some people consider this guy the best tight end in the draft. So they end up getting They end up getting Michael Mayer to from Notre Dame to be there. So on the clock is the Rams. Where the Rams go, the Rams can go anywhere, man. They got help. They need help all over the place. They need help all over the place. All right. So even if we're thinking about the Rams, man, let me get the Rams up here. And you look at what the Rams happened with Matthew Stafford there, you probably won't consider an offensive line. Is this the point, fam, that we see one of our offensive linemen go off the board here? What do you guys think? It's like one of those times we see a guy like Steve Avila goes off the board here from TCU, perhaps Osiris Torrance. As you look at the Rams, they need help there because this guy can't stay. Boy, this dude get folded up like a lawn chair back there. You got to protect Matt Stafford. If you can protect Matt Stafford and keep him upright, he'll win a lot of games for you. So offensive line has got to be the thing, right? You thinking get an offensive guard there. Now they still have Cooper Kupp coming off injury, and Van Jefferson is a weapon. They can use another wide receiver too. But if you're looking at it from here, Jalen Hyatt. How about Jalen Hyatt here? You know. All right, M. Taylor says, "Q, who you think we're gonna take with the pick?" I'm thinking a defensive lineman of some sort. You know, I'm thinking, you know, I give you my serious pick and a wild card pick. Serious pick would be, let's just say we get a defensive lineman, right? Another defensive end, like an edge guy, and then the wild card pick would be something like if Hendon Hooker's sitting there, and we know Cam did mock drafts and he tweeted out and said, "Go get Hendon Hooker." The Saints looked at Hendon Hooker, they like him, but are they serious enough to pick him up at 2? And he's the best quarterback on the board. So whatever other team there might end up picking him up. So we're going to see where he goes in here. Could he slide a bit? Yeah, Cardell's right. I like Isaiah Foskey. That's my thing. I'm a Foskey guy. I like Foskey, man. I think he helps. He works here. They got him a low grade. Saints for Life says Miami tight end Will Mallory is under the radar guy that is good. Saints might, able to grab him. Yeah, I'm aware of Mallory. Also, I like Wiley from Cincinnati. I like him too. Don't forget him. He's pretty good. All right. Yeah. I kind of figured that. Roe is dropping. He says Avila to the and that's what I was thinking. I was like, they need to protect Matthew Stafford. Shout out to brother Jerry, man. Good to see you. Happy Friday to you, my brother. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. All right, Molly Mall says Derek Carr will be mad if Dennis gets. Look, I don't think he'll be mad because he's getting his money. I don't think he's gonna trip on that. Matthias says I'm a Keon White guy. Yeah, with the the 992 RAS score is insane. That isn't true, but he is. Like we take a look at some of the end guys that's available. He's the top end guy there, and there's still a lot of picks that we need to get to before we get to the Saints, right? It's a lot of picks that we have to kind of get to before we get to the Saints. The Saints pick 9th in this order. So we still about what? We're about 4 more picks from getting to where we need to be there. So in about 4 more picks, we'll figure out what it is. All right. So anyway, my dog, shout out to you, Sam. We need to get a defensive end with the 40. Ain't no doubt about it, bro. The defensive line, we've been saying it. Defensive line, you got Bresee yesterday. You get Keon. If you get Keon White, people forget all about that because Keon White, you can use Keon White because he's big enough to play inside or out. They use him in that. He's 6'5", 285. He would give you a great tandem of having these, because these guys are fierce. They big guys with a lot of athleticism. They were productive in college. And Bresee had his injuries, but hopefully you want to keep him healthy. So I'm not going to, just draw out a bunch of negative stuff about Bresee. Let's see what he can do. There's still the defensive end, AA from Northwestern that's available. Isiah Foskey's there. Tooley from USC. Yaya Darby goes a little further down. But there's still some good edge rushers or defensive ends that's available that's down there. So, we'll see where the Saints ultimately ended up going with this because it's going to be fascinating to see. So what's the pick for them? All right. No, he's not, bro. No, Brian. Don't do that, bro. I've been hearing this. This was last night when family members was dropping this saying Bresee is Zion. No. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that to the man. There's the pick. Roe never misses, man. Roe never misses. Don't do that to him, bro. Don't do. Yeah, I know Donovan. Shout out to brother Donovan, man. He says, yeah, double A. Yeah, you put the tape on. He's fantastic, man. I wouldn't be mad at either one of those picks. All right, Mike says, don't you dare put that juju on. Yes, don't do that. Don't do that to the man. You know, he's here. Let's see what he can do. All right, so the last pick was Steve Avila from TCU. He's off the board. The Rams trying to protect Matthew Stafford, and that's a good pick. Build up that offensive line. So Seattle's on the clock. Is this one of the moves where Seattle says, we got Geno here, Geno Smith's here. We just gave him a contract, right? But Geno Smith is kind of up in the age that we gave him. It was a 3-year deal. They got options in there. Had a fantastic year last year, but can Geno Smith be a good mentor for Mr. Hendon Hooker? Could Hendon Hooker be the guy, or do Pete Carroll just keep building up the team? We know Brian Branch is available. Hendon Hooker's there. Does that work for them? Even though that's you're picking up a guy in the second round. But some people think, and I heard this recently, they think Hendon Hooker might slide to the third round. I don't believe that. All right, so anyway, they're looking at a defensive end. Let me get their stuff on the screen right here. So Hendon Hooker would be an intriguing choice. And Geno would be a good mentor for Hendon Hooker in Seattle. So, but they also need offensive line help. They could use some pass rushing help. Their defense ain't all of that. So they can use a linebacker or two. They can definitely use some help on the defensive line. Hell, they can use help on the offensive line. They still need some help. So there are many different directions this team can go. And they did get a wide receiver, Jackson from Ohio State to go with Tyler and DK Metcalf. That's actually a pretty formidable wide receiver tandem. Kenneth Walker's there. So do they go running back? Is Zach Charbonnet a guy they won't add, but Kenny Walker the third was the guy there. I would go offensive line to kind of help. Pretty much I would try defense. Is this where there it is. Derek Hall from Auburn. So Derek Hall comes up off the board for Seattle, then they get some pressure there. They're trying to build up some. So shout out to Seattle staying up off Hendon Hooker. All right, so Hendon Hooker is still available right there. Let me kind of get some information here on the guy that they just picked up here. That's an intriguing pick by them. Getting the offensive lineman there. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up here. All right, so Atlanta's on the clock right here. Atlanta is on the clock, fam. So we got another 2 picks. And as Jerry calls them, the fail kinds. As Jerry fail kinds. Yell it out, Jerry. Jerry calls them the fail kinds. All right, Kenneth, shout out to you, bro. So I don't know Keon White, kind of gives me potential Marcus Davenport boom or bust vibes. Really, Kenneth? I don't get such vibes from him, bro, when I watch the tape. I don't get those vibes, bro. I don't know, bro. I think we just a little gun shy, man. Saints are gun shy, man. The last couple of defensive ends that we drafted with the first round pick have been, and that's the thing, man. We be looking at why people are what they are without actually diagnosing exactly why they are what they are. You're looking at the end result and not looking at the process that ultimately manifested the end result. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, why do people feel this way about Bresee? Why is this, that, and the third? Because if you go back and you look at the last couple of defensive ends the Saints took in the first round, those guys can't stay healthy. So it's a rational mindset that's going on here, which leads to why so many people feel the way they do about these people. That's why I don't really push down on people or try to discredit their commentary about something like that. No, because I'm smart enough to realize, and so are you guys, that there is always a cause for every effect. What caused the effect? The cause is the Saints drafting defensive ends that are not healthy. When they went to see Davenport, I always say this when they was doing the show, because I was like, that guy, when they went to see Davenport, he was banged up. He had an injury history. And then the day after they drafted him, he had surgery on his hand, but it was one of the fingers on his hand that he had to have surgery for. And I was like, that's a bad omen. That you draft this guy and the day after he has to have surgery on his hand. And then he was a bust. Now he with Minnesota. Now you got Peyton Turner, who the Saints took because he reminds him of Davenport. And look at the energy that came with that. And he's doing the similar stuff. He's hurt too. Boy, I tell you, words are something, man. Words become things, man. Let me tell you something. But I don't feel that, Kenneth. He don't give me Marcus Davenport boom or bust vibes. I don't get that from him, bro. Brian says, bro, I'm saying I hope not, though. I like Branch too. Okay, thank you, Brian. I don't want people fussing at Brian, man. Let the people speak their mind, man. All right, the fell kinds, as Jerry say, is on the board there. So that okay, Matthew Bergeron. Okay, so Atlanta gets an offensive lineman there. Okay, cool. All right, pretty good. So they get a running back, and now they get an offensive lineman to kind of help out what's going on there on the O-line with Desmond Ridder there. So Atlanta doing some stuff. They're trying to build up the lines. So you got Jake Matthews there and Caleb McGarry. So and then you add the new offensive guard Matthew Bergeron to the squad. So he'll help inside, where you see either Lickstrom or probably Jalen Mayfield probably get pushed out of there or whatnot. So they're building up because the tackles are all right. The interior, they're building up that to kind of get ready for that running attack. That's what's going on. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, man. All right, another NFC South rival is on the clock. It's the Carolina Panthers. Where do the Panthers go? They got a quarterback. We know that, Bryce Young. Then do they get a wide receiver? Guess who's on the board? Jonathan Mingo. Is he the pick? Is he the pick? You know what, fam? At this point, we're looking at the Carolina Panthers, man, and listen, they've done so well in the offseason. I'm so proud of how they handling the business, man. I got to give them the truth because they helping upload and upgrade the NFC South. Them in Atlanta and the Saints, they're all pulling their weight. Tampa Bay is in the rear, rightfully so, because after Tom Brady there, they're going back to what they were before he gave them that steroid shot. It took him unnaturally to Super Bowls and was able to lift them. And the moment he left, they fell down to where they belong, at the back of the line. But the Carolina Panthers have done a phenomenal job in upgrading the majority of all the areas of this team. Now, if you're looking at it, what could they be looking at to help out young Bryce Young? Maybe a tight end, which, you had one that just left. I say maybe more people to help out the offensive line. I would say Osiris Torrance could be a guy that Carolina goes with to help build up the offensive line with the second pick. Do they need to go and get a guy like Jonathan Mingo? Is they saying the best fit right here? Well, Carolina has Adam Thielen, DJ Chalk. They added via free agency. Terrence Marshall Jr. is a guy they want to see what he does. You got Laviska Shenault. Most of the other guys have to prove themselves. Hayden Hurst is the tight end they brought in there. So if I'm Carolina, man, and you look at they spent some money on the defensive side of the ball, perhaps they are looking at, helping the offensive line. That's what I would do. Bryce Young, young quarterback, give him an offensive lineman up front, help build that line. All right. So, yeah, there you go. All right. So what y'all think, fam? And, okay, Dana says, I hope the Panthers get him. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Dana. I'm going to go with that, too. All right. People thinking Mingo's going to go to Carolina. Okay. All right. I don't know. And if they do need that, okay, that's not a bad pick. Yeah, it's Jalen Hyatt from Tennessee, the speed demon. So yeah, I'm not that could be interesting too. We'll see. Yeah, so they got some time, and then of course we got one more pick before the black and gold is up on the board, man. And of course we need to go and grab at another defensive end. Hopefully it's not Keon White. So if we got Keon White sitting there for the Saints, fam. And I think Carolina, they don't need, you can always use an extra end, but you're looking at it, if it's a wide receiver there, you would think, and then I'm saying offensive line to help out, Bryce Young. You need that offensive line interiorly speaking. You need a guy, you still have Osiris Torrance there. That's what I'll be looking at if I was them. Okay, we got Bryce Young here. We do have some wide receiver weapons. Let's give them some help. Let's give him some help up front. Let's beef up our O-line so we can handle the business. Let's protect this investment that we moved up and doing. And they got a really good offensive lineman that fell to us. Osiris Torrance out of Florida. We need to go ahead on and make him that guy. All right. All right. Panthers got Mingo. That's what Smoke's saying. Smoke saying. Is that the fact? All right. Yeah, he's still on the board. Yes, he is. He's still on the board. That's what I was thinking. They should get Branch. You think so, DeQuinton? I don't know, bro. I don't know. They don't have a need for a safety. They just signed Von Bell, and I guess you looking at Jeremy Chin and others, but I guess they can move around. So, me personally, I would, after getting that quarterback, man, I would get an offensive lineman to help out. That's what I think. All right. No, we still sitting there. Let me check what Ian Rappaport got here and see what's going on there. All right. Atlanta selects, okay, he's talking about Bergeron to help beef up the offensive line, which is a smart move by them. So, a lot of smart moves by our adversaries. Not too many dumb moves, man. I got to say, man, a lot of smart moves. All right. Okay. Yes, Nate. Yes, Keon White. Yes, he's available and he's there, man. Do the Saints say, you know what, man? Let's make the Who Dat Nation happy and let's grab at him. Let's get Mr. Keon White right here. Or do they go, listen, this guy's on this board that would be nice, It would be nice. You're looking at Keon White, you're looking at Double A from Northwestern. Either one of those guys. Isaiah Foskey's another guy. But we're there where we can get an impact player right now. They still didn't announce the pick right now. Let me refresh it a bit. Okay, they didn't throw it in there yet, so we'll see. Yeah. All right. If we don't pick Keon. All right. A kid says trade back. Okay, why, bro? Why? Okay, Jonathan Mingo is the guy. Okay, so they give another weapon to Bryce Young. That was a good move. And you see what our people are doing, man. This is being so the Saints on the clock. All right. Okay. All right. Can you too? You says Osiris Torrance. All right, Eric. Yeah, Mingo's the guy for Carolina. So they had him on the board. So the Saints are officially on the clock, as you can see right here. So here we go. Now, who's available? The biggest need for the Saints right now, commonsensically speaking, right? This should be an easy pick. We got Bresee here yesterday. You look at the defensive ends that's available. Keon White, 6'5", 285 from Georgia Tech. Highest rated pass rusher remaining as a defensive end. Has the power to stack offensive tackles, overpower tight ends, locates the ball, gets off of blocks, chases with good effort, and is an effective tackler. Relies on power too much, but has a high ceiling. He scratches the quarterback. He's quick. He can win inside moves and a matchup problem when he kicks inside to rush the passer. So inside, outside movement for Keon White. A lot of versatility there. If you're the Saints, you can move some of these guys around. And that's something we talked about when we made mention of, when you talk about defensive linemen the Saints have, you got to look at, like, you talk about Bryan Bresee and you watch the footage of Bresee when they moved him up and down the defensive line. You've seen him on the edge and you've seen him in the interior. And then if that's the same thing with Keon White, that really makes us happy because he's big, he's athletic, he's physical. And this would be a good move for the Saints to land a Keon White. So we'll see exactly how it fits, man. Outside of that, what if they don't go for Keon White? Who's another dude the Saints could be looking at? Now, they did scout this guy as well. Double A, as I call him, but he's kind of smallish from a defensive end standpoint, but the Saints don't really care about that, it appears, because this guy is awesome. 6'2", 282 from Northwestern. Power-based pass rusher, gets to the offensive line, drives them back to the quarterback. As a run defender, he has the strength to set the edge, quickly disengage, has excellent speed, makes a lot of plays pursuing to the backside. His quicks, he got a quick first step, upper body strength, gives him an interior offensive lineman problems, kicks inside at tackle. At the combine, ran the fastest 40-yard time, 4.49. This guy ran a 4.49 at the combine, ran the fastest 40-yard dash of any player over 280 pounds since 2006. Double A is a beast, and he's super productive. So we're going to see how that all folds, and if the Saints, so the pick is in for the black and gold, fam. Is it the guy we want, or is it somebody else? Like I said, I say defensive end. It could be a defensive tackle. Do the Saints go back-to-back with defensive tackles? I don't think so. If common sense rules the day, it'll either be Keon White or Double A. Bottom line. It's either one or the other. Okay. All right. Yeah. Double A. Okay. Foskey. Is it Foskey? See, the pick is in. See, some of the family members got the fast internet, right? All right. Oh, come on, Margion. The Spears to the Saints. Come on, fam. Don't throw that in there, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that, brother. Don't do that. Quaveda says this Foskey. Is it Isiah Foskey? No, Jason, don't do that, brother. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right. Yeah. We took Foskey. Is that right, Mike? All right. Okay. The family saying Foskey. Okay. So some of us a little faster than others. I appreciate y'all dropping. Yeah. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Travis says, okay. Tajay Spears. I don't know. I don't think so that high. But they're saying the pick is in. All right. So we're going to just have to wait and see what time it is and see exactly who it is. All right, Matt. Let's see. Brother Mathis. Isiah Foskey. How about that? Hey, man, don't be mad at this one. I'm not mad at the Isiah Foskey move, bro. Man, we talked about this pick before, right? Remember, we talked about which player reminds us of Cam Jordan and is ready to play. That's a solid pickup for the Saints. Now, we talked about Keion White, but I didn't think that they would go as high and grab at Isiah Foskey, man. Let's get a little Isiah Foskey. Let's get to know Isiah Foskey right here, fam. This the breakdown, ball down for Isiah Foskey. 6'5", 260. Got to gain a little weight. Foskey's quick and powerful run defender who stacks tight ends, ease and holds his ground against the most offensive tackles. He locates the ball, disengages, and is relentless in his pursuit. He's one of the best edge tacklers in the draft. As a pass rusher, he's at his best when he can build momentum from a wide alignment and shoot his hands, extend his long arms, and get offensive tackles on their heels. He hunts the ball and excels at knocking it loose when he gets to the quarterback. Isiah Foskey is the man. So, this is a good move for the team to get Isiah Foskey. And this some of the film right here, as you can see right here, number 9, as he sets the edge, you can see the offensive lineman come. He can see the player coming to him, and then he just, kind of sets the wall right there, and then fires off and helps out. So this is not a flips them all upside down. Hold on, and here he is right here firing off from the side, and he gets the tackle. It brings him down. So what I like about Isiah Foskey, man, is that you play him all around. You can play him inside out. You can see that he got some athletic ability to him, that he can get to the quarterback. And like I said, and we had the show, and I had Bob on the show, the last show. If you guys can remember the last stream that we did when Bob was on the show, we pretty much talked about which guys remind us of Cam Jordan, and we were listing guys like Isiah Foskey. And this makes KT a very happy man because we were pushing this. I just didn't think the Saints would grab at him in the second round. I thought Keion White would be a guy the Saints would look at because he's rated a lot higher in some boards. But the Saints jumped past AA and Keion White and said, Isiah Foskey's the man. I am relieved, bro. I am, because listen, we've been talking about Isiah Foskey, and I think it's a good choice. It's a very good choice. It's a good choice. Yeah, we knew that, but yeah, bro, that wasn't going to be a thing, bro. You know that. We knew that. So yeah, this is cool. So the Saints doing what they're supposed to do here, fam. So not only did they pick up Bryan Bresee with the pick, now they add in back-to-back calls. So first and second round picks are Bryan Bresee early on, and now it's Isiah Foskey from Notre Dame. Once again, 6'5", 260. You got to gain a little weight there. But this is a good call. This is a good choice right here. So the Saints, the Saints need to do something because Cam Jordan is getting up there, man, getting Foskey. And you need a guy that can chase down these young athletic quarterbacks that we're going to be playing up against. Bottom line. All right, so Arizona's on the clock. Their pick is in, and it might be another defensive move too. You might see Keion White end up going to Arizona or some other people. So they're on the clock. But if you go back to what the Saints did, look at what the Saints are doing here, man. You look at the Saints defensive line. We knew that they spent some money getting Carr. Michael Thomas needs to get help. Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed will get better. They brought Brian Edwards in from the Falcons. He was with the Raiders. Wide receiver, that's familiar. The Saints kept their offensive line together. Kept everybody, reworked the contracts, kept everybody together. They still didn't have to decide on what they're going to do with Cesar Ruiz's option. And then, of course, the Saints look at the defense. They have 3 new starters on the defensive line, Nate Shepard and Kalen Saunders. They add Bryan Bresee as a backup, and now you got Carl Granderson, Peyton Turner, and 2 new passing. You add a defensive lineman here. That means that you probably going to see guys like Peyton Turner and fighting for this starting position. So Isiah Foskey puts pressure on all of those guys. Plus, he provides an insurance policy for eventually when Cam retires. Cam's 33 years old with 1 year left on his deal. He had 8.5 sacks last year. He's not getting any younger. And eventually you got to bring a guy in that's going to help. So the Saints looked at the draft and said, you know what? Let's get somebody in here that reminds us of Cam Jordan. I'm telling you, that's who he is. If you look at Isiah Foskey, that's who he is. He reminds a lot of people of Cam's his work ethic, his how he plays the game. And this is a good pick. And like I said, we've been talking about that. I like Isiah Foskey. Yeah, I like this move. This is good. All right. So anyway, shout out to the fam, man, as we keep rolling and going, man. We got a few more moves. Shout out to the fam. They got over 400 of us in this building. Please feel free to hit the hell out the like button, hit the share button, man. Let everybody know. No, Josh. Foskey that wasn't a reach, bro. No. A lot of people, these boards are ran differently. Like we looking at this board, this is what ESPN's people, I'm using ESPN's board. I could easily go to NFL.com or any other place and show you their board. And the guys are organized a little differently. Some people have them a little higher than others. You see what I'm saying? It's like what happened with Laporta when Detroit took Laporta to tight end, and then the Raiders said, hold on, let me jump up there and get Mayer from Notre Dame, which a lot of people think Mayer is better, but everybody scouts, they're not the same. Some people see the game differently. You look at Isiah Foskey, this board has him underneath guys like, look at the board here before he got snatched. Now you got Keon White, and Keon White's a big guy. He could play inside and out for you. Double A is undersized. He's 6'2", 282. He's a dynamo. He's a bit undersized. But they got Isiah Foskey worse than Brian Young, and that's simply not the case. Foskey's better than Brian Young. He really is. So it's like, depending on whose board you're looking at, it's different. So on the Saints board, they had Isiah Foskey high. So I'm not mad about them getting the 2 picks. So right now, the Saints done a wonderful job. They get Bryan Bresee for the interior defensive tackle. And then I add Isiah Foskey to go along with Peyton Turner and Carl Granderson. So that reinforces, because you still got to get pressure. Remember, we got to stop the run and then get pressure. This guy's good at against the run too. So really, in a lot of the commentary, like if you go and check out the scouts, a lot of the scouts have Isiah Foskey as a ready-to-play now player. So don't forget that about Foskey, man. Don't forget that. All right, so shout out to the fam here. All right, Saint for Life says Foskey got it right with this pick. He's a damn good player. I'm telling you, bro. We've been talking, bro. I'm not gonna try to toot my horn today. I did a lot of that yesterday. But what I'm going to say is that this team, all right, and Luke Musgrave, another tight end goes off the board. So the Packers get a tight end to help out their young quarterback over there in Green Bay. So what I was going back to is like, we talked up Foskey because we talked about him because we recognized him, and me and KT was having these discussions. I know KT happy right now because he was pushing, man, Isiah Foskey. We said that in the drafts. I would draft through all these damn mock drafts, and Foskey would be there, and I would grab him because if you look at him, Foskey's a guy that's he can come in here and he can really help you out. And plus, like I said, Peyton Turner is a question mark. Isiah Foskey don't have all that. He gonna bring his lunch bag. He gonna bring his lunch pail. He gonna come to work and he gonna push everybody to get better. And that's what we need. We need a guy that can consistently align it. Remember, Saints had 40-something sacks last year. We got to keep that up. We got to keep pressure on these young quarterbacks, whoever they may be, whether it's Jalen Hurt, whether it's Bryce Young, Desmond Ridder, whoever it is. We got to keep the pressure on these guys, and this is a good move. I'm telling you, this is going to work out well for us. Good pick. Good pick. Debo says we can get another defensive lineman later in the draft. That is right. There are a ton of them. There are a bunch of them. At some point, they're going to start running on these defensive linemen because you still have you still, let me get the defensive tackles out, because a lot of people, the Saints still look, and Keanu Benton's not going to be there. We know eventually Benton, Pickens, Dexter, and a few other guys going to end up leaving off the board at some point. But what it was interesting is, if we analyze and and look at the pick that the Saints made to get him, I love this. Yeah, one smoke say ESPN board is whack. Yeah, bro. There is no, and this is a case point example. Like right here, they had Isiah Foskey below Brian Young, and that's simply not the case. No disrespect to Brian Young, but Isiah Foskey should have been a lot higher than that. And a lot of people's boards has Foskey up there because his game is more complete than a lot of these other guys. He played a lot. His skill set is what the Saints need. Now he's 260. You're gonna have to pick up a little bit more weight, that's easy for him to do. But he's a guy that knows how to stop, that plays the rush really well, and he's a guy that gets pressure. And he's an intelligent player. He is vastly mature from a football standpoint and intelligent as well. And he was productive in Notre Dame. So, yeah, Isiah Foskey, that was a good move for the Saints to get him. I'm really enthused about that, as you can start seeing some of this stuff come together. All right, shout out to the fam, man. Thank y'all for being here, man, enjoying the stream, man. Shout out to Who Dat Daddy. What's up, my brother? How you doing today, man? Appreciate you. All right, Matt, I'm glad we didn't trade. Yeah, I agree, bro. I'm with you on that. All right. What's up, brother Ernest? How you doing, Professor? Defensive tackle from Bowling Green. Okay, thank you there. All right, brother David says, a fresh pair of legs we could put in the game in the second half that can run over people and beat up defenses. Remember, family, let us not forget, people, that one of the biggest problems with the Saints defense was last year was stopping the run, and number two, we did a really poor job of dealing with mobile quarterbacks. A very poor job. When Lamar Jackson came down here, if he would have missed on several throws, it would have been a bigger blowout. We have never beaten Jalen Hurts since he's been with Philly. Just to remind you of that. I know you don't need no reminder. Kyler Murray is somebody that'll run around you. We had problems with Marcus Mariota. Remember, we couldn't do nothing with that. So that's the Achilles heels of the defense. Everybody knows that. That's Achilles heel of the Saints defense, is that they are not good at stopping the run. That's the problem. We got to improve upon that, and guys like Foskey will help, because you need guys that's going to fire off the edge or stunt inside to get pressure on Bryce Young, to get pressure on CJ Stroud, to get pressure on these quarterbacks and make life not easy for them. We need to do that. All right, the Jets giving a center, Joe Tipman from Wisconsin, that's a big center, 6'6", 313 from Wisconsin. So they're giving old man Aaron some help on that defensive line. All right. Homie says Foskey had back-to-back 11. Yeah, I know, bro. I know. That's why I was trying to tell the family members. I was going to pull up his statistics so I could show people this is a fan. Well, y'all know. Y'all listen to the show, man. Y'all been hearing how I've been talking about Isiah Foskey and making mention to him for months, for weeks now, at least. Hold on, give me a second. I'm going to pull up his statistics so we can take a look at it. Give me a moment, fam. Let me count it. All right. Shout out to DC, man. It says, great pick, Q. You 2 for 2, got your guy. All right. So he's saying, okay, Taja next. I don't know what you mean by that, DC. What you mean, bro? Taja next. What are you talking about? Oh, Tajay. Oh, Spears. Yeah, that would be perfect. That would be the perfect day for the black and gold, man. If we got Bresee yesterday, Isiah Foskey today, and then the Saints in the third round, turn around, get Tajay Spears, and then some kind of way trade back up into the round. I know I'm saying a lot right now. They get real funky on them right quick and move back in there and go get him. I know I'm just saying. All right. Shout out to you, Miss Sparks, listening to the stream. Much love to you. All right. Shout out to the fam. Thank all of y'all, man. Dre Day says only Will Anderson had more sacks than Foskey. I know, bro. People don't know about Isiah Foskey, baby. Well, if you listen to the Sports Coma, you know about Foskey. We've been talking him up for a while. All right. So here's the report, fam. I know the draft is still going on, and right now the Colts are on the clock, but that's not our goddamn club. All right. So anyway, Isiah Foskey Here's the boil down on him, family. Let me get him on the big screen for you. There you go. All right. All right. Isiah Foskey, right? 6'5", 260 plus, as you can see right there. Picked up by the Saints. 40 time is 4.58 right here. He has a degree. You can see all of his measurables there. 34-inch jump. His cone time, you can see there. And the shuttle time, his bench press, 22 reps. And then, of course, he was a top 10. He was a top 210 recruit nationally when signing out of Notre Dame, out of the famed De La Salle High School in California. Played in 4 games off the bench. In 2019, had 5 tackles, 1 block punt before becoming a productive reserve for all 12 games in 2020, with 20 tackles, 5 for loss, and 4.5 sacks. With a gun, I don't know, I'm really butchering names, so I'm gonna just say A.O. and Dalen Hayes off to the NFL. In 21, Foskey took over as the team's primary pass rusher, leading the Irish with 12.5 tackles for loss among his 52 total stops in 13 starts. Tying for 10th in the FBS with 11 sacks, while also tying for the national lead with 6 forced fumbles. He was a second-team All-American in 2022 and a finalist for the Ted Hendricks Award as the nation's top defensive end after leading the squad with 14 tackles for loss and tying for 6th in the FBS with 11 sacks among his 45 tackles and 12 starts. He also blocked the 3rd and 4th punts of his career. Foskey opted out of the team's bowl game. The analysis, he's a round 2 pick, as he found right where he is. In NFL scouts call him Yannick Ngakoue. Isn't that crazy? And family would say, hey, Q, we need to, we need to get Yannick Ngakoue. Well, guess what? You might, you might have Yannick Ngakoue. All right, so anyway, his comp is Yannick Ngakoue. That's crazy. Forward charging edge defender whose best football could be ahead of him. He relies heavily on long arm rush attack with ghost move counter, but he'll need more effective use his rush hands to help trip that edge, so he lacks his hip flexion to consistently dip and flatten to quarterbacks. His pressing style or play style and range and space should create opportunities to cause disruptions, but he lacks anchor as an edge setter and needs to go to school to take on, take on technique. There are slight limitations in his game, but he's going to keep getting better, and his future starting potential is as a 4-3 defensive end. He fits your scheme. Strengths: always looking to make a play. Foot agility to slip through crevices and attack gaps. Eyes quickly process best pathway to pursue tackle. That's what Cam does. When he's rushing, he stays and looks around and makes sure if nothing's getting beyond him. Impressive recovery talent against the run blockers. Long arm technique helps to post and then pivot edge as a rusher because it's a stick move. Arms go out to keep the offensive lineman at base, so he can basically feel and see where, if something's developing, if running back's coming out of there, or where's the quarterback at and what he needs to do. Flashes makings of effective ghost move counter to dip underneath the blocker. Finished college career with 4 block punts. Now, he's talk about his weaknesses. Build is long but linear, lacks base width, inconsistent anchor depth, and shed quickness. This can be worked on. Rushes into first contact without having hands set, gets outside shoulder covered and loses contained duties. This could be coached. This is coachable. Short strides and tight hips diminish effectiveness as top of the rush. Could use better violence and his hands as a rusher. Not much regroup and counter when rush stalls out. That's just a move. You need more moves there. You got to work on some more moves. Sources tell us that he's really a productive rusher and still is learning how to do it. So his upside is really high, according to the personnel execs for the NFC teams. Very productive player, Mr. Foskey is, and he is a member of the Who Dat Nation now. So shout out to Isiah Foskey from Notre Dame. He is our new defensive end, and Peyton Turner got to get his stuff together. All right, so while we was away right there, you can see Julius Brents, the cornerback, 6'3", 200-pound cornerback for Kansas State, got picked up by the Colts, and we see Detroit is on the clock. So Detroit might be looking to get some help there. We'll see. Branch might be interesting. The picks is in. All right, so let's get the family members' commentary. How y'all doing, fam? Pammy says, if you rock it with Foskey, I'm rolling. Let's go. Q, if you rock. Well, thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Eternal says this dude tape is nice, super quick. Yeah, I played a little bit of it. How we do. Yeah, well, let me tell you something. Isaiah Foskey. He wears a gold helmet. And we wear a gold helmet. That's it. So it's a fit. All right, Mickey says Dennis Allen tried to talk me out of the pick, saying, "Coach Allen, sit your A down and take notes." Well, let me see if I can. How would you say it, Mickey? Well, let me tell you something, Q. Dennis Allen tried to talk me out of the pick, and I said, "Coach Allen, sit your A down, and take notes. I've been doing this for 20 years. Let me tell you something." All right, so shout out to the fam, man. Boo said Foskey will be our best linebacker since Swilling. He's going to be a defensive end, bro. Brother Greg says Ty Grantham can coach all. Okay, cool. Thank you, Greg. Shout out to you. Yeah, Ty Grantham is on board, so we'll see. What's up, Sean? Shout out to you, bro. Says the one and only thing I have 100% trust in is DA with the defense. This is true, bro. This is facts. I won't question him on that side of the ball. That is facts. Facts and facts. What's up, brother James? How you doing, bro? So you know who I'm really heavy on, Q. He says, I hope someone we get. He says, somehow we get him. I just want us to play chess at QB, and I think Carg's going to move the offense better. But 2 seasons we're going to be tired of. I solely hope not, man. Yeah. I think we're going to be okay, bro. Mike says, Q, you see Saints moving up to get another second? I don't know. I don't think so, bro. I don't think I don't think so. I'm gonna just keep it honest with you. I think would it be really fun and interesting all at the same time? It's like what I just said. I was like, man, listen, Saints got Foskey, right? They sit there, you're like, who's on the board next that the Saints really could use? What's the next position? Okay, now listen, we talked about it. We said, well, what's the position of need, Q, what they're gonna do? Defensive tackle, defensive end. That is exactly what they did. We called it. So we all in the Great Saint Think Tank called it. We said they're gonna go after a defensive tackle. Boom, they got that yesterday. Defensive end today. Boom, they got that. What's the third thing the Saints do here? And what they do? Okay, so Brian Branch, the best safety in the draft, finally gets off the board there. You see the selection made by the Detroit Lions. So that's a positive. So that guy's gonna help him out. But okay, so defensive tackle, boom, that's gone. Defensive end, boom, that's gone. So what's the next position need that's available? That's interesting. What's also interesting is what could happen here. Mac Jones, a lot of stuff going on in New England with Mac Jones. Is Hendon Hooker the pick here? This is the ESPN saying this. Is Hendon Hooker the guy? Would they take him and sit him behind Mac Jones? Will Bill Belichick do that with Hendon Hooker? That would be interesting. To see if New England gets past. We're going to see, man, because we're going to see where Hendon Hooker goes. He could very well slide, too, because he's not ready to play right now. He won't be ready to play until a little later toward the season. So we'll see. But what's the next move here for the Saints? Okay, we talk about the needs for the team. And according to what, let's put what they're saying up about the team. Okay, here we go. This is the pick. So they're saying, okay, the Saints need a tight end next. That's not true. We don't need no tight end. We could go with Juwan Johnson is down. We got Adam Troutman. To go and draft the tight end, that means saying that the Saints are done with Adam Troutman. They invested a 3rd-round draft pick in Adam Troutman. The Saints don't give up on nobody, man. I'm serious. They don't give up on nobody. They don't give up on Adam Troutman. They don't give up on Zach Bond. They don't give up on Traquan Smith. Then all of a sudden we expect them to change their behavior patterns. I'm going to call it like I see it. No, tight end is not a need with the 3rd-round pick when you got Alvin Kamara facing legal issues. So what's the move here? What's the next move when we get to the pick? Now, it's very real that the Saints could actually consider trading back up into the 2nd round and going for somebody that they might hear something and say, hey, man, how we looking there? Well, let's take a look at some of this other stuff. Let's take a look at the running back position because we're talking about that now. Top backs that's available right now. Zach Charbonnet, and we know New England got the pick in. Let's see who it is, man. Is it who's the pick, man? Is it hopefully it's not. I don't think it's going to be Hendon Hooker, man. Bill Belichick is not going to do that. But we looking at the next pick for the black and gold. Who the hell is it? Is it a running back? Is it I don't think it's a tight end, and it shouldn't be a tight end. But you looking at Alvin Kamara facing legal issues. he could be suspended 6 to 8 games. That's a lot of time for our and people are like, well, whatever, cute. Alvin Kamara represents like a crazy portion of the Saints offense. Like, guys run in and out, but Alvin Kamara he's the juice that make it all go for the Saints offense. He really is. When he's balling out, everything is terrific. So what if we were able to obtain a running back in the draft that can give us things that's similar to what an Alvin Kamara does? Tajay Spears will be a pick. I don't know if we've had, and it's been a long time that I remember the Saints taking a guy out of Tulane, but Tajay Spears is just something else. Now, what's another position of need the Saints can go in the draft early in the 3rd round? You got to look at it because like I just showed you here, we'll bounce back to the screen momentarily. But you see the best running back, Zach Charbonnet out of UC LA. You've seen the Saints talk to Kendre Miller. A lot of these guys, the Saints scouted these guys, like had conversations with all of these guys. So you don't go look at all of these running backs. We talking about Charbonnet, Miller, Achane, Tank Bigsby, Tajay Spears, Dwayne McBride, Deuce Vaughn. They talk to a lot of running backs. And even though you could say, okay, we can still get one of those backs in the 4th round or whatever, you think about how the Saints run the offense and Kamara goes. You would want to get a guy, and I'm calling for it, and I think Tajay Spears might be there. We'll see. But outside of that, what are the needs of the Saints looking at that they really need to take a look at and do something with? Another defensive interior lineman, a linebacker would be nice to add to what we have because you won't push Zach Bowen. That would be nice as well. Another wide receiver. But do you really need a wide receiver right now? Or could you get a guy like Pittman, or in the 4th round, you get a Bryce Ford Wheaton, a A.T. Perry? There are a lot of guys out there that the Saints could reach at getting. I know Jalen Hyatt's still there, but there's still a lot of people out there, man, that we could kind of look at. So it'll be interesting to see, man. We're going to see. All right. Shout out to my brother KT, man. I knew you was gonna be happy, man. We talked it into, man. That's what I'm saying about the power of manifestation, man. You talk that stuff into effect. Shazam says, Spears, I'm with you, bro. It make all the sense in the world for the Saints to go and get it. Okay, so there it is. The Pats take Keion White. All right. Okay, pretty cool. Keion White is gone, so he goes to the Pats. That's a good pickup for them, and I'm not mad at the Pats because we got Isiah Foskey, baby. We got him, baby. Baby, let me tell you something. All right, so anyway, yeah, thank you, DC. Yeah, I just read the analysis, bro, off of online. Yeah, very Foskey. This was a very solid move for a lot of family members that don't know who he is. So, all right, shout out to you, bro. Yeah. All right, yeah. DC shared it, sent me something. But yeah, I shared the breakdown already on it. So. Yeah, the next point, the 3rd round, could we go back into the 2nd round? A lot of family members actually say, do we need to kind of go back up in that thing and take a few people? Well, I mean, it's a possibility of movement. Like if the Saints are motivated by a certain person that's available. But man, if the way the draft is flowing, it just feels like it's a natural thing because you have we got our defensive tackle, we got our edge rusher, and now we're looking at the next one being perhaps a running back for the Alvin Kamara situation, and Tajay Spears or a back similar to that, perhaps in the 3rd round. Is a quarterback in the making here? You got Hendon Hooker floating around. Is he something that you could be looking at? Washington is on the clock. Washington could be interested in this, and this is when I started looking into my bag and started thinking about, man, listen. We got Hendon Hooker sitting up here, man. And, the Redskins, I don't know. I mean, I said the Redskins, the Commanders, pardon me, have Sam Howell as a quarterback and Jacoby Brissett fighting for the job. And even though I think Riverboat Ryan says Sam Howell will be the guy, and he won them some games last year, but he ain't no franchise quarterback, man. Is this where Hendon Hooker is going? No, it's not. That was quick. Jatavius Martin, there you go, KT. That's your guy. You made mention of yesterday, man. You talk about safety, Jatavius Martin. He goes off the board. Branch just left several picks earlier, and now another safety for Riverboat Ryan's defense goes off of that. So Keion White to the Patriots, good charge. And now Tampa Bay's on the clock. Do the Buccaneers get Hendon Hooker? This is something I hope don't happen, man. This is Tampa Bay, family. So some kind of way these players always end up in the division. Baker Mayfield, Kyle Trask, those are the top quarterbacks for this club. They still need to keep building their O-line. The defense is probably right now the strength of the team. They don't have a true quarterback on top of the team, and Baker Mayfield is simply a placeholder. Watch Hendon Hooker be the guy they take care of. It makes all the sense in the world for Tampa Bay to grab Hendon Hooker with this pick because he's not ready to play yet, and there is no pressure for Tampa Bay to play him right now, right? Because he's hurt, he's rehabbing anyway. Baker Mayfield takes it, and when Hendon gets into the season and he gets well enough, then they move it over to him. You see what I'm saying? Almost like what Atlanta did when they had Marcus Mariota. See, this pick was quick. This probably Hendon Hooker right here. Is it Hooker, fam? Y'all let me know. All right. Now I ain't gonna say it, bro. Is it Hooker? Corvadius? I'm thinking it's Hooker, man. But Tampa Bay gonna end up blowing it anyway, man. They're gonna blow it anyway. This would be the perfect spot for them to land Hendon Hooker right here. This is a no pressure situation. He's a franchise guy. He can be you take him, you can sit him behind Baker Mayfield. There's no pressure on Tampa Bay to do a damn thing right now. They just got off for 3 years with Tom Brady, so people had all this success, so they allowed to kind of stink like they were prior to him being there. So there'll be no immediate pressure on them to play him. So if they were smart, they would. This is a perfect spot for Hendon Hooker to fall, to be honest with you. Nola Baby Casey says, you know what, Big Q, Tajay is a must because we always grab undecided draft pick who is a gem. Tajay, yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, Cody Munch, offensive. Why? Why did you do that? They see that's why they're not. That's crazy, man. That you could have picked up an offensive lineman later on down the line, but that's why they stink. But that was a dumb pick, man. Hendon Hooker would have been perfect there. You could have set him behind Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask. You don't call. He's no need for him to play right away. He could have been 100%. You could have marched him in there. You could have picked up an offensive lineman in the next round. Dumb move by Tampa Bay. That's why they're a stank organization. All right, Big Sean says Benton to the Steelers. Okay. You thinking the Steelers going to pick him up? Well, they got need of a defensive tackle, man, and that would be a good move for them to bring him there. So we'll see. We'll see how it is. And it's no need for Steelers to pick up. I'm interested to see where Hendon Hooker goes. That's my thing, fam. Notice that running backs have not been touched yet, fam. We're going to eventually get to a point in the draft when there's going to be a run on running backs, man. It's going to be a run on them, watch. And wide receivers. We're not really seeing the wide receivers flowing like that. We're not seeing the wide receivers flowing like that. We're not seeing the running backs flowing like that. Our defensive linemen, interior defensive linemen are kind of, creeping up off the board. But sooner or later, you're going to see it get going. All right, then Tampa Bay had a lot of offensive linemen hurt and retire. Yeah, bro, but what you going to do? You going to protect Baker Mayfield? Yeah, man, Q, you keep Baker Mayfield upright, man. I tell you, bro, he going to make you win. All right, Cordell, shout out to you, bro, says Q. If we stay pat at 71 and all remaining running backs are still available, the Saints will take Charbonnet. He's a Deuce McAllister clone. I do not have any, shout out to you, bro. I do not have any problems with Zach Charbonnet, man. Saints scouted the guy. Zach Charbonnet is a beast. I don't think he sits there. I think Charbonnet he's gonna come up off that board before anybody, man. He's phenomenal. He is. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's a terrific running back. I don't think he lasts unless we have to go up and get him, and they're not gonna do that. So we'll see exactly how it goes. The Steelers are on the clock. Let me pull up their stuff and see what they're looking like here. What could be the charge right here for the Steelers? Could they be looking for another wide receiver to help out Kenny Pickett? How about giving them some more offensive linemen there? Maybe another defensive player, maybe an interior guy, cornerback to help out. So we're going to see. So anyway, the pick is in. It might be very well an interior guy they got here on their wish list. All right. Who that says, man, we need to draft Hooker, Big Q. He's the top guy there, man. I'm looking to see just where he goes. Tampa Bay, I thought Tampa Bay would be the perfect spot for him. It'd have been the perfect spot. Tampa Bay is just a bunch of dummies, man. No disrespect to Cody Munch, man, from North Dakota. What I'm saying is, like, you know, you don't have a quarterback. You know, you gotta build this thing up. You know, you got Kyle Trask and Baker Mayfield as quarterbacks there. You know, Hendon Hooker could sit because he's still healing. He could sit behind him, and then when during the season and eventually when Baker Mayfield stinks, because it's going to happen, then you can kind of slide him in there, and then you can also have, because there are plenty of really good offensive linemen that's still available in the draft that you can appease with the next pick. So it's all good. No, the dancing best still available. Nola Balls, he's still there. All right. Daniel says, man, me and the and the hillbillies don't get along for some reason when I travel to the East Coast once, the Appalachian area. And man, I pissed off a lot of those people. And man, talking about hillbillies. No. All right. What's up, Belora? Shout out to you. Says, I really don't have any clue where y'all get these comparisons. Deuce McAllister, because they're both power backs. I'm pretty sure there's a response coming pretty soon, Laura, to kind of they're gonna give it show you what they're talking about. All right, so man, if we draft Hooker, Carl gonna be like Nino Brown in the scene where he met the brothers after they were infiltrated. Yeah, I don't see Hendon Hooker, the Saints picking Hendon Hooker up with that pick. The next pick will be like, it's got to be like, and I'm guilty of this. Like, I'll get big-eyed in my mock drafts. And I'm like, man, I got to get Hendon Hooker. They're like, well, Q, that's not a position of need. Like, if he slides to you in the fourth round, I'm like, man, Hendon Hooker ain't going to be in no fourth round. He's the top quarterback right now. It's just you got dumb teams passing on him right now. Tampa Bay is a fool for passing on him, but it's all good. But, he's going to come off the board before this round end to somebody. Somebody might jump back up to go and get him after they draft somebody and then go back to get him. You see what I'm saying? At some point, somebody going to get him. How about Dallas? Like, Dallas got Dak Prescott right there. And if he slides like to him in third, then that might be something there. So, but there you go. Shout out to Big Sean, says Benton, and there's Benton to the Steelers. So they get a really good defensive tackle from Wisconsin. This guy is really good. And congratulations to the Pittsburgh Steelers, because they rely on defense, man. They make Keanu Benton their guy. All right. So shout out to the Steelers. Next man up on the clock is the Green Bay Packers. Packers just picked not too long ago. They got a tight end that they gave to Jordan. So what do the Bucks do moving forward? So let me get the Bucks. I mean, not the Bucks, the Packers stuff up here right quick. Where Green Bay at? All right, here we go. All right, so Jordan Love's up there, and they're giving him some love. They add some people. They give him Luke Musgrave. Do they give him some more weapons? They could use some wide receivers help. Is this the spot where Jalen Hyatt comes off the board, family? Does Jalen Hyatt, the speedy flash receiver from Tennessee, come off the board right here? Because I think he's still there. I don't think anybody drafted him. Jaden Reed's not bad, but Jalen Hyatt off the board right here. This would be a fantastic pick if they did. Explosive playmaker with burst to quickly eat up cushions. Second gear to get behind coverage. At his best, running the deep ball. Not an ankle breaker. He's not going to break many tackles, but his speed makes him a threat after the catch. He's a hand catcher with the ability to pluck the ball out of the air, but he will drop some passes. Hyatt needs to get stronger and grow as a route runner. One of the comps is Will Fuller. Y'all remember him from the Texans? It's Jalen Hyatt, the guy. Josh Downs, perhaps. Jaden Reed. I ain't gonna disrespect Jaden Reed. He's a very good wide receiver too. So could this be where they're going? And it is. Jaden Reed's the guy. So there you go. So we give Jordan Love some love. They show Jordan Love some love, and they give him a wide receiver to go along with Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs. So yeah, you definitely got to give them some weapons. So there you go. All right, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock now, fam. Let's get the Dolphins junk up there and see what they're talking about here. All right, Tua is the man here. Tua Tagovailoa talking whatever he talking. There is a question mark at the quarterback position because remember all that stuff with Tua and whether he'll retire, can't stay healthy. That's interesting, man. The quarterback position on top of the team. This team is a young, interesting squad, man. I don't know, man. This will be interesting to see today. Where did they go with these moves here? All right, so we'll see. All right, so shout out to the fam. Brother James says, Q, I would rather have us ready with Hooker, the new QB that's successful today, and who would truly make AK Olave, Mike, Rashid, etc. truly dangerous. Our offense would be crazy. We stepping on our own feet. I don't, bro. I'm with you on the hey. I just don't think. I think Henry Hooker ain't gonna. I don't think he survives. The second round, man. It'll be interesting to see him. I didn't see him going to the third round, but the pick is in Miami. What they doing? We'll see. But yeah, I mean, I know you like Hendon Hooker. I like him too, bro. But the Saints still have a few moves they got to take. They got to do. All right, Debo says running back, offensive line, defensive tackle, tight end, and QB. Is that the order? Okay, they get Cam out of South Carolina. Solid pick by Miami. That's a solid pick right there. All right, Cam from South Carolina. Good pick. Good pick. Good pick by Miami. Okay, Seattle's next up. Seattle's next up at 21. So he still got some ways to go. All right. Shout out to the fam. Debo, this is not a bad setup, man. That you got running back, because definitely Alvin Kamara. We all anticipating Alvin Kamara after bouncy housing that guy. Eventually, expect him to be out for 6 to 8 games. So we would need to have a thorough running back in there. And like I said, no running backs have come off the board. Zach Charbonnet and all these guys are still sitting up here. Let me run up the available list right now in terms of who's available. Zach Charbonnet is still there from UCLA. Kendre Miller, Devon Archain from Texas A&M. Tank Bigsby's there. Even though I like Johnson, I don't think he should be that high up there. These other guys have really done something. He was more of in a role behind Bajan Robinson. So Johnson's, I ain't gonna disrespect him. He's good. I think Dwayne McBride need to be higher than where he is. Chase Brown should be a little higher. So it's weird how they got it set up. But you see Tajay Spears right here. So it all depends on what you're looking at. You can see Deuce Vaughn down here from K-State. So, all right, on the clock, the pick is in. We'll see who it is. Yeah, you could very well be right, bro. My dog says, yeah, it could be that, man. Seattle could be picking up on Hendon Hooker, and they sit him behind Geno Smith. That would be a good situation for him to be in, actually, to go to Seattle and sit behind Geno for a year. Yeah, who that daddy? You might have something with that, bro. All right, Debo says running back, offensive guard, defensive tackle, tight end, and QB. I agree to a degree, bro. I think running back should be the next move. We still need another. Let's talk about running backs. That goes Zach Charbonnet. I'm talking about running backs, and Zach Charbonnet still available, and the Seattle Seahawks said, "Oh, he is? Let me go ahead on and get that player." So, yeah, there you go, fam. Zach Charbonnet stays on the West Coast. He goes from UCLA up to Seattle. Good pick. Solid pick by Seattle on the play. Chicago on the clock. Hooker's going to remain. That's going to be a defensive pick of some sort, maybe a defensive tackle or a secondary member for Chicago. They're on the board now. So, thank you, Debo. Shout out. Dana said, looks like everybody loving it. Yeah, it's a great selection, man. We've been talking that up for a while. Uncle Paulie, what I missed? You missed a few things, Uncle Paulie. Saints took Isiah Foskey out of Notre Dame. We absolutely love it. Brother Marley Mall says, cute, Teron making me mad. Kevin Conley says, Kevin Conley says, Bucks drafted an excellent player in first round, and they have Vita Van. The position of need was a quarterback position. They are sad. I don't get that, because even though he's a force from a defensive line position, defensive end, however you move him around, he is a force. Then in the second round, you need a quarterback, and you pass up on Hendon Hooker, and you cool with Kyle Trask, and it just makes no sense. That's why they was bad for a long time. And Tom Brady came in there like he was steroids. He gave him a shot in the arm, and next thing you know, they were strong and they were doing stuff that they unnaturally shouldn't be able to do. So then the moment he leaves, it all falls back to the ground where it belongs. My dog says, disgusting to see Teron announce the Dolphins pick, which he was still our left tackle, bro. He couldn't. The Saints kind of drew a line in the sand with Teron Armstead. Don't forget that Teron Armstead couldn't stay healthy. Now, I believe he did play for a full year with Miami. I remember, was that the case? Y'all answer it in the chat for me. Because I remember hearing one of the commentators talked about it. Did he play a whole season for the Miami Dolphins? Y'all put that in the chat. But I remember the Saints, we knew it because it was coming. It was several seasons in the making that Teron Armstead was going to eventually end up leaving. Pardon me. He was going to end up ultimately leaving because of his contract situation, and Miami banked him out. Saints couldn't match it. They had to let him walk. All right. So yeah. All right. What's up, T Rob? Shout out to you, my brother. Good to see you. Thank you for your support, my brother. Thank you. All right. Shazam says Will Levis was, Will Levis been gone, bro. All right, K-Man, what's up, bro? Says this might trigger a run at running back. That's what I'm thinking, bro. Chicago's there. What did they do? Got to be a defensive pick some kind of way. Devon says we need to move up. Okay, thank you, bro. Yakub says, what is you trying to give Hendon Hooker to everybody else? Bro, listen, they're gonna pick him. It's a situation. I know you want him, Yakub, bro. I'm gonna stop talking about him, bro. I'm gonna leave him alone, bro. Because I don't, because they be like, man, Hendon Hooker still luck you. I don't know, man. I ain't gonna jinx him, man. Yeah, Professor says Deuce Vaughn. Yeah. The Saints really looked at a lot of these running backs, so they're definitely serious about grabbing somebody. Pelicans Nola says Big Q. Hendon Hooker is not getting picked in the 3rd round. We'll see. You expecting him to slide all the way to the 4th round? Somebody gonna get a hold to him. My dog says, hell, the guy we drafted to replace him can't stay healthy. T-Rob, I'm disgusted, but I already knew we were gonna make some picks I didn't like. I mean, these are solid picks for the Saints right now. Both of these picks. Bresee fits a need. He'll be a part of the rotation. I mean, he'll be behind Shepard to start off. Big Nate Shepard. He has to earn that. He ain't gonna be giving nothing here. Shepard makes decent money for where he is, but he'll be a part of the rotation. That's the thing. Being a part of the rotation, having him in there and cycling him in and keeping those guys fresh. The rotation for the Saints interior defensive lineman last year were garbage. That's why they were so pathetic. The rotations were bad. The Saints did a really good job by getting Isiah Foskey. This guy is very productive and very solid. So, I mean, this is good. Scout without clout says if Peyton gets my guy Blake Freeman before he pick, I'm going to be furious. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's getting a lot of people want Hooker to come here. I don't know. I don't think he go. I think he's gonna. That's just me, bro. I don't think he goes to the 4th round. Like, I don't. But we'll see. All right. Shout out to the fam, man. What's up? Hey, what's going on now? How you doing there, Queen B? Much love to you. Appreciate you chiming in. Much love to you. Scout without the clout says my first grade on Hooker was a 3rd or 4th round, so he's interesting, but probably to a team that needs QB more. We paid cars, so we ain't going to get. He said we ain't getting the QB for a while. Brother James says, he says you're right, Q. If we could see Detroit drafting Hooker, but if they don't, he slides again. That's crazy. I'm with you. I think that DA makes the moves. Let me stop sweating. Yeah, let's just see. Okay, Yakub, thank you for being the bigger man here. You're saying, okay, I'm okay with the Bresee move. Yeah, you was in the bag. You was in your bag last night about, us washing the pick and we, trying to. Good to see you kind of coming around, brother. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. All right, Travis says it's Tennessee Titans crazy. I talked about that, bro. I was like, man, Malik Willis is good, man. That's it. You might well go ahead and trade him. Brother Troy says, so cute. You like both picks for us? I know you studied, but yeah, I really do. The pick, like when what changes, like I wanted Mozzie Smith. Like I knew how the draft fell and how to act, like the vibe of the first round was like the Saints were just going to be patient. When when Dallas stepped out of character, because who was the team that picked before Dallas? Was it Green Bay? I think it was Green Bay, one of those teams that stole the tight end that they wanted. They wanted that tight end. And y'all remind me in the chat, but I think wasn't it Green Bay? Green Bay or somebody else drafted the tight end before the Cowboys, and the Cowboys then went to Mozzie Smith. That created the chain reaction that led down, and then sooner or later, because the Saints looked at Bryan Bresee. and they were comfortable with him. He's not hurt right now. My information is he's healthy right now. So he's a part of the rotation. Now, do you think that he's going to come in and be like, man, you the starter now? No. And shout out to the Bears. They got Garvin Dexter from Florida. That was a solid pick, 6'6", 310. Really good interior defensive lineman. You've seen some of our DTs starting to come off the board right now. We've seen the big defensive tackle from Wisconsin come off the board, and we see Dexter come off the board to Chi-Town. And now the Chargers on the clock. Here come their picks. The pick is already in, so they're kind of moving this thing pretty fast. So it might be another defensive player, so we'll see. But, it could be a running back because they could use a running back too. With Austin Eckler, if he's talking about wanting to get out. So I don't know if they hashed it over with him. But like I said, man, I think in the end of the day, man, we doing good here. I love the Foskey, not Foskey, the Foskey pick was great because he's a guy that's super productive in college, 20 plus sacks in 2 years, sets the edge. Now, some stuff that he got to work on. He definitely got to make some more moves, but to say that some of his rush moves are limited and he was still able to get 20 something sacks in 2 years, kind of, you know what I'm saying? That speaks a lot. And then on top of that, the Saints, they had to do that because of Cam. Cam is 1 year left on his contract. Cam is getting up there. It's a question mark with Peyton Turner. He has to show it. And then that situates and let you know that we need to see what Peyton Turner's going to do. And now that you got a guy like in the second round and Isiah Foskey on the heels of that, kind of slides Granderson back. Here come another defensive player. Thule from USC goes to the Chargers out in LA. So yeah, he goes from USC right to the Chargers. So he stays on the West Coast. So lucky young man, Thule is another guy that's interesting. I like his tape too. 6'3", 266. He kind of slid a bit as we got closer to the draft, but a solid pickup for the Chargers to get a West Coast guy. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. Second round, pick 24. Chiefs on the clock. Do the Chiefs go with a wide receiver? Still a lot of wide receivers available. We'll see what they get for Patrick Mahomes boys. But yeah, it's good. The Bryan Bresee, he'll fit into the rotation with Kalen Saunders and Big Nate Shepard. You still got Malcolm Roach there. He helps fill out that. Saints still could use another pick later on in the draft for a defensive tackle to help out. And then, of course, like I said, they fit needs. It's like you need help on the defensive line. The Saints got guys that can get after you. So, and remember, and I'm going to keep reminding you that the Saints have an issue in the mobile quarterback threat. If we got a mobile quarterback, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray, any mobile quarterback you can come up with, the Saints always seem to struggle against these people. And we need athletic guys that can fire off and wrangle these guys. We need guys that bring pressure from every direction. And Barese's a guy that can get you pressure up the center. And then we have guys like Foskey that can also get that edge pressure, and then you can even stun them inside. So I mean, this is good pickings for the Saints. The Who Dat Nation should be happy right there. Right now, so far, we still got a lot of draft left to go. All right, so okay, was it okay, cool. All right, Green Bay. All right, I knew it was one of them. All right, was it Buffalo that stole? We said the Bills stole. Was the Bills that took the Cowboys pick? Because it was supposed to be the tight end. And they got them, and then they went with Mozzie Smith. That changed the dynamic. And when they lined it up, that was straight Bresee all day. And I was like, man, it's going to be Bresee in my mind. I kept looking at it. I said, it's going to be Bresee, watch. And it was. All right, Debo says, Big Q, I'm tripping out, brother. I don't want to hurt nobody. I want Spears. Yeah, I think Spears will be available in the fourth round. Daniel says, the other day I found out about the XFL league. Do they get players from the league in the NFL? Q, yeah, they do. Because the XFL is going through its playoffs right now. I think in another week or so, they should be having the what they call it, the X Bowl or whatever it is, the championship game. They go out, and then the USFL, which is what the New Orleans Breakers are playing right now. So yeah, when those leagues are over with, they get over with right in time when the big league starts, and then a lot of those players filter over. After playing in those leagues, they kind of filter over, and then they get picked up by NFL teams or invited to camp. So yes, this happens all the time. All the time. Matter of fact, Darius Victor, who's one of the top running backs in the XFL, I think it's the XFL, who is just first. He was a guy that was with the Saints at one time. He came into training camp with the Saints, and he was running very angrily. He was a small player, and I call him the bowling ball. Darius Victor was just handling the business in the camp. and the Saints put them on the street. They put them on the street. I didn't get that. But yeah, those guys always, once the league is over with, they filter over and get tryouts and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it happens. All right. Elor says, what about linebacker that can spy? Well, yes, and this is a great point too. And that's why I'm thinking like a linebacker will be a smart investment over the next couple of picks. And that's what I was like to myself. I know Tajay Spears is a guy that the Saints like. They looked at him and they really like him word on the street. But it'd be really ridiculous. And I did mocks there when I seen Saints taking two Tulane players in the same draft. Never happened. Never happened. That was a slim chance, but that never happened. The reason why I said it is because I like guys like Dorian Williams that can make up that space. You know, he had a fantastic 120-something tackles last year for Tulane. He helped them make that next step. But they have a lot of really good, solid linebackers that's still available right now, to be honest with you, that can help out. Look at all these guys, man, with good grades. Trenton Simpson, Drew Sanders out of Arkansas is another guy. Henry out of Alabama still available. And you can see Dorian Williams right here. You know, Ivan Pace from Cincinnati is another good one. So they got a lot of solid linebacker, inside line. They got them broken up, but inside linebacker prospects that's available. He go to outside guys here, you know, that's available. You know, Robinson from Ole Miss, Johnson from Oregon. You know, you got Phelps from Kansas, Abdullah from Louisville. So they got quite a few people that's still available from a linebacker perspective. It's still solid. Trenton Simpson's up there. I'm expecting that brother to be going off the board sooner or later. A lot of good moves, a lot of good people still available, fam. All right, the picks in for KC, man. They taking their bloody blue time, aren't they? All right, shout out, fam. Thank you. All right, they need a linebacker. Yeah, you pull up the Saints. Like if I pull up the depth chart and we talk about it, man. Behind Demario Davis, who's been a stalwart, Demario's getting up there in age, right? And really, if it wasn't for Alvin Kamara legal situation, it wouldn't be the old line like people saying Q, offensive guard or something like that. And I'm like, maybe a little later on you look at a guard or something like that if a guy gets to you. You know, I think Torrance is still on the board. Is he? Osiris Torrance is still on the board. Yep, there he is right there. He's going to be gone real soon. He might be going on his pick with Kansas City. You never know. But it's interesting, man, because you look at if Kamara didn't, go to Las Vegas and do that dumb stuff, then we would definitely be talking about linebacker because it is a very fragile situation with our linebackers, just to be polite with it. It's a very fragile situation. Demario Davis is getting older and he's still a productive veteran, but made his Pro Bowl, but he's getting older. He can't do it forever. And then Pete Werner, who's a fantastic linebacker, plays too hard. I mean, like not for his body. Let's just put it like that. You got to find that balance in there. You know what I'm saying? To still be physical, to do what you got to do, but at the same time, handle your business. Okay, so Kansas City go with another wide receiver, Rashee Rice from SMU. Okay, all right. For Patrick Mahomes boy. So there you go. So the rich get rich. Okay, it's Kansas City. Next team on the clock, pick 25 will be the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. So there you go. So they go with a wide receiver there to help out Patrick Mahomes boys. No, they're okay. The Chicago's on the clock now. Okay, hold up. We have a little trade here. Let me see what happened here. All right. Hold on. Was something that happened? No, I don't think Ian Rappaport poured it on. I thought we might have had a pick. Okay, no. Okay, all right. Just checking. All right. So Chi-Town's on the clock right now. It could be a linebacker prospect. We just talked about a bunch of linebackers and they need one. So we'll see what they do. But, speaking of linebackers for the Saints, fragile situation. Behind Demario Davis, who's an aging veteran. Peyton Turner can't stay healthy. He plays physical, but too physical for his body to handle. That's why he keeps getting banged up. You got to find a balance in between where he plays, smart and tough, but he doesn't turn into Alex Anzalone, before he got out of here. Because Anzalone played like his hair was on fire, and then next thing you know, he started tiptoeing through the tulips because he kept getting hurt. You got to find a balance. So if something happens to Peyton Turner, he hadn't been able to stay healthy, who comes in for the linebacker? Well, Caden Ellis is gone, so it's Zach Bowen. That's right, 3rd round draft pick Zach Bowen, who the Saints moved up to go and get. is that guy. He is the guy that's will play if there's an issue with Turner. Well, I mean, with Pete Werner. So are you comfortable with that? That's number one. Say, well, hold on, Q. We still got DeMarco Jackson. We drafted him in the 5th round last year out of Appalachian State. Problem is with that is that DeMarco Jackson got hurt last year and hadn't played all this. He had some type of issue. And Chi-Town gets the cornerback Tariq Stevenson from Miami. So there you go, 6 feet, 200 pounds. So they doing their thing, man. They got offensive lineman for Justin Fields to help out. They got a defensive tackle from Wisconsin to help out, and then they get a cornerback. So they doing pretty solid draft for Chicago. Hopefully they can start winning some stuff. Cowboys on the clock with the pick 26. Where did the Cowboys go? And the Giants. The Giants on the clock. The Cowboys are next. So pick 26 is the Giants, and pick 27 are the Cowboys. So, DeMarco Jackson's a question mark. So what happens? What do you do? Then the Saints brought in Andrew Dowell, who's mostly a special teams guy. They got a few other guys they brought in, the special teams guy and backup people. But you look at the Saints linebackers, man, if DeMario or any of them guys get hurt, that's a problem. That's a damn problem. So, yeah, no doubt about it. If Alvin didn't have that bull crap that happened to him in Las Vegas, we would definitely be saying, yeah, linebacker is definitely an issue. And then you see Dennis Allen with 2 picks. Eventually, he's going to go offensive. Eventually, he's going to go offensive at some point and give the offense something. Is it here now? I'm thinking it's the next pick the Saints will be an offensive pick because you just gave defense to guys. You're not going to just go defensive with the 3rd pick. You're going to flash back to the offense in some capacity. And what's the biggest area of need for your offense if that is indeed the case? Is it the running back position? It got to be because Kamara's impending legal situation. John Michael Schmitz is going. The center from Minnesota is with the Giants now. So the Giants add a center right there with the 2nd round pick 26. The Cowboys are next on the clock. Cowboys need a running back, a tight end, wide receiver. They went with Mozzie Smith the last time around. There are a ton of running backs that's available. It's all about what you like for this club. You got a ton of them here. You pick your poison, what you like. Kendre Miller from TCU, he's close to them. Got 2 Texas, actually several Texas running backs they should be familiar with that's available. And you got some of the thumpers or speed or middle grade backs like Kendre Miller, 6'1", 215. Chain from Texas, he's more of a scat back guy with some power. Got Roshan Johnson, who's more of a kind of a thumper back. That's actually a pretty decent running back who's running behind Robinson. Bigsby is another north-south runner that really ran really well. I think he averaged like over 5 yards per game. Tajay Spears is interesting because he's that ultimate satellite back that will thrive in the Saints offense, because the Saints know how to take a guy like Tajay Spears and put him in offense. Could you imagine having an offense with Tajay Spears, Alvin Kamara, and Jamaal Williams all on the field at the same time? Could you imagine that? Because I know I can. Could you imagine that? You have an offense where you got Derek Carr out there. You got Tajay Spears, Alvin Kamara, Jamaal Williams, and Taysom Hill out there. Just a package where you just put all these weapons out here. And that's what we need to get back to. Like, we have a really good Chris Olave. We got Rashid coming up. We got Taysom Hill as a weapon. But we need more weapons in the offense to give fits to the defense. Really do. You can't cover all these people. And remember, we were our most effective when we were able to spread the ball around to different people. Like, today's your day, Lance Moore, or, today's your day, such and such, Marcus Colston. When we were able to do that, we were most impactful when we were able to spread the ball around, and they couldn't game plan us. That was really cool. All right, so the Cowboys get the tight end that they want. They get Luke Schoonmaker from Michigan, 6'5", 251. They finally get the tight end. Remember that, like I said, the Cowboys is trying to make a move, and that's what changed everything. They were going to get a tight end that they wanted, and then next thing I know, I forgot who it was, but took the guy ahead of him and forced him to go with Mozzie Smith. It just went off, threw off their little game plan totally. So the Cowboys get a tight end from Michigan. They help out Dak Prescott. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock, and Buffalo could use some things. Let's see what Buffalo can do. They've been pretty successful as of late since Josh Allen's been there. The running back could be something they're looking at because they had Stephon Diggs, Gabe Davis. They could use a wide receiver. They can use some more help along the offensive line. That defense is solid, though. They could still use a few people because they're getting old on the defense. You got an old Von Miller there and an old A.J. Klein right there. So they can use some help at the linebacker position. So, yeah, you can look at different places for them to head to. So we'll see. So they got their top need as an inside linebacker, and they still got some really good linebackers on the draft. Yeah, Drew Sanders, K-Man, drew that out there. All right, Kevin Collins says, hey, Q, Dexter highlights on Chicago selection. Florida got a big old beast. Yeah. Who was Malcolm? Yeah. Like I was saying, man, they're pretty solid people. Big Bull says Foskey and Bresee is the right picks for us. Beef up the defensive line. You can't be mad at that. I'm with you, Big Bull. You can't be mad to all the Who Dat Nation family members out there. And for the family members that hadn't done this service for me, rocking with me, please feel free to share the stream link on your social media feed for the Who Dats. But this is the great thing about the two selections the Saints have from yesterday and for Foskey. They fit immediate needs. The defensive tackle, defensive end, that's great value, not like from a supermarket, Walmart brand, because I always use great value. When I be talking about players, don't even have pictures. The damn reporters be trying to write pictures, write stories about players, and what they'll use these generic photos of a Saints helmet on the. It's I've seen it so often that I call it great value, because who the hell are these players that you're talking about? And you writing articles about the Saints signed such and such from such and such, and then there's a picture of a helmet sitting on the field. It's just the Saints helmet sitting on is a Saints helmet sitting position on the field, or is a damn picture of a Saints helmet sitting on the bench, like not even like a metal bench and the Saints helmet there, so you can see the Florida leaf. And then Saints signed such and such, and is a generic helmet photo. That's great value, man. That's great value, like the canned goods you buy from Walmart, the cheap shit, But anyway, yeah, man, we got some good picks, is what I'm saying. I agree with you, bro. Eric says, Q, you sold them to the fam. Yeah, well, bro, listen. Remember, I like I said, fam, I was just like, man, family, listen. We need to stop going for Davenport, because that was the thing. Well, Peyton Turner looks like Davenport, and Davenport was a bust. So let's stop doing that. Like, if we want to get players that'll be really good players for us, let's shift our prototype. Like, the prototype's like, man, we got 6'6", 6'7" Marcus Davenport. He's super face. Couldn't do a damn thing. All that, he spent time. He was healthy last year. Couldn't do nothing. How many sacks he had last year? Huh? How many sacks? Huh?
Say, Pop, are you serious?
I'm saying the dude is like, man, he didn't do nothing. Now, Q, he had all the pressures. Oh, he had all the pressures in the world. Yeah, but his pressures wasn't busting pipes. If the pressure ain't busting pipes, man, I don't want to hear about it. Oh, you can miss me with all the pressures. You can take his goddamn pressure and make some rice with it. How about that? We can put it in the pressure cooker and make some rice. That's all we can do, because his pressure didn't equal up to nothing. He wasn't getting no sacks, and he wasn't doing nothing. And then we drafting a prototype off of that, who is what's the damn guy? Peyton Turner, and Peyton Turner is playing less than Davenport. So words are things. Words become things. So, we stop drafting prototypes after guys that are not good, but just bust, that don't have a high productive value. You take a guy with a first round draft pick, you got to be productive and step up. And Davenport, we gave him every advantage, every opportunity, and he didn't do a damn thing. If the pressure not busting pipes, you can miss me with the goddamn pressures. I'm sorry. But outside of that, if you want the correct prototype to go after, you look at Cam Jordan. Look at Cam and say, man, who looks like Cam Jordan in this draft? It was Isiah Foskey. Put the tape on. Isiah and the Saints say, you know what? Let's do that. Let's go get Foskey. That's what you do. You have a prototype of a player. Like the next linebackers we should be looking at should be guys like who's the next Demario Davis? You see? Who's the next this guy or that guy? That's how I look at it. So anyway, here it is. Osiris Torrance is going. This is such a solid pick for the Buffalo Bills. They're giving Allen some help, man. And you getting, in my opinion, the best offensive guard in the draft is Osiris Torrance. He's from down here, from the Hammond area, 6'5", 330. The rich get rich. The Buffalo Bills give them a supreme offensive lineman to help protect Josh Allen. Solid pickup for the Buffalo Bills. So there you go. So Osiris is finally off the board at pick 28. We got two more picks. Well, a few more picks. Next up is the Cincinnati Bengals. They're on the clock right here. And followed by the Jacksonville Jaguars. So there you go. All right. Shout out to Mike says, Q, who's left in the draft at the Saints? Oh, a bunch of people, bro. A bunch of people. A bunch of people, bro. You talking running backs, linebackers, defensive backs. There's still a bunch of people that's remaining in the draft that the Saints met with. All right. What's up, dog? Shout out to you, bro. Said, nah, anybody from Tulane is not strong enough to be a draft. Bro, come on. Cut that out, bro. Come on, dog. No, bro. You can't say that, bro, about him, man. Tajay Spears, I don't know if you looked him up, bro. You probably did. But you can't shine down on the man because he went to Tulane, bro. Tulane stepped up this year. I got to give him all the credit. Tulane had that bowl game, the best bowl game of the season, I think. Like, Tulane went up there and they took down USC with Caleb Williams. They beat that team, man. It was a very excellent game. I enjoyed that game more than the damn LSU game. Tulane took it to him, man. They took it to him. So, nah, bro. You can't shine down on a man because of where he went to school. It's about whether he handled his business or not. All right, the Bengals take a cornerback, DJ Turner, from Michigan, goes there. So they get a need there. They finish out and get them a secondary member in the second round. We're now at pick 30 with Jacksonville on the clock. Defensive end, cornerback, and tight end are some of the top needs. And then the Eagles, who all they do is pick up Georgia players, is coming up after that. So, yeah, I can't shine down on nobody. The man went to Tulane, bro. He's from where? I'm about to say Pascagoula. No, he's from the near, not Hammond, from south of Hammond, man. I forgot the damn town. Start with a P. I forgot, man. Help me out, KT. But yeah, the guy is man, listen. You can't, because we got guys that they got a guy that got drafted from North Dakota State. He went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers took him. They took a guy out of North Dakota State. I'll be damned if I let somebody get drafted out of North Dakota State and then shine down on Tulane. No. There you go, Ponchatoula. Thank you, bro. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, from Ponchatoula. There you go. So, yeah, man, I'll be damned if anybody going to draft somebody from North Dakota State and then shine down on Tulane. Oh, no. No. All right, Dana says 10 more picks until we pick again. Yes, we being patient, hanging in there, man. But, yeah. All right, what's up, Tasha? Shout out to you. Good to see Tasha in the building. And Sean, shout out to my brother Sean. Tyrone says, would you give up a pick for Chase Young? Would I give up a pick for Chase Young? Depending on what pick it is. Because right now it's looking like Chase, it's not a thing right now. The Saints they've got enough edge rushers now. And of course, they'll add some other guys to come in, like undrafted guys to compete, to fill out the practice squad and stuff like that. They might throw a veteran in there. But the Saints right now, they'll have Isiah Foskey and Peyton Turner, along with Carl Granderson, fighting for those spots, because you got to have a guy behind Cam, and then you got to have a guy that starts opposite of Cam, and then you got to have the situational pass rusher, because that's how we operate. We put that NASCAR package in there. We run out our 3 defensive ends to operate with Cam and whoever it is. So Granderson has a lot of pressure on him, 5.5 sacks last year. Really, the big pressure's on Peyton Turner. He has to step up and show what he can do with that first-round grade. This is his 3rd season. and you got Foskey on your heels to push him. So we'll have a very competitive defensive end pass rush room. It gets better. So we continue to add people. So I don't think Chase Young is a thing at this point. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that he's a thing at this point. I don't think he ever was. But will I give him a pick? It depends on what pick it is, what they want for him. You know, it depends. Like I said, it takes imagination. The Saints not even looking at that, bro. James says, Q, peep Detroit playing the game. I think they they knew all those teams under them didn't need a QB, and they got the picks out of it. Okay. He's still on there. All right, Elor says Eagles going to draft Ringo. Okay. Debo says Q, Loomis took his Xanax and hold on now. Hold on now. Yeah. Hold on now, Debo. Let me tell you something. Yeah. Oh, hold on. This is the second person I keep talking about. I'm drinking. I don't drink and I don't smoke. Let me tell you something. Cranberry, and that sounds good. Cranberry with some prune juice. It makes it go down smooth. But let me tell you something. I don't smoke and I don't drink. I am 60 years old. I tell you something. That's wrong. I don't take Xanax. That's wrong. All right, shout out to him. Naruto says, I want Jalen Hyatt. He's still available, fam. Swag says, if you want the DeMario Davis prototype, you have to shop in the Sunbelt Conference. There's a crop of them. Well, we need to get the hell shopping down there, bro. If they got a ton of DeMario Davises playing in the Sunbelt, hell, that's what I'm talking about. You mean to tell me they ain't got no DeMario Davises? How about in the higher leagues, the SEC? You can't tell me they ain't got no DeMario Davises in the SEC. You hear me? Come on now. Tell me, educate me, Swag. But you did say, yeah, Swag says prototypes. And let me know. Let me know who the hell they is. You got a bunch of DeMario. He says a bunch of them. Sheesh. Mike says Texans just traded to get a second round check. Okay, did they? Let me check Rappaport, what he's doing, because I usually kind of flash between the see what because he usually reports on all of the latest trade news right here. As you can see, Cowboys after getting leaped in the first round, getting their tight end and Luke Schoonmaker at 58. So yeah, he hadn't said anything so far about any latest moves. So the pick is in for the Jaguars. They need defensive help, defensive end, cornerback, linebacker. Do they do that? You get a tight end. They do have a few things, and they get a tight end, Brenton Strange. How you go over him over Washington? How'd that work? That's a strange pick. So Brenton Strange is from Penn State, gets picked up 6'4", 253. So they give Lawrence opportunity to have a tight end there. So that's strange. That's very strange. Hold on, let me see if I can pull Jaguar stuff up right here. All right, so Trevor Lawrence gets a tight end. Now, he did have Evan Ingram there, so you give him another tight end. I guess they want to run the double tight end set to help out with Travis Etienne and Christian. Yeah, I mean, they got Zay Jones over there. I don't know. To me, it looked like they could have used some help on the defense, but the people always screwing up out there. But it's good to see them winning games, though. Shout out to Dougie P, man. Also, pick 31, round 2. The Texans are back on the clock, and the Texans most certainly don't need another quarterback because they took C.J. Stroud. So I don't know why they got Hendon Hooker as the best available. QB to be capping, man. There's hell no. Is Hendon Hooker fits well. You just drafted C.J. Stroud, so that is a epic fail for the computer trying to throw that BS up there. So no. All right, so Damian Pierce was fantastic. They got Devin Singletary out there with him. Robert Woods, they added him. They could use another wide receiver to kind of help things out. John Ameche III couldn't stay healthy. I'm looking forward to see what he can do. He has to get healthy. Dalton Schultz, former Cowboy tight end, is there. They got Laramie Tunzel. They can use some help along the offensive line. If you a person that has CJ Stroud, that you got to give him some weapons, some more weapons, and maybe Hyatt's the guy. No, it is. There it is right there. Juice Scruggs. So they get a center. There you go. So they do it. So the Texans get a center to help out right there. So you got Quisenberry there. I don't know if they slide Scruggs to a guard position or whatever, but there we go. So the final pick of the second round is on the clock. The Denver Broncos, led by Sean Payton. Sean Payton is on the clock. Let's see what Coach Payton does. Does he help out his offensive line? Does he give some help to Russell Wilson? All right. Does he get a running back? Got Javonte Williams out there. He could use. Got Tony Jones Jr. He brought Tony Jones up there with him. He got LaJordan Humphrey. He got Marquez Callaway. Chris Manhurst used to be a guy that played for the Saints. And so he got Jerry Jeudy, Courtney. He got some pretty decent weapons up there, but Coach Payton probably going to be. I know what Coach Payton going to do. He's going to build his line. Let's see if they're picking. It's going to be some type of offensive, defensive. It's going to be an offensive lineman, some sort. Matter of fact, let me look and see what we got offensive line for Coach Payton. What he going to do here? You know, Payton loves taking them offensive players there. You got DeWine Jones from Ohio State, the massive offensive lineman. DeWine Jones, 6'8", 374 from Ohio State. You know, Payton loves Ohio State, and he loves drafting offensive linemen. So that's a look for Payton getting DeWine Jones. Look for him getting the guy out of Ohio State. Let's see if he keeps the trend going. Let's see. Who is it? Is it Payton taking the guy out of isn't it? Yeah, I'm thinking too, fam. I'm saying he's gonna take the offensive lineman from Ohio State. He can't help himself. See, I was looking. I said, hold on. He loves taking offensive linemen, and no, it's a wide receiver. Okay, go ahead, old man Payton. Marvin Mims from Oklahoma. Okay, shout out to Coach Payton. He's switching it up, trying to give Russell Wilson some weapons, man. Okay, all right, Payton. I see you, brother. All right. Okay, here we go. Third round. The Saints coming around. Chicago's back on the clock. We starting round number 3 now, fam. Pick one. Chi-Town's on the clock. We hadn't started yet, so Chi-Town on the clock. And where do they go? And we'll find out. Then after that, Philly's back on the clock with the second pick. And of course, the Saints. And we look at our hold on, let me get our stuff up here. We pick at pick number 8. In the third round. So yeah, the draft is flowing pretty good, fam, because we're at the top of the draft, and that's pretty cool. We can get good players. So let's talk about the pick that's coming up, man. The Saints pick up, they draft in where I said at pick number the 8th pick in the third round, and currently that's 7 picks from now. So there we go. So where do we go? Let's hear from you guys. Let's get the family members, the Great Saint Think Tank, put on your thinking caps as you always are having. What's the pick in the third round for the Saints? Let's hear it. Position and player. Let's hear it from you. Y'all throw it out there. Let me know. All right. Saruto says, what do you think our record's going to be this season, and what other holes should we fill in draft and free agency? Well, I think the Saints will be man, listen, I'm going to be optimistic about it, but I'm also real. I do realize that the biggest blockage to the Saints' success is the head coach. The Saints had talent last year. It's the decision-making ability or the non-decision-making ability of the head coach at inopportune times. Like, he'll have an opportunity to make a call on something. He'll pass on it, or he'll make it too late. His vision, seeing things happen in real time and fixing them. You see, the question is how the key to the Saints' success hinges on Dennis Allen, because a lot of people say, okay, Q, he just gives them the offense, their stuff, and he stays out of the way. He just coaches the defense. He's still a head coach. He still got to make the call. He's the head coach. What did he learn? That's the question I ask all the family members. We could talk about improving the Saints. The Saints were already talented last year. We shouldn't have finished 7-10. We were at least a 10-win team last year, and I'm going to say that again this year. The Saints should win at least 11 games this year. Real money. They should win at least 11 games. I won't say 10, because 10 they should have had last year. The reason why they didn't get to 10 is because of bad decision-making or non-decision-making by the head coach. Did he get any better? They're not asking these questions because they're too worried about offending him. I want to know, how have you improved as a head coach, Mr. Dennis Allen? What did you learn? And if you listen to his interviews, it didn't appear like he learned anything. You think, we're bad because of injuries. That's the crap that Mickey Loomis and the rest of them. Well, listen here, Q, let me tell you, that's not crap coming out of my mouth. I'm talking truth. I'm truth talk right now. No, you're not, Mickey. You're not truth talking right now. You're talking crap. Because Dennis Allen, the question is not how good the Saints team has gotten from a talent standpoint, because we adding all these fantastic players, but I really want to know, what did Dennis Allen learn? Did he learn anything? That's the questions that none of them are asking, because they're too busy worrying about offending the man. The hell with him being offended. I'm offended because we had 7 wins last year and 10 losses. Don't our feelings count for anything? You know? So, I mean, in the end, I don't care if he's offended or not. I want to know the answers. The improvement has to happen with the head coach. He has to do better. He has to be better at making these calls in terms of personnel decisions, like what happened with Andy Dalton and Jameis Winston. Once Jameis Winston came back from the injury and he came off the injury list and he was an active participant for the Saints roster on the depth chart every week as a third quarterback on there. And you see Andy Dalton out there stinking it up, looking terrible, offense funky, and you still sitting up there allowing Jameis to sit back. That's a poor personnel decision. All because he was petty. He was petty. His pettiness, his own emotional thoughts dominated how the win-loss situation with the team. That can't be the case. You can't be a head coach that allows personal petty-ass decisions to be an encumbrance to the team's success. That shows a petty man. That's a petty man there that allows his own garbage time emotions to overrun the success of the team. Did he learn anything about that? Or we just going to pretend that we give him all this other talent and we're going to win 10 games when Dennis Allen never won more than 7 games in his whole stinking life as a head coach? You know, I'm saying the biggest encumbrance to the team is still the head coach. That doesn't change. You can give him Carr, you can give him all these other people, but he still has to make the decision. And if he hasn't improved on that, then what are we talking about here? You know, that's the questions. And no one's asking Dennis Allen, how are you getting better as what you did over the last several years? Did you learn anything from last year? And what are you going to do differently this year that has something to do with you, and make it a question where he can't then shift out of it and then say, we, monsieur. We, and then he turns to a French person and start talking French. We, monsieur. We must do this right. No. You're the head coach. You have to make the call. It ain't no we. You make the call. You the head coach. So that's my spiel on it. So as you can see, that's the big thing about it. Now, they should win at 11 games, so we'll see. All right, the Bears got a defensive tackle, Zach Pickens from South Carolina, another really good, big, massive defensive tackle. The Bears working on that defense, man, to stop the run. The Eagles are on the clock. Let's see what other Georgia Bulldog player that the Eagles take, because that seemed to be the only thing they ever do is just go and pick up Georgia Bulldogs. But that is the answer to that question, my friend. But in the draft, the Saints still need help at the linebacker position. They still need a running back behind Alvin Kamara that they can throw in there. They still need some help at running back, linebacker. They can use another wide receiver to come along. They definitely need to get another defensive tackle as well. And then maybe a developmental quarterback, depending on who's available there. The Saints going to take a quarterback somewhere in this draft, whether it was Clayton Tune out of Houston or Stetson Bennett or maybe Hacksaw Duggan out of TCU. He's another guy that I like more than Stetson Bennett. I like Duggan out of TCU. He could be a guy available for one of those second round picks. If the Saints decide to move up and put both of them together and go and get them. So at some point, I'm thinking they're going to do that. But we'll see how it all goes, fam. Philly on the clock. We'll see. So that's my question to the family members is how does that end up? All right. So anyway, all right. Some of the family members saying Spears, people saying running back, Washington, Sanders, or Hyatt. Yes. Big Smoke Dog. What's up? My brother says Spears. All right. Cajun Warcry says Darnell Washington. Yeah, the big tight end from Georgia still out there. Debo says Spears or a guard. Okay. Shazam says Mark Ingram trying to come back. You the hell with that. Okay, Jack Hamill. I think is Jack Hamill still out there? I thought he got drafted. Noah Spears. Okay. Spears, he says. Okay, cool. All right. Carr needs another weapon. Thank you, Dana. All right, Tampa. Okay. Let's see. Nate says maybe we can draft the head coach this round. All right. Third round is offense. I know, Claude. I agree with you on that, bro. It's going to be an offensive pick for the Saints in the third round. I doubt. I'd be really surprised if the Saints make 3 straight defensive picks 1, 2, and 3. No, it's going to be an offensive pick that gives some kind of help to the offense. And if that is indeed the case, it's going to either be a wide receiver. Well, it could be one of three things. It could be a wide receiver that they could use. That's higher on their board. It could be a tight end, which hopefully is not. And then, of course, it could be a running back, which fits the need, obviously, because of Alvin Kamara. Hopefully, it's a running back. But it's lining up like it could be Spears, man. You know, the Saints looked at Deuce Vaughn. They looked at all these other guys. So we'll see. But, man, if that happens, bro, that would be fantastic. I am ranting, JC. Well, and it's see, and I've been laying up off of Dennis Allen, bro. But what I'm saying about Dennis Allen is stone cold truth. They can't tell me nothing about that. That's 100% facts. Is that the biggest encumbrance to the team is the head coach, because he has not shown us that he has a successful philosophy that will work. Now, we can sit up here and imagine all day Dennis Allen with 12 wins and him smiling from ear to ear like like a Cheshire cat. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is the most wins that he's ever done was 7 wins. So he showed you can win 7. Well, I went from 4 to 7. Q, why not go to 7 to 10? Show me. Show me. I'm Glenn Jones around here. Show me. Show me. I'm Glenn. What? Glenn Jones? I'm Glenn Jones. Is it Glenn Jones? Man, I be forgetting some stuff. Yeah, it is Glenn Jones. I'm Glenn Jones. When stuff started busting out like that, man, I started saying to myself, man, listen. And I'm gonna play that damn song. I'm gonna play that song. That's what I'm talking about. All right, shout out to the fam, man. Y'all crazy, man. All right, so anyway, the Eagles got Tyler Steen, a 6'6", 321 from Alabama, the big offensive guard. And the Eagles are back on the clock again. They made another pick and got Sidney Brown, the safety from Illinois. So the Eagles making moves, man. They seeing people that they want, and they jumping up and making some moves and handling up the business. So that's pretty good. right there. What is it? Was that the trade? The Eagles had back-to-back picks on that thing. Well, there you go. So Sidney Brown's the pick, and now the Sean Payton and the the Denver Broncos are back on the clock, and then followed by the Detroit Lions, the inside linebacker, tight end, running back. They probably go to the defensive side of the ball. We still what is it? 6, 7, 8, 9, about 4 picks or so from our situation. All right, Eric says, all right, Q, you're gonna get no. I'm 46 years old, baby. Baby, listen, baby, let me tell you something. Baby, this Reverend Saint talking to you, baby. Let me tell you something, baby. Baby, listen, baby, let me tell you something, baby. Baby, the game is gone, baby. Baby, the game that's old game, baby. Baby, let me tell you something. You youngsters out there, baby. Baby, you youngsters. Y'all, you youngsters, baby. Baby, y'all got to learn some stuff, baby. Baby, stop that arguing, baby. Not arguing, but arguing. Stop that arguing, baby. Stop arguing back and forth, baby. You can't do that, baby. Baby, I'm going to tell you something, baby. Love, baby. Baby, love is the key, baby. Baby, let me tell you something, baby. Love, baby. Love is the key, baby. You got to love somebody, baby. Baby, you got to love somebody, baby, so they can love you, baby. Baby, did you hear that, baby? Baby, I just sprinkled some game down on top of you, baby. Baby, I just sprinkled some game. Baby, you got to love somebody, baby, so they can love you, baby. Baby, you can't. Baby, you got to give, baby, so you can receive, baby. Baby, I'm talking common sense talk, baby. Baby, do you hear me? Baby, I'm trying to teach. I'm talking to the young folks, baby. Baby, I'm trying to tell you some game from Reverend Saint, baby. Baby, I'm sprinkling it down on top of you, baby. Catch it, baby. Baby, put it all upside your face, baby. Sprinkle, marinate yourself in the game, baby. Baby, I'm trying to tell you something, baby. I'm teaching you something, baby. Young folks, baby, you got to give to get, baby. Baby, you got to love to receive love, baby. Baby, you got to give love to get love, baby. You got to give love to get love, baby. That's how that works, baby. Baby, they don't get it, baby. Y'all young folks, baby. But I still love y'all, baby. Baby, I love the young folks, baby. Who that to you? All right, thank you, Reverend Saint. Much love to Reverend Saint. And Sean Payton gets Drew Sanders from Arkansas. Coach Payton getting this guys. He got him a linebacker. That's a pretty good linebacker, too, from Arkansas. And then, of course, here comes the Detroit Lions. So Sean Payton doing his thing, man, and making it pop. All right, so shout out to you. Baby, listen, baby. Baby, you said the P word, baby. Baby, nah, baby, we advanced in the game, baby. Oh, no, baby. Baby, oh, no, baby. You said the wrong word, baby. Oh, no. All right, so shout out to the fam, man. Gotta give. You gotta give to receive, baby. Baby, you gotta give to receive, baby. All right, what's up, fam? Shout out to you. Old school now. Reverend Saint from the old school, baby. It's old school. I noticed. I bet people tune in for the first time be like, is this a sports show or not? Yes, it's a sports show. But I'm quite the personality, man. I do all kind of impersonations. I'm a comic, I'm a comedian. I'm a character. All right. Does your uncle sound like that, Tano? See, Tano will tell you, man, that's somebody uncle, man. And I'm not gonna tell you. One day I'm gonna tell y'all the story that inspired Reverend Saint, man. Because you say baby every other, he ends his words, baby, like it's a period in the sentence, baby. Everything, baby. And then turn it into a whole conversation. And you actually have a conversation with this man. Why you smiling and looking like, is this dude for real? Yeah, baby, I'm for real, baby. Baby, I'm real, baby. I'm real deal, baby. Let me tell you something, baby. I sprinkle game on you, baby. Let me tell you something, baby. I'm good with this, baby. Let me tell you. All right. Shout out to the fam, man. I know y'all ain't hear Reverend Saint in a while, man. I had to bust it out on y'all, man. Show y'all. All right, go get a Sharp says Rams getting hooker watch. Okay, so the hooker watch. Well, that don't sound too right, but observing the quarterback, the hooker, and where he goes, right? So I have to find another terminology for hooker watch, but y'all know what I mean. Hendon Hooker, where does he go in the draft? I mean, and of course, he's in the 3rd round now. Detroit's on the clock. We know probably he's not going to end up going to Detroit, perhaps. I mean, they're feeling good about Goff. Goff had a pretty good season, last year for him. But, we'll see. There's still a lot of players. Double A's on the board for him. Double A's there. So does they go with Double A? That would be a fantastic pick if they did get Double A out of Northwestern. That'd be Northeastern, excuse me. That would be pretty good. But where does Hendon Hooker go to you guys? Where do you think that he ends up at? Where does he end? All right. So anyway, yeah, he is a steal, but where does he go though? That's one thing. You think so, Debo? That didn't sound right. When I was like, oh, hold on now, that baby, that ain't sound right at all, baby, at all. That didn't sound right, baby. Professor Q, he says, Q, how about Lattimore? How about Lattimore, Professor? What you mean? Elaborate, sir. All right, Hooker going to New Orleans, says Pop TG. We'll see, bro. I'm with Debo. I would rather get Spears, but listen, if the draft is falling the way it is, fam. But it'll be interesting if the Saints, if they say, okay, yeah, we're gonna take Hendon Hooker, because we didn't feel comfortable with taking him in the first and second round, but he's available. And the Saints picking 4 picks, so is Hooker there? That's the thing. And the Saints do like him, but the question is, if he's in the third round. So the issue about him being a guy that Carr needs to look over his back for, that changes, don't it? He's not a first rounder. He's not a second rounder. Now that he's a third rounder, you're like, okay, hold on here. That changes a bit, don't it? Because that's what Desmond Ridder went in the third round, right? Malik Willis went in the third round, right? And now you got guys that's being drafted, that was moved on, like you happened when Malik Willis was what's happening with him, with Levis. So third rounder, it changes things a bit, don't it? Now that he's in the third round. But my only thing is, if they draft him, and I'm not saying they do, this is just me just throwing this thought out here. It's like, if they draft the guy, right, and they pick up Hooker and say Saints got Hooker, my thing would be the Saints trade back into the third round and go get Tajay Spears. Now, granted, Tajay Spears could be available in the fourth round, because if you look at what's going on, and I'll really go for need first before anything, but I can understand what y'all are talking about. But if you look at what's going on in the draft so far, there are a ton of running backs that's available, but the best of the satellite backs, Tajay Spears is a guy that's there. And there goes Detroit, gets Hendon Hooker off the board. So there you go. It's over with. We don't have to worry about it no more. Detroit got him. Detroit got Hendon Hooker. How about that? How about that? Yeah. So we don't have to worry about Hendon Hooker no more. He goes to the Detroit Lions, and he will sit behind Jared Goff. And it's a third round pick. So I don't know if you could say it's pressure on Jared Goff, who had a pretty damn good year last year. Over 4,400 yards, almost 30 touchdowns against only 7 interceptions. He had a pretty damn good year last year, but he makes a ton of money. And Detroit looking at the future, man. So they add Hendon Hooker. That's a good spot for him, to be honest with you, man. That's a good spot for Hendon, because he can sit behind Jared Goff. You don't need him to do nothing. He can get well. And they got an interesting team. Jeremiah Gibbs with D. Swift and D. Montgomery. Jamison Williams is suspended, but Marvin Jones and St. Brown is there. They still need a few more things, man, across the team. But Detroit gets Hendon Hooker, man. He's gone. All right, so now we don't have to focus on Hendon Hooker no more, fam. There you go. All right, so D's Nuts says we need Spears, Q, or Hyatt. Oh, nah, baby, I do right, baby. Baby, I turned it around, baby. Baby, I turned it all around. I know, baby, I used to do wrong, baby. Baby, my backsliding days, baby. Baby, baby, you're right, baby. But baby, I had to turn it all around, baby. I had to turn it around, baby. I had to do right, baby. Reverend, do right, baby. Now, never do wrong, baby. It's all good, baby. Yeah, but this is interesting. So we don't have to worry anymore about Hendon Hooker. He's off the board now. And now the situation, you got Houston on the clock. We got 3 more picks before we get to where we are. And Houston could very well be looking at Jalen Hyatt as a guy that they pick up. Remember, you're going to need some more weapons for C.J. Stroud, who they picked up. And it makes more sense, man. And listen, Houston has been having a really good draft too, because you have Damian Pierce they had last year. They bring Devin Singletary, the former Bill, there. They were able to acquire Robert Woods and bring him out to give him a top receiver, but they can definitely use another wide receiver to kind of help out. So, but you're looking more of the bigger variety of wide receivers, even though you look at a guy like Jalen Hyatt's like 6 feet tall, but perhaps you're looking at getting a bigger weapon there because Robert Woods comes in and he's like a 6 feet tall guy. You're looking at, I don't know if you would be, looking at him as like a guy you would want like a taller wide receiver to go along there. And they got Collins there. And I guess Collins is the big guy, but he's not very productive there. 3rd round draft pick there. So, I mean, Noah Brown is there for them. So he had 43 catches and he was a 7th round selection for him. But and maybe another wide receiver would be ideal, especially if you are a team with a young quarterback. You want to give him as many weapons as possible. So maybe Jalen Hyatt is the right dude for him. He definitely can stretch the field and do some positive stuff for him. So I don't know, but there are other wide receivers available there. Cedric Tillman is interesting, but I think Hyatt's more of the explosive guys. Josh Downs is available. So they got some guys. So we'll see if Houston sees things the same. And no, they go with Nathan Dale. Damn, 5'8", 165 Dale. I thought they would give a bigger guy to him, but yeah, that sounds like somebody they've been scouting because Houston Texans get the Houston Cougar wide receiver. They probably got the inside baseball on this kid, man. Damn, 5'8" though. There it is. All right, so next on the clock, we got the Raiders at 7, at pick number 7 in the 3rd round. Raiders defensive end and tight end that they picked up on. They still need some help. The Raiders had added Jimmy Garoppolo to the fold, and they got to protect him. So, do they add some help along the offensive line? If you're the Raiders, you definitely got to be looking at an offensive lineman, man. You got to keep Jimmy Garoppolo upright. That's just how I be looking at it, man. He's injury prone like a dog, so you got to make sure you add somebody with him that can, like, you need a guy that can protect him. Is it DeWine Jones? DeWine Jones is still on the board, man. 6'8", 374. He's still on the board. Chandler Zavala, Braden Daniels from Utah. From the offensive guard perspective. DeWine Jones from Ohio State. Warren from Pitts, another one. Jalen Duncan from Maryland is still up there. So, I mean, it got to be at some point you're looking to protect him. So the pick is in. Is it an offensive lineman? I would say hopefully it's an offensive lineman. Jimmy Garoppolo always getting hurt, man. All right, James says we need Hooker. Devon, remember that? Okay, no, he gone now, bro. So I guess that was it. All right. Elor says, why you all say it's hard to pass on Hyatt? He looks like he's one of those players media like, but more than the NFL teams. Yeah, so Hyatt, Washington, or Spears. All right. Go Getter says this is a good draft thus far. Debo says Raiders get O-line or D-line where the pick is in. All right. And Big Sean thinking we might get Kendre Miller. All I can say, man, let me refresh my stuff. But all I can say is at the end of the day, the Saints pick next. And you have an opportunity to get Tajay Spears. We'll see. So I don't know. We got somebody saying we got Miller. Okay, Sean's saying we got Miller. Yeah, we do have some people's streams a little faster. So we'll see momentarily. The Saints. Okay, Brian Young, the defensive tackle from Alabama, is there, and the Saints are on the board. All right, so let's see. So, all right. I don't know who it is, fam. My mind ain't switched on it yet. So we'll see momentarily. Damien, shout out to you, says, hey, Q, Nick Anderson still out there. Nick Anderson. I don't know, bro. I don't know if he's still out there, bro. I don't know if Nick Anderson is out there. I'm trying to figure this out, bro, with the what's going on with the with the Saints pick here. So we'll see. Yeah, no spoilers. All right. So hold on here. Hold on. All right. Yeah, I think he still is, bro. Yeah, from Tulane. Okay, pick is in for the black and gold, fam. Here we go. The pick is in for the black and gold. Who is it? Yes, Kendre Miller. So the Saints pass on Tajay Spears, man. Well, they did look at Kendre Miller, man. I know a lot of people's hearts was set up for Tajay Spears, and he was available, but the Saints decided to go with Kendre Miller's 5'11. And it is a running back. So if it's the theme, I'm not mad at the pick. I know we kind of biased toward for Tajay Spears because he's locally from here, but this is all but guarantees that, you won't get him. So Saints go in a different direction. They get Miller to give the Saints some offense, and this is who we dealing with. Let me get the family members to give a little breakdown, a ball down of Kendre Miller. And they did scout and talk to Kendre Miller. 5'11", 215, from Texas, from TCU, as you can see. All right, and some of his bio right here, as you can see, he rushed for over 2,500 yards and 34 scores as a senior in high school out of Texas, earning a scholarship with TCU, made an impact as a freshman, started 1 of 9 appearances, 54 carries for 388 yards, averaged 7 yards per carry with 2 touchdowns, then led the team with 7 rushing scores in 21. 83 carries for 623 yards. He averaged 7.5 yards a rush. He had 12 rushes for 117 with 9.81 TD receiving in 10 games with 3 starts. He broke out as a junior, leading the team with over almost 1,400 yards off of 224 carries. He averaged 6.2 yards per rush and tying him for 8 nationally with 17 rushing touchdowns and 14 starts, missing the title game due to injury. The 2022 first team All Big 12 conference pick also caught 16 passes for 116, which is a 7.3 average. He's looked at as a 4th round person. His size, production will check important boxes, but Miller's lack of tempo, explosiveness between tackles could turn into a grinder against the speed of NFL defenses. His restricted stride length provides greater control to cut early in the run, but it works against him when he needs to hit the gas and stride past linebackers. He has the size and strength to keep runs moving through contact, although he could be an even better finisher. His third down value is relatively low, so he will need to sell himself as an early down back to the next level. Strengths: above average size for an NFL back, consistently productive running the ball, steps to the lines are measured and controlled, able to make easy changes of direction, runs with adequate vision, maintains space from defenders, surprising agility and balance for being tight-hipped, leg strength to carry tacklers for additional yardage. His weaknesses are runs upright and noticeable hip tightness, takes a step too long to transition into burst gear, needs the lower pads and run behind them, struggles to make crisp cuts as an outside runner, doesn't show enough trust in block development, doesn't search for much work in pass protection. Intriguing, interesting. But what I was a watch from Kendre Miller, the Saints looked at this kid, very productive. And let me see if I can find some footage for the family members to take a look at too, because even though, this is the pick. Hold on, fam. Let me get this together here. Here you go. Pull some footage up so we can watch on Kendre Miller here. All right, so because what we remember looking at Kendre is that he a hell of a back. And what he does is, like, when I remember looking at some of the footage that I remember him at TCU, is a guy that he's elusive, but he does have some power. I do remember games with him catching the ball out the backfield, and it's interesting because maybe the Saints were looking at a guy. You can see right, he's kind of tough. He's tough to bring down. You can see him making his cuts and making his moves. It don't look sharp, but he's running away from these people. You look a little dancing right there. He got some vision, getting behind his block. And kind of look at here. So what the family think about it? And I know you guys are going to be kind of upset because it's not exactly who you thought we should get, which is with Tajay Spears, because we know what Tajay Spears could do. He doesn't have Tajay's elusiveness or his quickness, but he does look like a decent back. I remember some of the games watching him play at TCU. Doesn't have that bursting, booming speed that you expect to have, but you can see him dancing a bit. He has good vision. And I'm gonna have to find some more footage to get out on you. But yeah, that's true, Devin. He looks like Kamara, not in his game plan, like in his signature or his style of play, but just from a aesthetic, he looks similar to Kamara. So, this is interesting. But remember, third round selection, and it's all true to form, man. It's not a bad pick, bro. I'm kind of jaded because Tajay Spears, to me, I wanted him to be the guy, and he was there, and the Saints just went with a more sturdier, a stronger back. That's pretty much what it looks like here. All right, so anyway, not mad at all, family. This is actually a good pick. I'm just jaded because I wanted it to be Spears, but I'm not mad at Kendre. All right, so 504 coaches, we got three-headed monster again. Finally, is very patient runner, Q, smart too. Yeah, this kid did a lot of positive stuff for TCU last year. Like if you watch the TCU game when they was playing, what was it, the championship game, with Hacksaw Max Duggan in there, and then you had Miller doing a lot of positive stuff in there. Blocks out of the backfield, does catch the ball out the backfield. You could study that game, the championship game, the TCU game, with him playing in it. And he made a lot of really positive plays in that game, man. And smart player too. So the Saints get a back in the third round. So far, fam, everything we said, defensive tackle, defensive end, running back, is all true to form. Everything is working out. And we in pace, we on par. Steve says, don't forget Dennis Allen says he wants to run. That's true, Steve. Thank you for saying that, bro. Do we finally have it? Because remember, we had Abram Smith undrafted. But when you draft a guy in the third round, this is going to be something interesting. Dev84 John says they will send you jail and keep Elvin. All right. Paper Chase and Bang 9 says we just got Kareem Hunt, Big Q. All right. You talking about this type of runner. Yeah. No, and Damien, I don't think I answered your question about Nick Anderson. I think he's still available. You're talking about the linebacker from Tulane. Yeah, he's still there. So anyway, this is the Saints picks currently right here. And this is the Saints picks right now, family, for where we are right now. Bryan Bresee yesterday, Isiah Foskey, the defensive end from Notre Dame, earlier today, and then Kendre Miller, the running back. So defensive tackle, defensive end, and running back. So this is all running the same way. So interesting. All right, so really interesting. All right, Hyatt goes off the board to the Giants. That's a good one. And Cleveland's on the clock right now. We'll see what they do. They got what they got going on there. And then, of course, Atlanta bounces back after them. So interesting, fam. Let's get some analysis from you guys. What do you think about the move? All right, clout without the scout without the clout says certified dog. Yeah. Debo says we checked off our biggest needs. And we can't be mad, fam, like that. JLJ504HD, shout out to you, brother, says currently watching his highlights. Yeah, pretty good, huh, bro? All right, 504 says Kareem Hunt is good. Yeah, good person. Not bad at all, bro. And does definitely, from a body standpoint, does look like Kareem. Does have that same running style, physicality. The scouter said that he lacked the patience to watch or to wait for blocks or to run around blocks. That's not what I've seen in some of the footage. He did show some patience to watch things develop. But also remember this too, fam. When the Saints have Derek Carr there and they have Rashid Shaheed, Chris Olave, Taysom Hill, Michael Thomas, eventually Alvin Kamara, Jamaal Williams, and all these guys, it should be a lot better for them insofar as running the offense, because a lot of those guys will be operating in, having space to operate. And when you got guys like Alvin Kamara and Jamaal Williams, and you giving them ability to operate in space, that's a dangerous place. So you can't clutter up the Saints line of scrimmage anymore. Everything's opened up because we can get downfield on you. So another weapon to the arsenal for the Saints. So just keep it coming. Debo says guard, tight end, wide receiver, QB, and defensive tackle to finish up the draft queue, and I'm gonna be happy. Yeah, this sounds good, bro. I know you want that guard, bro. I don't know. I think probably the next thing the Saints are looking at probably be the wide receiver, or I think it's wide receiver. I don't know to say tight end. maybe Wiley, but you know, I think wide receiver and another defensive lineman. Oh, no doubt about it. And probably down the line, don't be surprised if Max Duggan is drafted later on in the draft, because you still have a lot of quarterbacks that's on the board that's left, and probably a lot of these guys will probably come off the board between the 4th and the 6th rounds, but they got a lot of quarterbacks still left here. You got Hayner from Fresno State, Jaron Hall, the first black quarterback the start at BYU. He's there. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the quarterback. The Saints had an opportunity to bring down and take a look at him when they were looking at Zach Charbonnet. They checked out Dorian Thompson-Robinson, was pretty positive for UCLA last year. Clayton Toombs, a guy that spent a lot of time in Houston, 40 touchdowns versus 7 picks. Very productive. Aiden O'Connell, the Saints looked at him from Purdue. You know who comes from Purdue? Tanner McKee from Stanford's another guy that's there. Stetson Bennett, Max Dugan. So they got quite a few people that still be available. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Saints take a look at quarterback like the kid from Infinite Word as an undrafted player. So, I mean, it's still a lot going on here. All right, so Cedric Tillman from Tennessee, the big wide receiver, goes to the Cleveland Browns. Smart move by them getting Tillman. And, of course, Atlanta is on the clock, and the pick is in. So where does Atlanta go? Could they be looking for some help defensive? They got defensive end. I don't know about that. I say probably another offensive player to help, maybe an offensive lineman of some sort. We'll see momentarily where they go, but a lot of positive stuff happening, man, with the Saints. Solid draft so far, man. You know. All right, Scout Without Clout said, I thought his instincts are awesome. I don't like my power running backs to be patient. I need them to hit the whole reckless. This is my favorite Saints pick in a long time. Okay, cool. That's high praise right there. All right, Brother Lionel says, we win in the South for sure. Shout out to you. Brother Yakub says, nah, I don't like the pick. What a friggin' waste. Okay, you liked it. I know he probably liked Tajay Spears. Now you want the Spears, huh? All right, Bobby says, Kareem Hunt 2.0. I like the back. Okay. All right, everybody likes that comparison. All right, Jihad says, we need to trade back to grab Trenton. Okay. All right, Elora says, Miller looks like one-cut type runner who can do what it is DA and Pete trying to do with Kamara last year. All right, yeah. Double A still on the board. Yeah, Quavadas. Is that the pick for Atlanta? They get double A? That'll be overkill, right? Cool Guy says, get a QB next year. The rest of the guys ain't worth spending mid-round picks on, okay? Yeah, I know Bobby says Foskey got that Yannick injury. That's the comp. The comp is Yannick Ngakoue, and that's a pretty good comp, except for Yannick Ngakoue's, the knock on him is he's not good against the run. He's not as good as they expect him to be against the run. He's really good against the pass. You know, he's one of the top pass rushers out there, and that's like he had several different teams. He couldn't stick and stay, and I was like, what's going on here? What's the problem with Yannick Ngakoue? But, you know, but the knock on him was that he's not good. He's not that good against the rush. So he's like a guy that you have to put in pass type situations to go get the quarterback. What a waste. You need a guy that can do both, man. You know, we need our players on there. All right, my dog says, if y'all don't think we need to start a draft for running back, I'm coming back to you when they hand Kamara that long suspension. We'll love to pick. Yeah, when you listen, bro, let's put this all in comparison, right? When you take a quarterback, a running back, drawing that out there. When you take a running back with the 3rd round pick, expect him to play. Expect him to get some game. And the Saints, okay, Zach Harrison, they got another defensive end from Ohio State. All right, to kind of help out the defense. So Atlanta trying to do their defensive line thing. So yeah, Atlanta doing good, man. But with the Saints taking in, like we said, all these, look how smart your draft is, fam. This is what we've gotten so far, and we still have 5 more picks to make. But look how smart your team is drafting right now, right? Like the Bryan Bresee, even though people don't like Bresee because of his injury history that he's had, I'm still saying he's a part of the rotation. I'm not sticking him ahead of Nate Shepard. I think he has to prove himself, and eventually you add him in with the Kalen Saunders, the Nate Shepard, the Malcolm Roach, and then the Saints gonna get some more help. You add him with that. That's a good rotation. He's part of the rotation. Think about it like that. So is Foskey. Foskey pushes Peyton Turner, provides insurance for Cam Jordan if injuries occur. And you also got Carl Granderson. So that improves the pass rush because you got to stop the run and you got to get pressure on the quarterback and even operate a better containment situation. But we don't have guys like Jalen Hurt leak out and kill you, with his feet. We can't have that. So he helps there. And then finally, you have Kendre Miller, which is, granted, he's not my favorite pick, which would have been Tajay Spears because obviously Tulane, Ponchatoula. But getting him a bigger, physical running back, can break tackles, catch the ball out the backfield, can do a lot of different things. And the Saints looked at this kid, did their research on him. These are all positions of need because Saints are anticipating Alvin Kamara could very well be doing some time. I mean, not time like in jail, but time away from the game. And we talking about with him, this could be something like 6 to 8 games. And I'm like, this was a pick. And the Saints like, man, we gotta make sure that we have somebody that can carry the weight. So Jamaal Williams is in there, and then you got Kendre Miller. So, and also Kendre Miller is not just somebody for this year. He also provides insurance in the next few years when Alvin Kamara has that balloon payment when he's approaching 30 years old. And it's like the Saints are kind of getting ready to move away from him because, when they hit that 30-year marker, them running backs go off the edge. They go off the cliff. So having Kendre Miller with a 3rd-round pick gives him a running back that'll give the Saints some value that could plug in. Let me get the Saints depth chart up here so I can kind of explain what's going on here, like to show you, because usually it's good to look at the depth chart right here so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. So as you can see, what the Saints are doing, you see Carr, then of course Kamara facing this legal issues. Jamaal Williams is here, and now you get Kendre here. So you give them a really good running back, a young running back that can do some things for you right there. So Chris Olave, Michael Thomas, Rashid Shaheed, all these guys, it's another weapon to help the Saints, and it does provide insurance for Alvin Kamara for this year and into the future. So it pretty much what it works itself out to be a very positive situation in my book. I think this is good. Very good, solid draft the Saints are putting together. Now, as we move forward, what else is there remaining? As we can see, Brian Young off the board from Tennessee to the Rams, and the Packers are on the clock. They still got a lot of running backs available. There's a lot of, where should the Saints turn right now? Okay, so we went 2 defensive picks. We knew the Saints was going to bounce the offensive game. They've been following true to form. Defensive tackle, defensive end, running back. Now what's the next step? Is it wide receiver? Is it linebacker? I say what's the next weakest need right here for the Saints to appease coming up, unless the Saints decide to move back. And I don't think they are looking to make a jump right now, but I don't think they're making a jump for anybody. They're just playing it how it go. As I check Rappaport, as he's usually get a little game on you. But anyway, what do y'all guys think about the Saints draft thus far, man? Let me put our draft back up here. And I know they still drafting right now. The pick is in. But here's our draft, fam, so far. What do you guys think about it? Bryan Bresee, and with the 1st-round draft pick, the Saints come out in the 2nd round and get Isiah Foskey from Notre Dame. This guy's responsible for over 20 sacks in the last 2 years alone. I agree, Dana. Dana likes the Foskey pick. And Kendre Miller, the big running back from TCU. How do you guys feel about the Saints draft so far? Everything is need. Tucker Kraft, tight end from South Dakota State, Green Bay, gets a tight end for Jordan Love. Okay. So what's next on the Saints list to do? And I know that'll be tomorrow. Y'all let me know. Y'all fill in and let me know which directions you guys think the Saints should go in coming up. So it's going to be fun, man, to watch all this play out, man, to be honest with you. I really am enjoying this draft. I mean, early on, the Saints, it's a solid draft for the Saints. It's all about the needs that they are using, that they're fixing. They're doing some stellar stuff. How do y'all guys feel? Okay, a few people saying let's climb up and trade up to get back in the draft. Who you looking at? Who do you want? Daniel says, having a Louisiana native playing for the Saints, I believe he will perform and play well like he wants to be on the team. Okay, shout out to you. All Day Sports Talk 365 says, definitely filling the vacancies that they needed to be filled. Smart draft, right, bro? Smart draft. Very smart. Very smart. All right, people. Homie the Clown, B+. They're ranking them out right now. Big Smoke says we need a safety. Really, bro? We need a safety right now? I mean, I think the deepest position the Saints have, let's put their depth chart up here, is the safety. Yeah, they loaded with safeties. They picked up 2 safeties, Lonnie Johnson Jr. and Jonathan Abram. They re-signed JT Gray. They still have Smoke Monday, who's healthy. They picked up Hugo Amadi, who's a special team safety, and Alante Taylor can play corner and safety. So, I mean, I don't know about the safety pick. I think the deepest position group the Saints have on their team is the secondary right now. What you think? All Day says definitely feeling the bait. Okay, I put that up already. Okay, next up, a family. Demi says still need tight end. Okay, Demi doesn't believe in the fish man. Right, Demi, you don't like the fish man. All right, Marlon, shout out to you, bro. Says it's a B. Jesse, we need a slot corner. Trey. Yeah. I'm inclined to agree with you on that, man. Scout says we still got picks, so I'll wait to grade the class. So for my main concern is every DA pick was instead of BPA, you fill needs, but it's high risk approach, very boom or bust. You're talking about his strategy. Okay. All right. Thank you, Scout for that, bro. Sean says another DE. All right, Beverly, shout out to you, says give it a B. Thank you, Bev. All right, Pelican says a B. All right, shout out to you. Young City, what's happening, bro? Says B. All right, physical wide receiver. Who you like, bro? They got some wide receivers still available. Yeah, and I can say physical wide receiver. I can agree with you on that because they still have some wide receivers that are physical. I like. Let's see. You got A.T. Perry that's available. Tall wide receiver, 6'4", 190. Got to put some weight on himself. You know, they got a few guys that's still available there. Look how far they slid Keyshawn Booty down here. You know Keyshawn better than a couple of these guys, but that's how they play the game. How about Demas? Is he still up here? Yep, Dante Demas is way down here, man, from Maryland. He's another interesting player. How about Bryce Ford Wheaton? This is one of my favorite wide receivers that the Saints can look at. So big physical wide receivers with speed. You want a big physical wide receiver with speed. It's Bryce Ford Wheaton from West Virginia. This guy is the guy. Like if you like looking to add value, this is the guy that will run Traquan Smith off your team. His name is Bryce Ford Wheaton. He will run Traquan off your goddamn team. Okay, Josh Downs was just picked up by the Colts. You might see some more wide receivers go. All right, the Panthers are on the clock. They picked up the quarterback, the wide receiver. Whether they're going to go defensive with the pick. Might be maybe a linebacker, defensive end. Darnell Washington is still on the board. Double A still on the board. So it's interesting. All right. Lionel says guard. Okay, thank you, bro. All right, James says, Q, I hope we do well, but I think Carr is going to slow us down. You remember Derek Carr had some good weapons with the Raiders, and what did he do? I just want us to be ready. DA failed with Carr before. Bro, man, let me tell you. All right, St. John, shout out to you, bro. Says, I like how they run this draft so fast. Very sensible. Yeah, I like it too, bro. I like it too. All right, Hishima says we should go linebacker or old line. Yeah, hey, that's a great call. I talked about that before. Linebacker would not be a bad move. Could it be Dorian Williams? You should be available around that. Demi, I like it. It's a common sense, very like what Brother St. John said, very sensible draft. The Saints have done a wonderful job in filling every need. The first move, listen, very common sense draft. No stretches or reaches. People saying, well, Q, some people saying Bresee was a reach. I'm like, not really. Bresee being picked up at the back of the first round, which is really like the second round, kind of fits there. You know, it's cool. He's a part of the rotation. It's not like we getting Bresee and say, man, we need Bresee to be the starter there. No, he's going to be a part of the rotation. And I'm cool with that until he gets better and learn the game and then ultimately moves to that level where he will earn that first round grade. So he'll challenge Nate Shepard, but the Saints could find a role for him early on and kind of slide him in that rotation. Very sensible, like that. And then, of course, adding Kendre Miller to the fray. What that does is that gives them the insurance because they know Alvin Kamara could be doing some time away from the game, not in jail. But, you know, this is smart, very smart draft by our black and gold. We can't be mad at that. We still got another 5 picks to go right now. So, I mean, actually, I think this is a very solid draft for the Saints. I really do because the top 3 people, the top 3, usually when you take a first, a second, and a third round, those guys are going to contribute majorly to your team. Now, the rest of the guys, 4, 5, and down, you look at them as developmental players, the back end of the draft, and then the middle there, you looked at them adding some value, perhaps in the depth or into a special teams component, you know. So you might get a 4th guy in the 4th round or 5th round, you know, depending. The Saints could package those 2 picks and move up to get a better player. So they got 2 picks in the 5 in the 5th round, 2 in the 7th, where they can package them and move up. I don't see a need where the Saints feel like they got to go and use all of these picks and draft them. They might not do that. You know, we'll see how it all shakes. But for right now, the top 3 picks, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round picks are all solid picks that fit in exactly what this team needs. And they could definitely either with one of those, the 4th or one of the 5th round picks, probably one of the 5th round picks, it'll probably be a defensive tackle and a quarterback. Watch. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if the 4th pick is a wide receiver, you know, that they get like a Bryce Ford Wheaton or a big physical wide receiver like that. To chase off Traquan Smith would be something I would love to get. You know, we got the smallish guys. We got a Kirk Merritt that can help you. We got him. But you get a big wide receiver that can run, you know, that's a 440 guy or 449 or a 449 or 448 guy, like a Bryce Ford Wheaton that is 6'3", 220, that can get down the field and go across the field for you. That's like great value, like not really Walmart value, but excellent value. Let's just change it like that. Excellent value for a player that can do that. That ultimately runs off Traquan Smith, and you know it's good to run him off. Kevin says next pick wide receiver or offensive guard. I was checking wide receivers. Man, Keyshawn Booty done dropped way down there. Why? I know, Kevin. I just looked at it. I just showed the family members that he slid down there because he's a head case. He had it set up. He would have been a top 5 wide receiver coming out last year. It's just, man, he gonna get drafted, but he cost himself a lot of money this year. No doubt about it. He just got to work hard to work himself back up there. All right, so anyway, let's get back to what we've seen there. Is DJ Johnson, the linebacker from Oregon. The Carolina Panthers picked him up. We got the Tennessee Titans on the clock, followed by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, yep. Okay, so somebody saying they just traded. Let me check the Ian Rappaport report and see what he's talking about. He usually give you all the scoop on the latest stuff that's popping and snapping. All right, the latest thing he got is the Colts take Josh Downs at number 79, a clean slot wide receiver football family. Dad played in the NFL. Did his uncle Dre Bly. So there you go. So the ties that bind, right? Those bloodlines, they reign true. All right, so let's get back to this right here. So it's very solid draft, fam. Very, very solid draft thus far for the Saints. Doing wonderful work, man. Wonderful work. They're doing wonderful work. They're doing wonderful work right now. Very wonderful work the black and gold is doing. You know, So right now we got to give him credit when credit's due, fam. That's what you got to do when they were making it pop. All right, yeah, I know. Homie says A.T. Perry. Yeah, yep. Kenneth says wide receiver Michael Wilson from Stanford Q. Okay, bro. All right. Kelvin says the dancing bear from Baylor. He's still out there, bro. And look, Tennessee gets Tajay Spears. Spears is off the board, man. Tajay going to Tennessee. Yeah, well, congratulations, Tajay. Congratulations to Tajay. He gone. James says I would say we go linebacker Q. We need some decent behind DeMar. I agree, bro. We're gonna be hurt first if one of them gets hurt or seriously injured, and it's a big drop off of skill. I know, bro. I am, bro. You talking my talk, bro. You're preaching to the choir, bro. You're absolutely right. People don't have any faith in Zach Bowen because don't make me put the song back on, bro. We can't put the song back on because Zach Bowen got. Bowen ain't showing nobody nothing, man. A little here, a little there, but there's not a lot of faith in Zach Bowen, man. They're hoping he has a massive maturity jump in talent. They got to because the Saints haven't really brung in anybody seriously to challenge him because DeMarco Jackson is still a young linebacker who has speed and trained for a long time, man. You know, he's been healthy, but eventually at some point you're like, man, listen, we got to cover that. We got to take care of that business. So it is what it is, bro. So yeah, you speaking to the choir, bro. All right. Spears to the Titans. Yeah, I know, bro. I just seen it. Yeah. Congratulations. So yes, that's right, bro. Lee says Spears is playing with Derrick Henry. Could you imagine that? Derrick Henry and Tajay Spears. They probably won't know how to use Tajay the way we would. That would have been a match made in heaven. But it's the thing is, you know, I can understand why they didn't do it. You know, I might not like it, but I can understand why they didn't do it because they feel like Kendre Miller gives them more of a physical running back, and Tajay Spears is more of a satellite, smaller back who at times does show that he has the ability to run through hand tackling. He did it several games last year, but the Saints were looking for a bigger back, and he's 6'1", 215 coming into this thing. So yeah, I can understand it from that perspective why they went in that in there. Yeah, Zach Bowen, if anything happens, man, anything happens to the Saints, and I can put their depth chart up here. That's why it's always good to have that. As you can see right here, let me get it nice and close up there. Yeah. So so anyway, Zach Bowen is right here. And of course, you see Pete Werner, Demario Davis is there. Zach Bowen is here in the Caden Ellis spot, the third linebacker position. Something happens, he slides in for Pete Werner, and Pete Werner hadn't been able to stay healthy. Saints did re-sign Andrew Dowell. I don't see how where they see Andrew Dowell as a person that is competing for a starting linebacker position. I don't know, or they just simply see him as a special teams person. I would go to the second as opposed to the primary. DeMarco Jackson is a young linebacker. We don't exactly know what he's going to do. And the rest of these guys, Ryan Conley, Ty Summers, and Nephi Sewell, are all practice squad type players. So indeed, if you want to talk about the Saints doing something, you know, or at least trying to compete or to improve their roster, linebacker is definitely a position that if you're the Saints, you got to take seriously. And they've been doing a pretty damn good job of walking and what we've been saying. But if you look at some of the linebackers that's available, there's a lot of good linebackers that can help the Saints. Like when they come around to the fourth round, a lot of these guys are still going to be on the board. You got Simpson out of Clemson. He's available. Henry out of Alabama still there. Dorian Williams from Tulane. Ivan Pace is out of there. So they still have some really good, serious good. And Henley out of Winston. And then you turn around and look at the linebackers, outside linebackers, they got them. They still have a lot of solid linebackers that's available if the Saints are going in that direction. If you're looking at this defensive tackle for the Saints, Ika, the dancing bear from Baylor, is the top guy on the board. Is still Jaqueen Roy's out there. So, I mean, Broderick Martin from Western Kentucky is another dude. Keandre Colburn from Texas. He's another heavy defensive tackle that play well. So they still have some guys that you can look at. And of course, you know, if the Saints feeling spicy, Double A, I don't think he'll be available. I think he's going to be going real soon. But Moro Jomo from Texas, another guy that can also play
inside too. This is a guy that they kind of have as a defensive end, but you can also play him inside. So they do have Carl Brooks from Bowling Green is still available. Carl Brooks is still available. So, he's still there. It's, Ali Gay from LSU, Robert Bill Jr. from Georgia. So they still have a lot of talent that's still available that's in the draft that if the team really wanted to, they can reach to and grab at these guys and make something happen. So it's still positives, man, all across the board, depending on where the Saints want to go with it. So we'll see. It doesn't appear like the Saints, we got another 10 or so picks remaining before the round ends, and I don't think the Saints are making any moves to jump back in the draft. Might not be anybody in the draft they're looking for. The Saints being pretty patient in days 1 and 2. So congratulations to Tajay Spears. So we've seen both Hendon Hooker ended up going to Detroit, Tajay Spears to the Titans. So that's that's interesting. So it fell. Uncle who that? So, shout out, bro. Said, hey Q, I'm pretty late to the part. I had to work, brother. He says, what do you think about the Saints didn't draft Ojulari when they had a shot at him? He's better than I don't think he fits with the Saints. I don't think B.J. Ojulari is a scheme fit for the Saints, right? That's like when people talk about Nolan last night. Said, Q, why they took Bryan Bresee and didn't take Nolan? I was like, because he don't fit with what they do. It's not because if they would have took Nolan, what would end up happening was he would end up being like what they did when they took Zach Bond. They couldn't find a way to and absorb Zach Bond into the defense. They couldn't find a way, a fit to fit him in the defense. He just didn't fit with what they were trying to do. And then he got pushed behind, and guys that were undrafted and 7-round draft picks went before him. So that's got to be a blow to his confidence too. So, I mean, when guys are not a schematic fit, you got to look past them. You got to find who fits with what you're doing. And that's why you see a guy like Nolan last night against when the Saints took Bresee over him. When it plays out that way, you got to remember some of these players are not schematic fits. So what the Saints are doing, and Isiah Foskey is a guy that fits with what they're doing. I don't know if Ojulari is a guy that fits with what the Saints would be doing. I know Foskey is a guy that he fits right what they're trying. So I don't know if it's a schematic fit for the Saints. So that's why that explains some of the stuff and why they decided to go. And you got to remember too, is that everybody's boards are different. Like some of these guys, they rank their boards a lot different. That's why you see some guys who some people believe are 4th-round picks go in the 2nd round and vice versa, because a lot of people have more value. Like for instance, and I'm going to use this example because this is a perfect example. Devin Achane, the Texas A&M running back, he goes to the Dolphins. So that's a pretty good pickup right there. But the pick that who was it that got Laporta? The Detroit Lions. Detroit drafted Laporta, the tight end, right? And what happened when the Raiders seen it, the Raiders hurried up and traded back into the draft and took Michael Mayer, who a lot of teams seen Michael Mayer as a higher, as some had him as the #1 tight end in the draft. Michael Mayer was a guy that a lot of people had as the #1 tight end in the draft, the guy out of Notre Dame. But the Laporta goes ahead of him. What happened there? That happens all the time because other guys are rated higher on other boards than some other guys on other boards. You see what I'm saying? So that happens. So it's not a universal board they all agree upon. It's just that's not how it's done. But yeah, I can. The best pick to me that the Saints made thus far was the Isiah Foskey pick. 20+ sacks in 2 years. You cannot discount that. And that is what you need him to bring here. So, he's good against the run and he rushes the passer. He pursues. He does a lot of positive stuff. He got to work on some other stuff, tightness and all that. But you a stiff-ass defensive end. That's like the scouts got to write some stuff sometimes. That's why I be looking at the film. Sometimes, majority of the time, you can rely on what these scouts say. But when you actually start watching a lot of the film, it just looked like some of the times they be putting down stuff just to put down stuff about a player to say something negative about him. Like you can't say, okay, he doesn't have any imperfections. His game is pretty crisp, so they have to put something down. Like when they talk about Isiah Foskey, they made mention of the fact that he got stiff hips and all this kind of stuff. I said, how you got stiff hips and he got 20+ sacks in 2 years out of Notre Dame? Hell, if you can do that, we need to make sure all these guys have stiff hips. Did Davenport have stiff hips? You got stiff hips. You got stiff hips. Yeah, you got stiff, but he got 20 plus sacks in 2 years. Stiff hips. Nah, dude, cut that out. But it's just, sometimes they got to write something to the contrary, man. That's just how the game goes, But anyway, thank you, Uncle Who Dat. Shout out to you. Youngblood, shout out to you. Says Kendre is a solid pick at the running back. It's sad that people have to be so negative when the Saints don't pick the players they want him to pick. Yeah, I know a lot of people, including myself, wanted to get Tajay Spears, obviously. But you're right. But at times, sometimes, man, you got to look at this stuff and you got to be like, okay, they didn't get the guy, but did the guy they get a guy that fits with what we're doing? And if you ask and you look at it like that, where you can see a lot better. All right, Elora says, after 16 years of Sean, I'll be real. I just don't care for DA's style thus far. I hope he proves me wrong. Don't make me put the song on, Elora. Don't make me put the song back on. All right, shout out. All right, Travis says, Casey, it never fails. Saints coaches organization foolish for not drafting state college players, and that's a part of it too. Just to be fair to some of the family members, as the Ravens are on the clock. Just to be fair, that is something that's not a fable. That is not a conspiracy. That is actually truth. That is 100% truth talk right there, because the Saints have a lot of talent that's coming out of LSU, and especially this year, Tulane have several really draft-worthy prospects. We just seen Tajay Spears go to the Titans, and then Dorian Williams, the linebacker from Tulane, should be a Saints pick, because what he does, he fits what they're doing. He's sideline to sideline. He's intelligent. He's smart as hell. And then we've seen North Dakota players and South Dakota players and University of Alaska players and the University of underneath the iceberg, all this stuff happening out here, and we passing up on our guys, like these guys that's in our background. And the Saints have a history under Peyton of going elsewhere to go get talent when you have talent here. And it got to the point where I think Peyton started trolling for real, because people would challenge him on that every year. Why are you not drafting LSU players, even though all your competition is drafting them? The Texans, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Atlanta Falcons are basically littered with LSU players every year. Every damn year, our adversaries were picking LSU players. They're littered on their rosters. You can name at least one LSU player on each one of their rosters. And let me see. I don't know Atlanta. I don't think Atlanta got anybody that's LSU right now. I'm gonna have to think about it. But I know Terrence Marshall Jr. with Carolina. He's there. And then Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who they got, Devin White over there. And Atlanta had Dion for the longest before they traded him out of there, got rid of him. So, yeah, that's actually truth, that they keep overlooking the talent in their own backyard. Now, they'll do their little pro days and they'll bring them in, but they don't draft them, and it's strange, man. Very strange. All right. Yeah, this was a very good pick. Out chain to the Dolphins is a solid move for them. I like that. Scout without clout says Q. Spot on ab scheme. My board was 114 players this year. There were others who, if they fell far enough, we might try to convert them. But fit matters a ton. Look at Breeze and San Diego versus in Nola. Exactly. It's all about the fit. And like, they'll look at these guys and where they come from, and what they were exposed to, what kind of pro system that were they in. And sometimes it works. Like, you'll have a player like what Philadelphia is doing. Philadelphia scheme fit. This is a perfect example. Philadelphia scheme fit. And what Georgia is doing is spot on. That's why they keep grabbing these players. It's like, yeah, they feel like it's whatever they're learning in Georgia translate to what translates very evenly. Like it's like it's a conveyor belt. It's like these guys, we go over here and get these guys because they're exposed to this type of system, and this system is perfect for what we're trying to teach them. It's a pipeline. And when you see them constantly doing that, it's because they feel like these players can acclimate fast and give them production versus them having to go to a system or to a place where it's the opposite. It really matters, man, because they're trying to find the easiest way to get these guys involved. And then there goes Trenton Simpson, the linebacker from Clemson. He's going to, of course, the Baltimore Ravens with Pat Quinn and all them. So there you go. So Lamar Jackson. So yeah, the Ravens are trying to put something strong together. The 49ers are on the clock now. So maybe the 49ers get your boy out of Ohio State. He's been sitting up there for a long time. Maybe he'll go. All right, 24th pick in the 3rd round is what's going on, fam. All right. Quaveda says, I just checked Twitter and they got some people mad with the Foskey pick. Typical year for us. Yeah, some people, bro, like I said, I've been doing this for a while, man. And sometimes you got to, I've realized, bro, and I tell family members this all the time, is that when you come into the sports coma, right? And I do my rant and but at the same time, it's like you got to sprinkle some game with the family members, because a lot of people be coming in, they be emotional and they be like, man, he did this and he should have got this guy. But okay, they didn't get your guy. But does the guy fit with what they're doing? Does he improve and help what they're attempting to do? Could you see? Use your imagination a bit and your logic and walk forward and see, does this make sense for the team? Even though they didn't get your player. They're not going to pick every player you want. That's just not how it goes. But if they're doing something like, and it's in line with improving the team, you got to love it. But when you see a lot of people doing that, sometimes you got to talk them off the edge, man. Sometimes people be talking themselves to the point where it's just easy just to push them off, push them in the volcano. But nah, sometimes I realize, man, and doing it as long as I'm doing it, man, sometimes you got to be the guy that talk these people off the edge. You got to make them see another way, because sometimes they only see this way, and sometimes you got to make them be able to see this way, and this way. Sometimes you got to give them that. And they'll calm down, and when they get into a more rational, logical mind, they'll understand when they look at the film, when they talk to the player, and then when they start seeing them in rookie training camp and all this kind of stuff, it'll start clicking, and then they'll forget that they even said something about it on draft day, even though it's taped. You know, I'm taped. You can pull back the last several drafts of me doing this, man, and hear my thoughts on all those picks, including the Cesar Ruiz thing and all that stuff. So what I've learned is sometimes you got to talk people off that edge, man. All right, 504 Coach says, Q, the Saints defensive line looks like the Monstars. This could be, and that's what I'm saying. They're still not done yet. We still have several picks left to remain. I still believe the Saints will take another defensive lineman later on in the draft. It's still quite a few of them. The Saints still need to go there. Travis says Ali Gay, yes, still sitting there. Williams from Tulane, Jordan Lewis from Southern, Booty and Jenkins. Yes, indeed. They're still there. This could be something. Yeah, we did draft Will Clapp. You're right, Will, in the 7th round, and we kept him for several years too. Tyler says, anyone see the Saints getting? I would love, Tyler, I would absolutely love if the Saints got Hacksaw Max Duggan to be our coach. I was thinking maybe like with one of the 7th-round picks. Oh, that would be a really solid pick to me, because you want to talk about, he's a small quarterback, and we are accustomed to small quarterbacks that don't have big arms, but some kind of way the dude finds a way to win. That's Drew Brees. I'm not saying Duggan is Drew Brees, but I'm saying the characteristics that he had, like in that game when he basically willed TCU to win. I mean, he was out there without air. They had to give him oxygen. He was out there bent over trying to make plays. He had the heart of a lion. You can't teach that. You can't teach that. And when I say, man, that guy is a player. But, like I say, that hopefully he'll be there late for us. So probably would. Travis says Chalk and Marshall in Carolina. Right. Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yep. Yeah. Our adversaries, they do. Quaveda says Saints family base want everybody who will stay on. Yeah, that's not realistic, but every now and again, or more consistently, because these schools are turning out more talented players than they ever done before. So I mean, realistically, I can understand the pressure for the Saints to start doing stuff locally, because you don't have to go out too far to find talent when they're top-notch talent being produced in state. So I get that out. Devin says Ravens love their linebackers. They just keep building and just keep looking good. Jaguars got Tank Bigsby. That's pretty damn good. Tank Bigsby, power north-south runner to go with what's his name? Etienne. Etienne out there. Not bad, man. All right, K-Man says Rapport reporting knee injury concerns with Spears caused him to fall in the draft. Okay. Does that soften it for the family members that are still upset about it? Knee injuries? Casey said, I don't like Dennis Allen as a coach, but I expressed that and we still rocking with the squad in this moment. This is what it's about. Now, after today, it's winning. This, it's whining. I'm sorry. This is disappointment. Well, let them whine, bro. Kevin, let people whine, bro. Let them get it out of their system. For God's sake, don't let them keep it on the inside, man. That'll make them bitter and hard to come around, hard to talk to. Let them whine and get it out of their system, man. Let them whine and get it out. They'll feel better, and then they'll change their perspective. I miss Misdemeanor Crime. Shout out to you, Queen. Says the only pick the Saints have made that makes sense to me is Foskey. All right, shout out to the Queen. My dog says them local players, they cry for the Saints to draft 80% end up mediocre. I don't know about that, bro. All right, Uncle Who that say Q. I had some time to think about what you said. You're right about the scheme fit. If you think about Jimmy Graham and and Graham in Seattle, not the same player performance at all. Yeah, it's a big fit is everything, bro. I know, and Sean Payton's partially at fault for this thinking about fit, because Sean Payton believed that he can take water and turn it into wine. He was a guy that's had so much. He was so full of himself about what he can do with prospects. He thought he could take players that were tackles and turn them into guards. He thought that he could take players that were safeties and turn them into cornerbacks. He would do this. He would take guys like, it was crazy. That's why, I have this, this affinity for Andrews Pete, because it all happened because of Sean Payton. Sean Payton, when he drafted Andrews Pete, he had two positions. Both tackle positions was filled. He had Teron Armstead on one side, Ramczyk on the other. Like, okay, I'm a tackle. I never played guard before. But when they drafted Andrews, stayed in school to graduate, and when he finally made it to camp, he was out of shape. And when that happened, when he came into camp, he was out of shape. Sean Payton gave him the business, and rightfully so. He came in out of shape. But Sean Payton took it to a whole nother level with Andrews. He started to say, okay, now you're going to play guard, left guard. And then he moved him from left guard to right guard. Then when the injury happened to Armstead, which was always, he said, okay, now you play left tackle. Then when Armstead came back, here you go back to left guard. Then he moved him to the right guard. And then he even played right tackle. So my thing is, he was moving him all around. And this didn't happen over a period of like 2 years for him to learn. No, this happened the same damn year. And I'm sitting up here during the show saying, what the hell is wrong with Sean Payton, man? What's going on here? It's hard enough for a guy to learn one position, one of the guard positions. When it's a difference when you're an offensive guard and you're playing left guard versus playing the right side, right guard. It's difference. It's obviously different how you have to situate and get your stature and everything correct. It's different. So when I seen him doing that, I was like, okay, he's starting to settle in at the left guard position. And then next thing you know, somebody gets hurt, and then he moves him to the blind side tackle position. And I told people, it's like, man, Q, Pete's garbage. I said, no, he ain't. Andrews Pete, anytime your head coach take you and move you to the blind side tackle position, the blind side tackle position is supposed to be the most sacred position on the offensive line, because it basically tells you that I trust you as my lineman to protect the back of my quarterback, who can't see back there because he's right-handed. So when he comes out, he's looking this way and going through his progression. So this blind side position here, I'm protecting his blind side. And that's what he did with Andrews Pete. And that went on for years. And that's why I gave Andrews Pete respect, because what ultimately happened is he became a multiple Pro Bowler playing a position that he didn't play in college, and Peyton was doing all that. So he learned the game and played all of those spots and learned how to play 4 different positions. When you had Ryan Ramczyk playing one position, and nobody else was moving around on the line like that, playing 3 and 4, learning 3 or 4 positions. That's why I started like, man, that's why I start, supporting Andrews Pete, because I seen what was going on. I started talking up for him. All right, so anyway, shout out to you. What's up, Hoodie? Shout out to you, bro. He said, what's up, Slim Q? I mean, Big Q, damn, you looking a lot more slim, bro. I've been working out, bro. Me and DC been running on the path, and working out, man, and eating better, man, and just doing the do, bro. Just living life, bro, and having fun and doing it and just enjoying life, bro, and operating in moderation. Because y'all know I love to cook, but like I said, man, when you get to a certain age, you got to start making sure you take care of yourself and do all this other kind of stuff. And I always was athletic, but I'm almost 6'2". And at one point I was up to like 280 something pounds, like 280. And I carried it. I didn't have necks and all that. You got neck here and three layers of necks right here, like I'm running a chicken joint. No, that wasn't what was going on. I carried the weight really well. So I had to thin down and get back to, I ain't gonna say my playing weight in high school, but yeah, you had to take care of yourself, bro. So I appreciate that, bro. He says, live too, so haven't heard your opinions on anything. Okay, shout out to you, Hoodie, man. Shout out to you. Give Hoodie a shout out, man. Hoodie is be always representing. He supports the stream, man. He's a great dude, man. And Hoodie been working hard too, man. And I'm just proud of Hoodie and Randolph and the rest of the fact and Teal and all of them, bro. I'm so proud of you guys. Y'all doing great work with what y'all doing, man. Don't let life stop you from living your passion. So thank you, Hoodie, for that, man. Thank you, bro. All right. Well, I mean, he'll be a part of the rotation. That's how I'm saying that, Queen. I think he'll be a part of the rotation. I don't think he pushes out Nate Shepard right away. I think the Saints will simply put him in the rotation along with Malcolm Roach and all those guys behind him. And remember, that's like important because the Saints love cycling in those defensive linemen because it keeps everybody fresh, keeps that pass rush coming. So it's very important. And last year, rotation was horrible, man. That's terrible. All right. Larry says the running back in the third round made no sense at all for the Saints. No, Larry, it does. It does. It does. Okay, Overshown, the linebacker going to the Texans. I mean to the Cowboys that are getting linebacker there. The Buffalo Bills on the clock. We still got a couple more picks for the end of the third round. But if you think about it, because the Saints made the move because of one individual. His name is AK-41. Alvin Kamara is facing legal ramifications coming up soon, which could end up eventually putting him out of the game for at least 6 to 8 weeks. He could be out 6 to 8 games if we lucky. So I'm not gonna tell you, it wasn't a bad pickup, bro. They needed to get a running back to kind of help out that situation because the reality is Alvin Kamara very well going to do some time. Now, listen, there's a small fraction that he could not do any time. He could beat the case. But everything's on video. Everything from the moment the situation started, and there goes Dorian Williams from Tulane going to Buffalo. There he is, Dorian Williams. So 2 Tulane prospects are gone in the same round. Tajay Spears to the Titans, and then Dorian Williams from Tulane to the Buffalo Bills. So there you go. Dorian's off the board. Oh, well. Yes, 985 Live. Yeah. No. I don't mean Ruiz, 985 Live. I'm talking about Andrews Pete. He did that to Andrews Pete. Now Ruiz moves Ruiz from center to guard, but he did Andrews Pete a lot worse. He had Andrews playing 4 positions: left guard, right guard, and then when he was getting good at either or, he would slot him. Then he dropped him at left tackle. Then he had to play right tackle when Ramczyk went down. So he was like, they was treating him like the swing tackle. But then what happened when he signed that last contract? What happened right when James Hurst came? They had James Hurst and James Hurst took the role as the guy. And I remember when he came, I said, this guy is going to be the swing offensive lineman, so Andrews doesn't have to switch all the time. So if something happens, James Hurst would be the guy that goes to the blind side of the quarterback, or James Hurst would go to the guard position. And that's when James Hurst came on the team, you notice Andrews Pete didn't slide anymore. He didn't slide anymore because that's how Peyton was using him. He was the rotation guy. Like, man, why are you doing that? But he did do it. He did Ruiz, because when he drafted Ruiz, that was a bad bet. And I said it on the show, you can go back and look. It's in the Wayback Machine. It's on this platform. You can go back and watch all the old drafts. But I'm like, this is a bad idea to get Cesar Ruiz. You're going to draft a center and put him in front of a old quarterback who can't get out of harm's way. This is a recipe for disaster, and that's what happened. I was just calling it like I seen it, and that's exactly what happened. And Kent Street ran past Ruiz like he wasn't even standing there, like he was invisible, and just put all his 300 pounds on top of Poe squashed him. So yeah, he did Cesar Ruiz something, but no, Andrews Peak was way worse. Yeah, but the running back situation, to go back, Larry, you had to think about it. Alvin Kamara is going to do he's going to be away from the game for 6 to 8 weeks if we lucky. I'm saying 6 to 8 weeks if we lucky. If we fortunate, because Roger Goodell punishes the Saints players. He punishes when he gets an opportunity. He always lay it on extra thick and heavy on the Saints. So they're making that pickup because they're anticipating Alvin Kamara missing games. That's why you pick up Kendre Miller. And then you plug them behind Jamaal Williams. So when you think about the pick, it makes a lot of sense because it provides insurance for you today with Alvin Kamara's legal situations. And then in the future, when in a couple of years, when Alvin Kamara's contract come due and he's 30 years old with 20+ million balloon payment, and usually running backs fall off the cliff after that 30-year mark. You see what I'm saying? So no, it makes plenty of sense when you start thinking about it from an insurance standpoint. Because it's all about insurance. That's what it is. It's all about insurance. All right. Yeah, Tramal says, Q, you was cooking all them chitlins. And no, I don't eat chitlins, bro. I'm going to tell you, I cook a lot of turkey and some chicken, right? Chicken and turkey. I don't eat a lot of beef and I don't eat any pork. Okay. So, and I'm not, and it's like, no, I'm not. I just don't eat no pork. Okay. But I eat a lot of chicken. I love turkey, right? Turkey is very, it's lean. So, and I do eat like deer and stuff like that when I can get it. I cook the piss out some deer, so, but yeah, man, but you cook, and like me, I don't, it's more economical for me to cook for my boy. My boys eat, my two boys, they eat. So, I'm what I look like going out to a restaurant somewhere and getting them boys and start eating, they eating all that stuff, and then you get home. You got anything else to eat? But no. What are you talking about? Why did you just ate an hour ago? I know I'm hungry again. Oh. So I mean, yeah, I cook at home, man, and I got a big pot of whatever I'm cooking, and they eat again. Plus it's cheaper and it's fulfilling, man. And that stuff that you cook, what you put in there. You don't know if somebody in there slobbing around there, spitting and coughing and barking. You cook it, it's cheaper. But that's how I look at it. And Scout says, for real, that's why, if in doubt, I'd rather start a guy at offensive guard than offensive tackle. Skoronski or Penning. Lots of offensive line teams don't really know if they can play left tackle versus. Yeah, this is true. Hard to predict. Indeed, bro. You talking facts, bro. Yeah, you talking facts. All right. Daniel says getting healthy is number one, man. We are all getting older and healthy, and living life is all we need to do is live a long, prosperous life. Indeed, life work to it says life work to live and live to eat. Passing a good time is a tradition, bro. You talking facts, bro. You talking big facts with that, bro. Enjoy that's what I told bro Randolph, man. I told him, I said, bro, enjoy the process. You got your end, the start point, and your ending. The joy, and you got to enjoy the process in between the start and end. Like a lot of people be trying to they start something, they be like trying to get to the end, and they get really bitter and ferocious, and then things get really hard. No, you got to enjoy the journey, enjoy the trip to the, in between. Like if you're going on vacation, the vacation don't start once you get to the boat. No, the vacation starts once you leave your house, and the journey starts from the end point to where you're going. You enjoy that time frame in between there. That's how it is, man. And that's how I learned. It took me a while to get there, but I got it. 985 Live says you and DC in Jamaica. Nah, bro. DC got on the boat, bro. He came over here, man, and he been just chilling, man. Oh man, y'all be killing me with the DC jokes, man. That DC be sitting up here lying to people, talking about you don't know nothing about the Marlins. I said, bro, how you sitting up here looking like a whole Marley boy out here talking about you. He ain't got no talent either. He came. I told him the other day. I said, DC, stop trying to don't. He can't sing, so I just tell him to get his damn guitar. Get your damn guitar and play. No woman, no cry. I'll sing. God damn it. He can't sing. All right. Anyway, Quavadia says my only pick I'm cool with is Bresee because of the. Okay, yeah. He not hurt right now, bro. So we'll see. Country Rail, shout out to. I guess we stand put this year. It looks like it, bro. We at right now. Wanya Morris was the offensive tackle picked up by KC out of Oklahoma, and we got a couple of more picks for the end of the third round. So the Saints are being patient, fam. Pittsburgh is on the clock. The pick is in, and then Arizona is with the 31st pick. All right, yes. Uncle Paulie. Hey, Big Q, what if Roger gives Kamara the Deshaun Watson treatment, 11-game suspension, or for the whole season? What Dennis Allen gonna do with the offense then? He gonna adjust, bro. He got no choice. He got to adjust. It's what he does. He gotta adjust. He gotta. I'll be ripping them. Shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, all right. All right. A very interesting comment there. All right. All right. So anyway, yeah. Marlon Moore, he just owned his own family, man. You know, I'm like, man, yeah. Debo says we only need O-line depth after the draft. We can get a guard in after get some depth in need to get a coverage linebacker. I think, yeah, linebacker, yeah, no doubt. Demetrius says Kamara is not the only primary aggressor in altercation, so if it should not qualify 11-game suspension. Bro, you talking real true talk there, brother Demetrius, but you got to remember, man, Roger Goodell don't play fair with the Saints, man. Everything he gives us is heavy. It's heavy-handed treatment. It's the heavy-handed treatment. You know, it's everything. Every time he gets an opportunity. That's why people hate Roger Goodell, because he's just unreal how heavy-handed he is with the Saints discipline. And any times we get these situations with Alvin Kamara, and we've been getting a lot of little nitpicky stuff from Alvin Kamara. This is probably the biggest thing that he's did, like with the fighting in Las Vegas. But the cold-blooded part about the altercation is it's on tape from start to finish. And I've seen it several different times, and I've seen all the different angles from when he gets in the limo, and that's on tape. Pittsburgh get Darnell Washington. That was a solid move by them, man. Getting a big old tight end that can block. There go Pittsburgh. But the crazy part about it, the whole damn altercation is on film from start to finish. He incriminated. To my point, he really shoots himself in the foot when you hear him talk in the limo. It's audio. It's not just video. You can hear him talking. Hey, I stumped on this. You know what? Hey, what make you think people not going to see that? They looking at all of that. That's why the dude that took the case, that was the dude that was going up against Deshaun Watson with the masseuse case. He was the guy that the other guy got. And the guy laid up there on the stretcher right there with his hands like this, thumbs up, and he know it because it's money time. It's money time. So I mean, that was a dumb. Let's just say what it is, man. Alvin Kamara, a cold turkey for that one, man. He a straight pigeon for that one, because that dude played him like a first-class pigeon, and he fell right into that trap. There's nobody crazy enough to walk up to three guys, and his lady friend, and walk up to them, and they obviously athletic people. You can see that they work out. You knew who they was when you approached them. He didn't lay not one hand on them people, and he proceeded to let them bless him with stumping that the world that's literally stump him out. He didn't try to hit back. He ain't try to do nothing. And it's just like, wait, what? Just dumb moves, dumb. But that's type of stuff with people. But people do that. You can't tell them. The Kanye West, you can't tell. When I get my money, you can't tell me how that go. You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. I'm rich. You can't tell me nothing. Yeah, a lot of them got that mentality. How you that stupid? Well, nobody can't tell you some commonsensical stuff about it, but you're gonna learn one. You're gonna come up off that money. I promise you that much. All right, so there it is. We got the 32nd pick coming up here. And it's the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. Michael Wilson, a wide receiver from out of Stanford, goes to the Cardinals. And then we got Cincinnati on the clock, pick 32. And then the Lions with round 3, pick 33. There it is. Stumping them out. He got it. The thing is, he's on tape from the start of the altercation all the way to the end of the altercation. Now you're trying to pretend to be a victim? Where were you a victim? I was protecting myself. That was before or after you was stomping them out. That was before or after you was cleaning the bottom of your shoes out on the shirt. Please clarify that for me. You felt in danger to the point where you was cleaning the bottom of your shoes out quite aggressively on this man's back or stomach area? You and all of your associates? What part do you feel danger? A person that's feeling in danger wouldn't then pursue the man and start punching him in the back of his head and his back area if he's scared of him. No, and everything's on tape. That's why the Saints looking at it and saying, let's go ahead on and get Kendre Miller here because this don't make no sense. And it's just dumb. Hire some goons. Hire some goons and let them push the man around. And if they get locked up, then you take them and then you bail them out. But you're supposed to stay clean, man. First class pigeon to the 3rd degree. That's what it is. That's his YouTube tag. First class pigeon to the 3rd degree. They got him. 8 games. Yeah, Queen. You would hope that would be the case. Dwayne said he sunk himself. I don't know if he's going to jail. I don't think he's going to jail, but he's definitely gonna miss some time. Yeah, remember that old song Kanye West? You can't tell me nothing. Wait till I get my money right. Then you can't tell me nothing. That's Alvin Kamara. Yeah, you wait till I get my money right. You ain't gonna be able to tell me nothing. Like, what kind of thinking is that? When you get your mind right, you want people to tell you something because you might want to need some help to keep your money. How you can't tell me nothing? I got money. Days, I know if it could be a pain at times, losing family, friends, or just not being in the city, just let them know that of the depression, the bitterness, or the angry pull and believe. I know how. Okay, thank you, Dan. You talking truth talk, bro. Talking to some people. Dwayne says he's not better. He's getting off. He beat the guy because he called his girlfriend. Oh, the guy called his, see? You should have knew right there, man. This dude right here trying to entice me to kick on him. You want me to clean my shoes off on you, don't you? Huh? You want me to use you as a bouncy house, huh? You should have known that and just got out. Now, them other guys, they're just regular players. They're in the NFL, but he's the only superstar there. Is Alvin Kamara first and them other guys last. They're not on his, level in terms of stardom. He's the big name there, so they're going after him because he's the big name. He's a superstar. He got the money. So it's a lesson he'll just have to learn, man. But that's a part of the reason for the Kendre Miller pick. But anyway, Cincinnati's on the clock, man, and we'll see what their pick is as we keep this thing moving along. So, yeah, 985 Live says, wait until I get my money right. Yeah, you can't tell me nothing. That's how the song go, don't it? All right, Scouts without clout says, facts, bro. If we paying him $25 million, be a man and be accountable and rep the community right. Can't deny the tape. Could turn it into good. He says could turn into good too. Start charities, counseling, all type of good things. Yeah, that's positive, man. When you bless, give, bless out, give more. When you bless, it comes to you, then you give it back. That's how the energy work. But yeah, we'll see. All right. Yeah, what's up, Mr. O? Shout out to you, brother. Y'all remember that family? That's old speak. Like, I'm kind of old school, man. I grew up with uncles and all that kind of stuff, and I'm accustomed to listen to how they would speak. But yeah, I borrow a lot of, a lot of stuff from my people from the country, before they moved to New Orleans. They was from southern Mississippi area, like a lot of people that moved, during that period of time. But pigeon is it's a kind of a old word for a guy that got took. He ran the game on him, he ganked him. Like back in the day, he said he ganked him, or he ran the game on him, he ran G on him, he tricked him. That's what that pigeon is. That pigeon is Alvin Kamara is a first class pigeon. He got ran game on. The guy never put his hands on him. He insulted him and 3 other guys that obviously he look at them and see they were athletic and good condition. He insulted him. He tried to holler at his girl. He did everything to incite an altercation. And you can't see that's what that fool doing? And I guarantee you check that dude's rap sheet is as long as my arm. I promise you that. I promise you that is his rap, that guy's rap sheet, because that's he running game. When I heard it, I said, man, that's game. The guy tricked him. He game 5 o'clock in the morning, and you out there issuing insults to total strangers that are athletic, and you know who they are. You don't hit them, but you let them hit them, and then they take pictures of you, and you on the stretcher going, and you doing this. It ain't hard to tell. It don't take Sherlock Holmes and Inspector Gadget to finish that one out. Let me tell you. All right, Kelvin says Big Q, his lady was involved. You know how men act. Still in all, bro. You got to know how to conduct yourself. You're a professional. You're a rich, professional, well-known person. You got to know how to operate in that type of environment. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. You leaving the casino. You know, they got a guy there talking crazy. You got to know how, you don't just beat the hell out of a person that got issues. Obviously, this man sounds like he got issues, but he money ain't going to be one of them in a little bit. I promise you that much. He's suing Alvin Kamara for $10 million, by the way. He say he ain't going to get that. He gets 5 of that. That's still a win. That's $5 million out of Kamara's pocket. That's what happened when you're a pigeon. You got it. Where was your security? How you operating out there? You don't see that guy meeting Bill Gates coming out the casino, and Bill Gates talking bad about Bill Gates' wife. You think Bill Gates gonna be out there trying to stump him out? I would pay to see that. I would definitely pay. He would just ignore them and have security to escort that guy out of here. Security, could you get this guy out of here? His security to move him out the way. It's just certain ways you gotta roll. You're not who you were when you started this journey, bro. So act accordingly. Some areas you can't go back because you're not the same person you were when you left. You can go somewhere and change and then come back and it'll be the same, but you have changed. You went around, you've improved your standard. You might not be welcome there. You might not be safe where you come from anymore. Even though you come from there, you could not possibly be seen as a person that's there. You wouldn't be able to live there, go back there and buy a house and live there comfortably. If you come from a neighborhood like I know about, you would have to change the entire neighborhood to make it safe for you to be there. That's that real deal. You would have to change it all. You would have to go in there and change the environment so that you can live there. Some of them guys say, I ain't doing that. I'm just going to go live over there with other people that make much money like where I'm living. And it's a shame it's like that. Some give back, some don't. It is what it is. But like I said, it's all in mindset. It happened with Lattimore. Remember when Daddy was riding around with them dudes? And them dudes had all that, and they had the guy behind them put the guns underneath the seat and then said they ain't mine. And people said it was Laddie Daddy. Laddie Daddy almost went to jail behind that, man. Remember we played it and I reacted to it the whole way on the stream. You had to learn from that. See, some of them learn, some don't. But Laddie Daddy wasn't no pigeon. He just had some rotten partners he was rolling with. Kelvin says, Q, he's trying to impress her. She's my girl. I don't need to, I impressed her because she chose to be with me. It would be a bigger impression on the right woman for you to show resolve and not stump this guy out and cost myself $10 million and fracture his eye socket, beating on him just to show my girl, hey, look, I'm a man. No, sometimes restraint is the real strength. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes you have to show your maturity to be able to control your aggression at times. It's time when you let the warrior out, don't get me wrong. But there's times when you have to be able to show restraint and have inner strength to be able to then see what the situation is and navigate it accordingly. That's real deal, Holyfield. Some of us are there, some of us are not. So, I mean, I see what you're saying, bro, but it is what it is. I just don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, Mr. O says, AK should pay the man and do the call. He gonna pay him all right. Ramsey said, hey, Q, that guy from Elvin Stumped On was probably I don't know. He was in Las Vegas, man. I don't know, fam. I don't know. It's just a lesson, though, for our young folk out here that listen to the show. A lot of our young people that listen to the stream, You know, Broderick Martin, a defensive tackle from Western. There you go, 6'5", 330 from Western Kentucky. He's a good defensive tackle. He's going to Detroit. Detroit really doing some good stuff. Ricky Stromberg, center, picked up by the Commanders. And of course, the Cleveland Browns are now on the clock, followed by the San Francisco 49ers. So here we go marching. It is what it is, yeah. But he could be we're saying 6 to 8 games for his suspension, but family, this could really end up being the league could really suspend him for a year if they want to. See, what I'm saying is it's on Roger Goodell, and Roger Goodell he hates the Saints. He hates the Saints. Anytime he gets to level punishment against them, he will. And the Saints are smart enough to know that Alvin Kamara about to get ready to not be in there, and them people went and got this other running back. That's what happened. You know, so that's how you justify it. I don't know, Jordan. I don't know if he's suspended for the year, bro. But like, you put stuff in the hands of guys like Roger Goodell, you never know how it might turn out. Like I said, Goodell hates the Saints. Dwayne says it is he was smiling while lying in the hospital. He knew it got him. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that picture of that guy? Let me see if I can find it. I know, you know what? That was an ugly picture. I ain't gonna show that picture because he was all bloody across the face. He was sitting there holding his hand like that, like a thumb up. I'm like, what is weird? Where in this? He got you. You might as well say, gotcha. That's what he should have did, pointing when he got gotcha. That's what it was. $10 million. He got rich. Big Ika, the band dancing bear, is going to the Browns. So there you go, family. Ika's off the board, 6'3", 335. It's the pick, third round, 35 pick, 35th pick in the third round. Going to the Browns. The Browns got the dancing bear from Baylor, Siaka Ika. And there you go. Crazy, man, that AA still on the board. From the 49ers on the clock, they're talking safety is the biggest need there. I mean, offensive tackle. Still a lot of people involved. The Raiders are next. So a lot of stuff turning and twisting right now, family. And the draft as we moving forward, thinking, and they got a few more picks. It's the Niners, the Raiders, the Niners, and then the Vikings close out the third round. So we got 4 more picks before we are done for this interpretation of the second and third round. So going back to the draft to kind of reach and look at someone we did yesterday. Bryan Bresee, we covered that on the previous show. Isiah Foskey family is the second round draft pick today, 6'5", 264 from Notre Dame. An analysis is Foskey's quick, powerful run defender who stacks tight ends with ease and holds his ground against the most offensive tackles. He locates the ball, disengages, and is relentless in his pursuit. He's one of the best edge tacklers in the draft, a pass rusher. He is at his best when he can build momentum from a wide alignment, shoot his hands, extend his long arms, and get offensive tackles on their heels. He hunts the ball and excels at knocking it loose when he gets to the quarterback. And that was a solid breakdown for Foskey, because really I knew the Saints liked Foskey, and I kept pushing Foskey at people like, man, listen, this dude here, I'm looking for a guy that reminds me of Cam Jordan. This is the closest we got. Bob Rose agreed. KT, my brother KT, dropped games like, yeah, Q, Foskey's the guy. The Saints listen. So that was a big move, getting him. Very solid pick. Post-draft analysis, Saints are determined to field a better defensive line in 2023. After selecting Bryan Bresee in round 1, they came back around, and he said they came back around in the second to get a dynamic pass rusher in Foskey. The team has struggled to replace Trey Hendrickson, and Davenport had a disappointing 2022 before leaving in free agency. So Foskey, with 22 sacks over the past 2 seasons, could come in handy as a rookie starter. This is what Matt Miller said. A rookie starter. Now, remember, you still got Peyton Turner there and Carl Granderson. So is Carl Granderson really a guy that they're looking to see what he can do at that position, or just does Carl Granderson go back to his position behind a Cam Jordan and let Peyton Turner and Isiah Foskey fight for that side? You see? So because really the Saints the Saints situational pass rusher operates with Dennis Allen defense when they run it, like he likes to come out with these what you call them, NASCAR packages. So The third defensive end in our defense is a very positive thing. So Isiah Foskey definitely puts pressure on Peyton Turner to get it right. Love it. And Carl Granderson as well. So we're gonna get the most out of him. Very good pick. And of course, the third round pick, Kendre Miller, the 5'11", 215 running back. Pre-draft analysis is a pick and slide runner who is light on his feet, makes defenders miss in the backfield, and weaves in and out of cuts without losing momentum. He has good contact balance. He flashes with the catch, but he's not overly reliable catching the football and is not well-versed route runner. Now, listen, I've seen several game films of Kendre Miller, and I've seen him catch the ball out the backfield. I have. Matter of fact, the film, this 51-second clip that they have showing him catching the ball and setting the screen. And not only did he catch the ball, he was able to successfully get behind the screeners, able to get to the left of the screeners and go up to the left sideline for a touchdown. You know? So, I mean, I've seen games when Kendre Miller caught the ball out the backfield. If you go back and watch the game, the bowl game that TCU had when Hacksaw Max Duggan put it out on the field, you know, they had plays in that game. So, like I said, man, you know, I don't know to be relying, but I've seen him catch the ball out the backfield before. And he looks comfortable doing it. Post-draft analysis, the Saints signed Jamaal Williams, but Alvin Kamara had another below-average season. That's not because of Kamara, obviously. That was because the Saints underused Kamara last year. I just want to throw that in there. You know, it almost sounded like Kamara just didn't want to play or he didn't look good. You know, whatever. I got to throw my little stuff in there. And has the third highest cap hit of running backs this year. Miller is elusive and hard to bring down. His 74 missed tackles last season were the third most in the FBS. And then I also read, you know, like a breakdown on Kendre Miller, what it was saying that he was stiff and all this. So how is he stiff and he had 74 forced missed tackles last season? I mean, I read like, oh, he got stiff hips. You know, like they said that about Foskey in one of the breakdowns. Foskey got stiff hips. He got stiff hips. He got stiff hips, but he got 22 tackles in 2 years. So you put some oil on them hips, he can double that. And you talk about Kendre, so it depends on, you know, the scouts that's bringing you this stuff. But elusive, right? 74 forced missed tackles. That's dancing. You know, stepping in and out, gliding. And you can see on some of the footage, they don't even look like he's running fast. And he's still handling this business. So, and people's like, Q, the dude looks, you know, like the kid from the Browns. I forgot the running back name from the Browns. He was with the Chiefs. But his running style is very similar to him. But Kendre Miller was a solid pickup for the Saints. And like I said, I got to give the Saints credit, period, man, for all of the stuff that they've been doing in this draft. Even the Bresee pick fits a need. He fits into the rotation. They needed help there. You take a look at Isiah Foskey. He's an insurance policy for Cam, and he pushes the rest of those guys. And then you get Kendre Miller, who's insurance for Alvin Kamara for this year and a couple of years down the line when Kamara's contract comes due. You know, you have Kendre Miller here. And then Kendre Miller gets work early on with Jamaal Williams, and then the Saints can rely on him. We have a serious three-back rotation. You know, so he going to get the work early because I anticipate Kamara doing some time and, you know, out of the, you know, suspension-wise. So, yeah, a lot of people don't understand that Kendre Miller, just think about Kamara's legal situation. It was a good move because you're going to need somebody there. All right, so anyway, Clout says, Scout without Clout says he's the 138th most athletic prospect ever as defensive tackle. Kind of nuts. Harold says similar to Kamara, but much faster. I don't know if he's you making wild accusations, Q. All right. Saint Stone says Miller has a big body. We need 3rd and 1 or goal line. There you go, bro. Philip, shout out to you, bro. Says Miller can catch the ball out the backfield. I know, bro. You know, but I'm just showing like some of these scouts, their words are not gold. You know, it's not like etched in stone. Because you can go and watch simple film and see Miller catching the ball out the backfield. I can show you the clip right here next to his breakdown that shows he set up the screen. Really good, and was able to run it around for a touchdown. All right. So anyway, Harold says Foskey, gee. So just imagine how them D linemen we pick can clog the lanes. And yeah, I know, right? It all works together, man. It really does. So in essence, the Saints so far, rounds 1, 2, and 3, have been very solid for the black and gold, man. And then of course tomorrow we finish out, and then later on tomorrow they'll have the undrafted side of things where the Saints will be able to, we shine with the undrafted stuff. So we'll be getting defensive linemen. We can get some wide receivers. We're gonna get, whatever we need. So we'll see what happens, because tomorrow they have a lot of value left on the board for the Saints to look at. So we anticipating like a little prediction going into tomorrow's stream for rounds 4 through 7, right? Going into tomorrow's stream, what positions we looking at now? Of course, you can look here and see the board showing you tight end, wide receiver, and offensive guard, right? A lot of people feel like the Saints could use a guard. I'm not mad at the guard, but there is no mention of another defensive lineman, which is ridiculous. We definitely need another defensive lineman, and there are going to be ones that's available. So they got tight end here. I mean, I think we can miss on this tight end crap. You probably get one down the line. Like we got, it's still like, okay, you still have prospects that you're looking at. You got what's the guy name? Hold on, put my draft board up here, my depth chart up here for the Saints. You talk about the tight end position. Here it is right here, right? This is the tight end position right here, all highlighted. So you got Juwan Johnson, you got Adam Troutman, you got Taysom Hill that plays wide receiver, running back, but his home is the tight end room. Then you got Lucas Krull, the big tight end, who I'm really looking forward to in the Saints tight end room. And then don't forget the Saints have a connection with Foster Monroe. So they, he had that issue. They found him out, and he had the cancer diagnosis. Saints brought him back around, and then that story went dark. So what's going on with the Foster Monroe thing? So that's why I'm questioning whether or not the Saints need to even draft the tight end in the draft. Would it be you don't need to go after a tight end right now? And if anything, the Saints can go free agency wise and find a veteran tight end. But how could they be patient enough to wait to see what happens with Foster Monroe? The Saints can find a tight. They're good right now. They don't need a tight end. We can run multiple tight end packages if we need to. We don't need a tight end right now, to be honest with you. I'd be more inclined to add, about the backup offensive lineman. Yes, indeed. I want somebody else that's not named Kelvin Throckmorton. I think Kelvin Throckmorton is not showing anything. But anyway, as you can see, a lot of this stuff going on, man. I still value and like what the Saints are doing in terms of how they are handling the draft. So I just think it's fantastic no matter how you slice it, family. And let's go ahead on and listen to old Dennis Allen, man. Give me a second, fam. I'm going to tune it up. Old Dennis Allen going to pop in here, and we're going to hear from old Dennis Allen and what he's saying about the Saints right now. So we're going to plug him in here on this day too, so you can hear what Dennis Allen say. Y'all put one in the chat.
Player, and yet developmental pass rusher, but yet he's the all-time leading sacker in Notre Dame. They've been playing football for a little while, so felt like he was a pretty good player for us. And then Kendre Miller, a runner from TCU. He's an 18-game starter, averaged like 6.7 yards per carry over the course of his career. So, guy that we feel like's a really good player with the ball in his hands.
Dennis, since I think maybe 5 out of your last 7 were team captains, is that Foskey was one of those guys? That's something you look at?
Yeah. It's all part of the evaluation process. Obviously that talks to the type of people that we're bringing in here. It's character is important in terms of the type of people that we're bringing into the building, and we feel like the guys that we brought in today, with our type of guys.
You mentioned that Foskey's a little more developmental as a pass rusher, like in what ways, what areas?
Well, look, I just think there's some bend around the edge, and probably a little bit bigger arsenal in terms of his pass rushing progression. I think probably the best thing he does is probably speed to power. So there's some development.
Sean's saying we got.
Which is, like that's a good thing because, the ceiling's a lot higher for this player than even what we've seen on tape. So we're excited about that.
You said he's excited to learn from Cam Jordan. How much do you think that can benefit and progress this?
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess if you're going to try to learn from somebody, that'd be a good one to learn from. So, man, he was awesome on the phone, excited about being here, looking forward to getting down here and getting started. So, yeah, it was good.
Dennis, you guys started a little late with running backs there. What made Kendre stand out amongst the sort of variety of different styles of backs?
Yeah, look, I think we just like the runner, the way that he runs the ball. He runs with violence. He's a guy that he's kind of a one-cut runner. Press a hole and be able to put his foot in the ground and get north and south. And he's got the speed to be a home run hitter too. And so I thought that was one of his better qualities.
With Alvin Kamara and Jamaal Williams already on the roster, does that sort of give you the freedom to take any style of runner or receiving back or anything, or you guys very specifically sort of wanted that?
Yeah, well, look, I think there was probably more of the first and second down style runners in this draft. I think obviously, Gibbs was one of those runners that was more of the joker type player that you could get out of the backfield. A-Chain was one that was one of that type of players. There was a lot of pretty good runners in this draft that we felt like were really good first and second down runners, and probably a little bit more limited choices in terms of call it joker style runners.
This is, I think, maybe the first time 7 or 8 years ago to make a trade.
We tried.
Was there attempt to move up today?
Yeah, and it just didn't work out.
Then when was the first time that you met Isiah?
I guess combine would have been the first time. With some of these players, Isiah Foskey was one of those that was so clean from a character standpoint that I probably didn't spend a ton of time with them. That was more, scouting evaluation, tape evaluation, and our coaches being able to spend a little time with them.
The two defensive lines we have now, you look at them as a tackle and an end, or do they both have the versatility for you to look at them?
Well, I think probably more tackle and end. I do think both of them have some versatility to them, and so. Look, the great thing is we see talented players. We get a chance to get them in here. We get a chance to work with them, and really get a real good feel of how we can utilize them. Once we kind of get them on the field, we'll have a better feel for exactly how we can use those guys. But I would say initially, I look at them being as tackle and end separately.
How does the scouting process at all change for a guy like Kendre who wasn't able to test because of the injury? Like, do you have to really trust what you see on the tape or project how that might play out?
Yeah. Certainly, we would rather be able to complete the whole process. Obviously, he's coming off the knee injury, but we feel like that's something that's going to be cleaned up and he'll be medically fine. It's probably going to be a process where, he'll start with the trainers as he gets in here. Initially, we'll kind of evaluate exactly where he's at from a physical standpoint, and then just kind of progress from there. But we felt good about where he was medically and where he's at in his recovery.
There was last 9 years, you draft an offensive or defensive lineman first, second round every year. And assume that's not true. I mean, is it something to do with also, is this some of these big men draft?
Not a lot of big men, walking the earth right now that have that type of athleticism. You know what I mean? Like those, there's not very many of them. And so they're a top priority for us. It's a big man's game. I've said that all along. We like, size, length, athleticism, and the prototypes that we talk about are a big part of what we do. And, I think we philosophically believe that, the ability to control the line of scrimmage is important in winning football games. And so that's, it's been a point of emphasis for us.
When we cut the Union at the combine, I remember him saying you guys like the idea of the value of the mid-round running back and actually intended to go in the last couple drafts and take one, and it just never exactly lined up. Was there more of an emphasis on let's find that pocket if we really want a young running back in the system this year, or this was just the case where it lined up?
Look, probably a little bit of both. I mean, I think, there was when we started this draft process, there was, an idea that, man, we'd like to, add somebody into that running back room. And where that fell kind of depended on how the draft, worked out. But, we had a really good grade on Kendre. And for him to be there when it came time for us to pick, it was clear to us that was the pick.
When you look at Kendre on film, does he remind you at all of Alvin?
Yeah, I don't know that would be the first thing that I would think with him. I don't know who I would try to compare him to, but I see style wise, probably a little bit more of a one-cut runner. Probably a little bit more of a power type runner. And probably, look, I think he's got good ball skills coming out of the backfield. I don't know that, they utilized him in that role as much as maybe what we've always envisioned Alvin being able to do for us. But, I guess sometimes you hear first and second down runner and that probably sells the guy a little bit short. I mean, this guy's got ability to make plays out of the backfield.
And just between him and having Jamaal Williams as well, was getting more physical in the run game specifically kind of a priority for you guys this offseason?
Yeah, I think that was part of it. Yeah. We felt like, having that guy that can get the tough yards for us was important. And look, as much as anything is just, trying to take a little bit of that load off Alvin. Him having to be the bell cow back for us really for the last couple of years. I think in our league now, if you can kind of spread those touches around, spread those carries around, keep everybody healthy. Being a runner in this league for 17 games is a lot of pounding. And so, if you can spread those carries out a little bit, I think it keeps everybody fresh throughout the season a little bit more.
What's the challenge of scouting his pass catching ability when you have 25 total catches? Is it kind of taking that small sample and projecting it a little bit?
Yeah, you're really just kind of seeing the skill, and look, if they can do it once, they can do it multiple times. And I think it's more of a product of they just didn't use him in that role that much. But we certainly feel like he's got that ability and got the hands to be able to do it. Well, that's not why we drafted him. But yeah, that was like, we paid attention to it. 4 block kicks is a lot of kicks. I don't care how you're getting them, where you're getting them. So all of that was discussed and part of the evaluation, but I'd say his ability to play the run and get after the passer was probably a little bit higher on the list.
Just wondering if
Um, well, here's what I would say. I would say playmakers have a knack of making plays, and I don't care what phase of the game that's in. So, you know, blocking a kick is a skill and it's a talent. And, you know, playmakers tend to make plays in whatever phase of the game they're in.
Dennis, with Kendre specifically, he's not 21 yet. He had less than 400 total carries in college. Does that stuff matter to you guys when you're looking at the guy at the position specifically?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I think number one, he's I think he's an 18 game starter throughout his career. And so, and he's only 20 years old. So, you know, there's not a lot of wear and tear on that body, even though he's coming off the MCL. So, yeah, I think that youth will serve him well.
Matt Harley was in here earlier pushing the autism acceptance. And y'all are going for on national TV and around the spaces in the dome. What does it mean to you to be a part of that and support him in this run?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I think it's important, you know. And Kai did an outstanding job of really, you know, getting all this set up. It's certainly a cause that's, you know, near and dear to him as well as Jeff Ireland, and so anything that we can do to support them is important to us.
One thing you said when you added Todd Graham to the staff was something that was bring to the table as an RPO aspect. How do you see Foskey and the other kind of mixing into that?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think he's an athletic defensive end, and I think that's something that, you know, we've been a pretty big, bulky group up front. I think he's gives us a little bit more athleticism off the edge, and I think that's something that you know, it's a big man's game, but yet with the incorporation of the call it RPO, zone read, and the athletic quarterback as much as anything, you know, having some big long guys that have the athleticism to get the quarterback down is important. All right, thanks, guys.
All right, that's Dennis Allen, fam, talking it up. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. Dennis Allen, fam, breaking it down straight from the horse's mouth. So very interesting so far. But how do you guys feel about the picks moving into this side of things, man? Actually, pretty good, man. You know what I'm saying? I like I said, fam, I think it's a pretty solid draft in my humble estimation with the Saints as we move on and get ready for day number 3 for the black and gold in this situation. So pretty good, man, to be honest with you. And we recapped all of the stuff that we had to talk about with Kendre Miller and what he brings to the club. Getting him, you heard what Dennis Allen talked about, how he thought about his style of playing, and family members kind of, you know, alluded to and remind what happened in terms of what Dennis Allen was saying about wanting the power game. Now, I thought, you know, when he did that, we were talking more like Abram Smith, but that didn't pan out, did it? But in this situation, the Saints ultimately get what they needed. Now we position ourselves, and the Saints have been very, very patient, haven't they? As we get going and we're moving on into day number 3. So it's actually a pretty damn good situation for the Saints moving forward. So tomorrow is rounds 4 through 7. The Saints have a 4th rounder, 2 5s, and 2 7s. They don't have a 6 this year. So Saints could very well package 2 7s to move up to a 6. I don't think they'll use all these picks. But, you know, time will tell, won't it? You have to wait very long. So once again, recapping, Bryan Bresee was the pick yesterday for the Saints interior defensive line. He helps out. You heard what Dennis Allen was speaking about his injury situation about him and where he feel he is, and, you know, the choice to take Bryan Bresee to help in the interior. Then he follows it up with Isiah Foskey, all positive commentary on Isiah Foskey. And then Kendre Miller, his thought process on Kendre Miller and what he brings. All three of these players will be very pivotal in helping the Saints this upcoming season. All of them will play pivotal roles with the defense and wherever their skill set falls. Bresee will definitely be a part of the rotation, which with Nate Shepard, Malcolm Roach, and others. And Isiah Foskey operates with reserve capacity or pushing. Actually, you bring Foskey in with the second-round draft pick to push Peyton Turner to do something, or perhaps Carl Granderson. But obviously, when you take a guy with the first-round draft pick like we did 3 years ago with Peyton Turner, you anticipating Peyton Turner to eventually take that opposite position to Cam. Well, Foskey will push him. So that is a positive. And then Kendre Miller out of TCU was a very solid pick because the Saints are anticipating Alvin Kamara could be doing some suspension work. So it'll be interesting to see how it all falls as we move forward. So all of these are very solid picks, and the Saints have a very solid draft thus far. Now, let's see them keep it up in day 3. We got one more day left, and then our undrafted guys. So it's rolling. All right, shout out to Scout with Clout. Thank you for your super chat, my friend. He says, awesome coverage, man. Unbiased, always keeping it real, always reliable. Shout out to you, Big Q. Integrity is rare, but you got some. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Right back at you, my friend. Thank you for your support, my friend. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you. And I appreciate the family members for hanging in there with me for almost 5 hours. So, yeah, it's operating on short sleep and everything, man. But, I love doing what I do, and it's because of you guys, man. Y'all make it easy. Daniel, shout out to you. I don't know why I'm like the one side of this haircut was cut closer. You just be looking at them, All right. Thank you, Professor. Shout out to you, Professor. Thank you, sir. Much love. All right. Yeah, it's and I like a lot of family members, man. Y'all let me know, man. Quick breakdown here, and it's getting late in the tooth. But listen, I promise tomorrow we'll have a full stream. Like I said, I'm working on less than 5 hours worth of rest today. So I promise to come back tomorrow, all day tomorrow. It'll be Saints Central all day damn long. We'll start it off at 10 o'clock in the morning. The draft gets going at 11 Central time. So we'll be here all day until it gets dark. So the Sports Coma will be running nonstop, full stop tomorrow. We'll open up the phone lines. The completion of the draft will get thought process. We'll be allowing guests throughout the stream to pop in and pick who they think will be drafted or thoughts on the draft. It's going to run fast tomorrow because the clocks will be, a lot shorter as they get through 4 through 7. So anticipate. We ain't seeing any movement today, and I really didn't feel the energy today. I was like, it'll be interesting, but really the Saints are really patient and comfortable. I think that'll change next tomorrow, where you see the Saints probably would kind of move around, take a couple of picks, and try to see if they can get up. I don't anticipate the Saints spending all 5 of these picks. I think eventually they'll make a move. It won't be a big move, but you'll see a quarterback for the Saints come off the board. You'll see you'll see offensive lineman. I don't know about tight end, but like I showed the depth charts, we got Foster Monroe. It's still a question mark with Foster Monroe. What does he do? I guess some of that stuff will be worked out as we get closer to camp. But that was the answer for the tight end position, right? The Saints were looking at Foster Monroe, a young veteran tight end that has a connection with Derek Carr, just like Brian Edwards, the wide receiver. He bring in a few players that he's comfortable with, and do the Saints say, okay, this, that, and the third? I don't think the tight end position, not like with the 4th or 5th picks, I don't see that because I don't think the Saints giving up on Adam Troutman. And I don't think the Saints have given up on Foster Monroe. So I don't think that they would take, and then you still got Taysom Hill and what's the other tight end, man? I like the big tight end, Lucas Crawl from out of Pitt, the undrafted guy, which I think he got a lot of potential as well. So do we look past all of those guys? You see what I'm saying? I don't know. But in the end, it lined up exactly like we said it would. Defensive tackle, defensive end, running back. So we'll see if we can keep the streak going tomorrow, man. It get a little bit more trickier as players who they think are probably, that'll be available and the Saints can make some moves. I can see a linebacker in the Saints' future. I can see a wide receiver, a linebacker, another defensive end, and wide receiver, linebacker, maybe another defensive lineman. And I can see that in the future because the Saints still could use a wide receiver, another wide receiver to the wide receiver room. So anyway, we'll be back tomorrow, fam. We'll be all day. So please feel free, if you hadn't, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Feel free to share the show on your social media feed. We will return for final coverage of the draft tomorrow. We'll also, we'll stay along. We'll also have the undrafted stuff after the draft is over with. They'll start announcing all of the undrafted signings that we love to do. And you'll really start seeing by the end tomorrow, the Saints round out the team. Then they'll have a few players here or there. They might accentuate certain positions, but you'll really see the team kind of round itself out tomorrow. So it'll be really exciting to see that's going, man. So shout out to the fam. All right. So with that being said, man, I'm gonna get ready to bounce on that. Once again, thank all of you guys for being in the stream. As always, I appreciate you guys. We'll be back here tomorrow for day number 3 and finish off the draft. It'll be all day, so I'm gonna get some rest, and then I'll make sure I'll be right back with you guys on this. So I hope y'all enjoyed yourselves. I know I did, man. I have fun every time I come here and talk to the family members and cover the black and gold who we love so much. So with that being said, I'll be back 10 o'clock in the morning, man. Full coverage all day long. So y'all get ready. Y'all get y'all rest too. And we'll talk again. All right, fam. So feel free to hit the like button, family. Hit the subscribe button. Also, feel free to check out our sponsors of the show. ExpressVPN is one of the sponsors for the show. You can feel free to check out ExpressVPN. The link is VPN. The link is in the description section below. You can get 3 months free if you hit the link and sign up. And also feel free to check out Outlawed, which is another sponsor of the platform. Beauty products, health products, body products, deodorant, powders, all this kind of stuff. No aluminum, no chemicals, all natural and organic. You might want to check them out. You hit the link, you get 20% off on products because of the platform. So check that out as well. So with that being said, I'm going to get out on that. Much love to the fam and who that do.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a Falcon. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees are Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Say they gon' beat them Saints. Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that?
Thank you for making Saints Central your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.